Waves. We in here doing it live with the people once again with the Los Lobos, the Wolf himself, Young Taz, on the Taz and Yasini show. Let's get it in. Look, they telling me that somebody stole our land. But when I open my window and look across the field, I still see our land here. Think about that for a minute.
I wrote about the stars. I wrote about the moon. I wrote about things in the sky that go boom. I wrote about death. I wrote about life. I wrote in the morning, afternoon, and at night. I constantly search for new ideas. I talk to my elders, my friends, and my peers. I study astronomy, history, and religion. My analytical mind is constantly on a mission, struggling and striving for the perfect poem, bracing myself for the perfect brainstorm. The more that I write, the more that I note. My best poem yet is yet to be wrote. Yeah, Yasini.
Good day. Hope everybody's ready. We got a hell of a show for y'all tonight, guys. So hope you guys brought your pen, paper. We have a special guest with us today. We appreciate him for being here with us and sharing his time with us. We have a lot going on today with the extra guests, so I want to make sure that we run right through this. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you hit that like button. It helps us out to beat the algorithms that try to stop us from sharing our material. But with that said, we have the empresses all over again with us. We have the feminine energy with us. With that said, we are going to address our female counterparts, and we're going to start with the Empress Yasini. Sis, can you please tell us who you are, where they can find you at?
Absolutely. I am Yasini, from Yasini in the House and Yasini University, LLC, and the website. You can find me on Facebook under Denise Grant. You can find any of my books and my first name, Crescentia Denise Grant, and you can find me all over the internet. But today, you see me on the Taz and Yasini show with Rod Hayes and Salima. Get ready for some fire.
Most definitely, most definitely, most definitely. Thank you for being here with us, sis. Sis, can we get Sister Salima? Can you tell the people who you are, where they could find you at, sis? You're muted, sis. You're muted.
Am I cool?
Yes, there we go.
All right. Greetings and salutations, family. This is Salima Ellis. Welcome to the Taz and Yasini show. You can catch me on Facebook on my Facebook page, Salima Ellis. You can also catch me on my homeschool page, Universal Mind School of Evolution, where I teach anybody, any age, it doesn't even matter. You can also catch me on Instagram. I got a couple of things up there. But right now we about to smoke it out, y'all.
Yes, yes.
We're about to get it in, and as always, we save the best for last. We do have the God himself, Rod Hayes, in the house. Brother, can you tell the people who you are, where they can find you at?
Yeah, my name Rod Hayes. Y'all can catch me on Instagram on the Sick Ape. That's where I do most of my lives. And I got a lot of archive content on my Rod Hayes Facebook page. And I haven't been doing lives on there because I've been in Facebook jail for the last 9 months.
Not surprising.
Damn.
Not surprising, but thank you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being.
What is that, like a triple sentence?
I don't know. It got this every time I log on. They got this thing at the bottom saying your account is restricted. Only you can see this.
Wow.
And like there is no like this how long you're gonna be restricted. Like you're gonna be restricted till we unrestrict you.
Wow.
Crazy.
Well, they are at the brothers, so we appreciate you for giving us your time, brother. It's always good to have you here on our builds or whatever. Last time we had a great build. Go check out our video under Free Larry Hoop. It was a great video. It's on my timeline, so go check it out. Let me address the family because the family's been anticipating this for a minute. So we have as first responder, we have Universal Empress in the building. She said, "Oh shit, the title added a VIP because it's about Hayes adding value." Peace and love, sis. Thank you for always being there with us. Thank you for adding value. Jasmine is also here. She says, "Universal, I saw that too. I'm on my way home. See y'all when the show starts. Salute to everyone. I hope you made it, sis, and that you are with us." Mike Weston in the house. He said he ready. He was just watching football in the meantime. So let's go. Y'all hit the like on your way. Please hit the like button on your way in. He says, give salute to the Taz Show and Yasini and all guests. We have the Empress herself. She was also watching a little football ahead of time. Nathaniel Bay in the building. He says, yo, I'm ready. Let's get this party started. Salute to the chat and panel. He's heard about Rod Hayes. Will be nice to finally see him and build him. I'm glad at least there is somebody that we get to introduce the brother Hayes because he is very well known out there in the platform. So we got lawful versus legal. He says salute to the family. Brown in the house. He says, what time is it? It's at the Taz Show time. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for being here. Brother, you keep showing up, and I haven't got the slightest clue. Please send me an email. How in the world do I pronounce your doggone name? Because I have no idea. I know Tawantinsuyu, that's the name of South America or something like that. But Abayana, I'm not even gonna try it, brother. I'm not even gonna try it. But we have the Empress herself, Sharon Moore in the building. I'm getting, and she says she's ready. Let's get it in. Yasima, Selena, and Taz. We got the doctor in the building. Michael Pazio in the building as well. Peace. We have Jasmine. He says she's here. Hit the like and help out, y'all. Most definitely. We have the Empress herself. Reads Learning Street. Peace, love, and light to the royals. It's good to have you here, sis. Uh, Universal Empress. We got Latasha in the building. How are you? 804 has arrived. Peace and love. Peace
All
and
right,
love.
all right.
Have you in the building. We have Naima Ra. She says, greetings to all. We appreciate you. We love y'all for joining us. It is great to have you. We had a great time the last two parts, so I'm hoping that we get it in once more. This
Yes,
time, in the part three, family, we about to get it in. This is the ending. You know, I always put the best information for the very end. So for the last parts of what we have, we are going to have some explosive things to talk about. So I encourage you to please go check out the other parts so you could understand what's going on. As always, you know, you can find me under Tasmaniac Wolf on Facebook and the Taz Show under everything else. Feel free to go check all that out. As always, we have to give a little disclaimer because you know there's a couple of people that take things too out of hand. So we're gonna get the disclaimer out the way real quick. Uh, um, we have the God himself, PNF, Look for the Crickets in the house. Good to have you here, brother. Thank you for being here. Uh, but disclaimer, real quick: the material and information on this PowerPoint is for general information purposes only. Not assume the information speaks in absolute. No such thing exists. Concept of Christmas explained here, found in many literatures and historical documents. We will speak of religion, etymology, history, and the connection between all. If any of these subjects, especially religion, creates controversy for you, this might not be the show for you. It is advised that you watch my word magic pay-per-view to comprehend the play on words I use throughout this breakdown. Keep in mind that I am presenting you my understanding, not the absolute truth. You should know by now that all truths are half truth and we're living our own version of the truth. I encourage you to believe nothing I say, but instead do your own research and come up with your own truth and understandings.
And
I
to add
say,
disclaimer, Taz, they got to be aware. I'm a iconoclast. I came to assault every one of these fake gods that they got up in front of us. So if you God conscious and you feel offended when somebody whoop your Jesus, Muhammad, and Abraham upside the head, this might not be the show.
this ain't the show for you. Amen.
If
I'm
you if you
you
if you're a Moor and you don't know the difference between the dirty Moor and the righteous Moor, this might not be the show for you.
There it is. Let's put it out there from the beginning, all right?
I gotta let it be known since you're doing disclaimers, we might as well go and get it on out the way. Don't
Yeah,
ask for no mercy from me because I got the same mercy that they gave us when they were stepping on our neck. So no, I will not tone down my colorful epithets. No, I will not apologize for nothing that I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all ahead of time. I'm not going to apologize because I'm going to deliberately say everything I'm going to say, and I'm going to mean that shit. And whoever get offended, that's on you, right? I'm not apologizing ahead of time, so I'm gonna offend somebody.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Let them know, Rod. Let them know that we ain't for to play no games, and we gonna shoot the first shot.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Damn right.
Yes, sir.
But now that we got that out the way, and we know that you know you will get a boot in your ass if you get out of pocket, you know, just all you got to do is leave, family. If you don't agree, or you know, or if you come on some cloud chasing, listen, ain't gonna be no cloud chasing because you will be banned. All right. If what you're trying to do is just, you know, I'm gonna try to expose blah blah blah. And listen, get your goof ass. But
They can
moving,
come trying to expose something and get their ass exposed.
yeah. Most definitely, most definitely, most definitely.
But let's get on down to business, Taz. Let's discuss this thing called Christmas in the winter solstice and what do it all mean.
Right, most So last time we had stopped this show, we had stopped right when we had gotten the knowledge of the spinal cord, the vertebrates. We learned about the T's and the L's. We learned about the sympathetic trunk system and a bunch of whole other stuff that that we found in the Quran and we were looking into, and we broke down a lot of the parts of admiralty. So we introduced commerce into the concept of Christmas. And we're going to pick right back up right there where we left up on part 3. With that said, the next part will be El Sagrado Corazón, which is the Sacred Heart, because this crucifixion that is taking place is something that happens within you. Just like we talked about the concept of the story of a woman coming from a rib. There's also that crucifixion that we are thought about. Jesus died on the cross for you. Well, the cross is actually within you. And it implies to where your clavicle bones are at and your spinal cord, which represents the rod where the sacred secretion transfers to. But it says, as can also be seen, the rib cage is the bee's neck. For the spine, where the golden horny plasma is made through the spinal ionization process and cathodic or Catholic crossing of the heart. The ribs also represents the branches of DNA of the Christmas tree, the spine. And when the ribs and spines are flattened, they appear almost exactly like a monarch butterfly. All right. So this, I mentioned it as El Sagrado Corazón because that's how it's known as the most popular. I'm not sure if everybody has heard in regards about it, and it will build from there from this slide. You guys want to add something?
Well, the Sacred Heart, when we're talking about the heart chakra, we're talking about activating mitochondria. Whenever you see Christ, KRST is the root word. So when you see the word Christ, you know that they're talking about mitochondrial activation on a higher level or frequency. Now, if the man haven't been doing his self-work to develop into a certain character type, he becomes hostile when that energy is turned on and he can't control himself. He becomes abusive to others and himself. He can't control that love energy, right? So everybody say they want love, but they don't want to do the work required to be a receptacle in which love is willing to pour into you, right? So if they're talking about the empty cup, all that goes back to the sangria or the sacred blood. Right? So all this is talking about the blood of Christ, the Eucharist, right? EU Christ, the European Christ. And EU is the European Union. They're talking about the artificial replica of the Messiah to rise in Europe when the real Messiah rises in the other land. So all of these things are coded metaphysics and what they call conceptual physics, where they write like a word problem in math. That's what these things are. This is what you're looking at.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, brother. You want to add something, Sister Salima or Sister Yasini, before we go on to the next one?
Yeah, I'm gonna add this. I have my pen and paper, and I'm gonna be trying to list 10 things that the God is saying. So I'm gonna be doing more writing and listening on this show, and let the gods and the goddess take over. Yeah, list 10 things that the master is saying.
Most definitely. I hope y'all brought a pen and paper, because it will be necessary to take notes, or come back and watch the video. So you want to add something, Sister Salima?
Well, yeah, I just want to touch on the fact that he was talking about the math.
Facts.
You know, I'm real big on the languages, and the original math was word.
Facts.
So we've been stuck in the circular on these numbers. That original math is the letters that you see. You see what I'm saying? But we don't understand that because the way they've been teaching us is with their programming. Our math taught to us has always been geared on what they want to see manifested in this realm. And once we go back to the original word problems, well, not problems, it'll be the building. It'll be like word building, but it'll be different type of math. It won't just be numbers the way they've taught it to us, or letters as an abstract opponent of an equation. Your letters would often be your leader part of that equation.
And to add to what she's talking about, when you look at modern math, there's only 2 alphabets hardwired in the math, and that's an algebra. That's the X and the Y. Now, where else do we find prominent expressions of X and Y?
In the chromosome.
In the chromosomes, right? So the Y is the unknown variable, but X marks the spot.
Woohoo! Facts.
Damn
Because
right.
the X is in the chronosphere. It's in that in the clock. When the Roman letters, that X is the first one.
Yes.
So
when you look at that original clock that they had, that's still running our time backwards to us, telling us how old we are, that X is up there. That people don't recognize what they see it.
The really we aging in reverse is Benjamin Button, but we think that we supposed to grow from youth to old. But we really, it's physically, yes, but spiritually, no. We grow from the wise child. If we don't properly control our growth, we digress into the aged, old, feeble-minded individual, the baby. Right? So they use the Benjamin Button to give you an extreme exaggeration of how it worked in hopes that you can put together the simplified formula of the equation. Right? So you build a man from the boy, right? But when the man falls, he becomes the feeble-minded, elderly, broke-down vessel, the aged baby. What's it called? Progeria is the disorder.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Progeria. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's the disorder that make the babies look like they elderly. Which is actually an extraterrestrial trait inherited from great aliens with faulty genetics that broke down over time.
Wow.
Progeria, also known as Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome, is an extremely rare progressive genetic disorder that causes children to age rapidly, starting in their first 2 years of life. Holy shit. Children with progeria generally appear normal at birth. Bro, you just
images.
I remember a movie like that. Robin Williams played a baby or something like that. He was aging real fast.
Mm-hmm.
They die about 12. They'd be lucky to make 12, 13 or something like that.
I think the oldest one ever lived was 20.
Wow. Okay, I didn't even know that.
Okay. So yeah. That's what's up.
Okay, so now Mother Nature gave you a parallel, a comparative analysis mechanism. This is why we always comparing her butt to her butt. Her knockers to her knockers, right? Because we need something to compare something to in order to recognize difference. So the enemy came in using the religious dogma as the seeds of dissension to create, divide, and conquer, which gives us these doctrines that we going over now. It was a military strategy hidden under the pretense of a spiritual solution.
Yeah.
Oh, the story gets deeper.
The story definitely gets deeper. So we could stay on that one. With all four of us, we could stay in this one slide and just yap it up for a whole long time. So just for the sake of continuance, we'll keep it moving. But it's getting deep already the way it is. So let's move forward because these gems are gonna be dropped today. All right, you gonna learn a day, because people are always wondering, like, damn, what are we gonna do today?
Well, you gonna learn today.
That's what we gonna do.
That's Black Girl Magic talking. I don't know who that was. So every time I get ready to do a class that's gonna be unloading a massive amount of information, Black Girl Magic come through and she tell me, y'all gonna learn us. We gonna learn y'all something today.
Did he say a massive amount of information?
Yeah.
I'll have to go get some more paper.
So anytime I'm so imagine I'm like a puppet, right?
Yeah.
And the puppet master for the day is the one who's telling me how to teach the class. So today we sponsored by Black Girl Magic.
Yes.
Right. So Black Girl Magic, she tired of playing the games. So she say she gonna learn these motherfuckers something one way or another. And I say, okay, what do you want me to teach them? And then she give y'all the knocks. When y'all knock, she say, let them have it.
See, do you want to tell us about the claustrum right quick?
Yep. And I'm going to earn my knocks.
Go ahead.
So, in the brain or cranium, there's a cerebrum or a horn. And within the cerebrum, we find that the claustrum or Santa/Satan claws, it sits in the middle of your temple or most high organ within the carnal body. So from this claustrum, there's a secretion or brain fluid produced every 28 days and most potent during the celestial events of every 23rd of December to the 25th. And the day your solar and lunar signs align or your birth. So this fluid or secretion is an oil, which in old times, such as the Greeks, was called the Christos, or now known as the Christ. So this secretion marks its travels from the claustrum down the spine as it learns and collects all information on its descent or fall to its lowest form.
Facts. Yeah. Who wants a shot at this first off the top before I get in it?
So if you notice that this word claustrum is similar to the first suckle of the baby from the mother's teat called the colostrum.
The colostrum, yes. Teach, holy shit, yes. Okay.
Right now, the reason why a lot of us is having problems with the children because the pair binding is broken at the colostrum feeding to the newborn baby. The cycle is supposed to be the baby is born, you clear the mouth, you put them on the teeth, drink the colostrum. The colostrum, when it goes through the baby's system, sends a hormone through the baby's body, which also is infusing it with genetic memory, biological self-defense that we call antibiotics. It's giving them an immune system. And it's also telling them the program of the mother so that he can understand his own program. All this is the first information fed to the child externally after birth from the mother. Now, once the chemicals in the baby's body is hormonally released, they feed the information back through the umbilical cord, and this colostrum represents the spinal cord, right? Because this colostrum travels up the spinal cord to the brain, right? So in the uterus being a portal, it's sending a signal from the child into the walls of the mother's vagina through the placenta, right? And once this happens, then it sends the mother's brain, just like this colostrum right here is sending this secretion to the brain. This sends the same response to the mother's brain to facilitate actual parental pair bonding with mother and child that's been deprived through clipping the umbilical cord and slapping them on the ass.
Facts, 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 bro. You blew my mind with that colostrum, because that is the most important part of the milk itself. You know, that's what activates the building process of the baby's brain. You know, when they start doing all the new learning and all that stuff. That was deep. That was definitely deep. Sister Salima, you want to add something, sis?
Nope.
No? All right, Sister Yassini.
I'm good.
All right, all right. So yeah, from just to add value to what the brother just added, you know, this essence that it travels, you know, it states that is falling, you know, it's pretty much the story of Lucifer, just as the crystals is the story of the Christ. It's also the story of Lucifer and my apologies, of
Well,
Samael and his fall into earth, and as when he becomes Lucifer, is that travel down your spine as it goes down and falls all the way to its lowest point, where it
you mentioned Samael. That's it's an anagram, and it's a word problem. It's a secret in the open. The fall of Samael is the Psi priestesses that they call Gorgons in Greece. The Ma on Samael represents the sacred mother who they replaced with a man in drag. L is the definite article, but it also tells you the culprit, the dirty Moor.
wow. I've heard of different breakdowns of the name Samael, but that one just did a thing for me. It was because I didn't know the sa part. I knew about the ma and the l, but I couldn't connect the sa to anything. Just yeah, that
Okay, if you type in the letters SA under images on Google, it's going to give you a symbol of the Psi priestesses. These were the doulas.
okay, okay.
And it's going to almost look like a bread tie rolled up without the bread loaf on it. And the Psi priestesses, they rank from 1 to 10. Medusa means 10th Psi priestess.
Okay.
That's not it. Put Egyptian behind it. There you go. The first one. You see how it look like a rope that's knotted?
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's the symbol of the Psi priestesses.
Mm,
These were the doulas.
okay.
They were what they call them birth maidens in the literature. But the doula job is so underrated because she was one of the most coveted priestess to have in your community. Because she could come into a woman's life, listen to her life story, and tell her how to put her whole life on the path to her best life. You see it there in association with the Ankh, right?
Right. Yeah, I was noticing that.
Right. Now, there's the male priesthood called the Ba priesthood. If you put in Ba where you got Sa, it's going to give you a different symbol. It's going to be a circle on the stick. The bird, you see, he'll be carrying it in his hand. You see the double bird right there, what he got in his hand?
Yeah, I see what he got in his hands. Let me get a better one. I gotta find a better one. Hold on. Man, the pictures are too small. But keep going, brother. I'm gonna look for a better picture.
Okay, so the Ba priestess, the highest rank you can be is a Baba. Baba means great father, right?
Hey.
And the highest rank is the Maha Avatar Babaji, meaning the greatest of the great fathers, right? Then that's the teaching of the Kriya Yoga, which is raising the flame up. You see that symbol right there is called the Ba.
Okay. You teaching your ass off.
Is it polarized to the Ma, or it's got some
It's
other?
a different priesthood.
Okay.
It's just a different priesthood. The Psi priestesses are the women who became known as nuns in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
They were the Psi priestesses. And that was their symbol. And the counter symbol to them was the staff of Tahuti, the winged serpent, or the caduceus.
Right.
The modern medicine stole the symbols because they stole all our symbols because we can read the symbols subconsciously, which will draw us to the places of their destruction.
Damn.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's yeah, you went there. You went there with that's my son's name, Samael.
Taz, did we read the other part of the display in white? And is different from what I read, correct?
Oh yeah. You talking about the picture?
Yeah, because I see some things that I might wanna continue on.
Yeah. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead. We could get on with because on the right side we have a little it's like a meme that gives an explanation of whoever was this meme, whoever did the meme of how the rising and the falling of the secretion and what it represents. And I go deep into this breakdown in my science of the sacred secretion. So I encourage you to go check that out. But go ahead, sis. Do your thing.
Yeah, so I see the raising of the chrism, or Santa Claus, Joseph, Mary, and the crucifixion. So
Right.
number one, the pineal gland representing Joseph secretes the milk. The pituitary is Mary, and she secretes the honey.
Right.
So both from the same source, the colostrum or Santa Claus. Okay, so we seeing that they don't just be making up shit, they just be stealing shit.
That's a physics description of a stellar event. So you just gave the reference to Jesus, Joseph, and Mary, right?
Yes.
Joseph is the assumed father,
right,
of a stepchild.
Facts.
Yes.
Right? And Mary is the mother of the child.
Mm-hmm.
And in Revelation, they call this child the son of the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So it's telling you about the winter solstice and the first day of the solar return after the solstice. the son, as the mother looks over her, as Mary looks over her earth belly, she sees between her legs the rising of the sun. As the doctor raises the baby up, for the mother to see him for the first time after he's been birthed. It's a physics formula, but it's described as or disguised as a fairy tale.
Okay.
So it's teaching you astrogeometry. So now you're starting to learn to read the earth with the stars using the formula, but they spooked you out and told you it meant something else.
Facts. But go ahead, sis. You could finish up the thing. You be aware that the numbers are not in chronological order. If you could see
Right.
it.
I'm gonna go in the chronological order though.
Oh, okay, cool,
So I'm
cool.
gonna take 2 next.
Okay.
So the 2 sacred oils travel down into the solar plexus via the semilunar ganglion, pneumogastric nerve.
Facts.
Okay. Number
Okay.
3.
Can we talk about number 2 for a minute?
Please.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you notice it said the 2 fluids,
Yes.
right? It's talking about what's called the gold liquid and the silver liquid.
Facts.
The silver liquid is basic cerebral spinal fluid.
Yeah.
The gold elixir is called the KRST, KRST.
Okay, you hold on.
Right? Now, the brain automatically pump the silver liquid, which is the semilunar ganglia. The silver liquid is governed by the system of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
The solar elixir, the gold elixir, is governed by the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now you raising the sun over the moon, which is a sun that's rising up to rule as the daughter wasn't fit. It's a physics formula for a certain time of the year.
Wow.
This is when Libra placed between Virgo and Scorpio to separate the zodiac signs because the enmity was put between the sun and his seed and her seed, the Scorpio and the Virgin or the Virgo. Virgo being represented by Venus, and Venus is the bright morning star, not the other star, which is Mercury that comes on the heels of Venus. So the sun follows the mother over the horizon. This is Horus rising. Right? So this is talking about the physics formula for the solar rays and the lunar rays effect on your awakening being told in the story of the elixir, because the physiological function as within, so without, as above, so below.
Definitely. So, Rod, that led me to a question.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I'm not too off, but when we're talking about the moon, wasn't there a time when it wasn't here?
Yeah.
Because I keep seeing it tied into the female or our body or our stories or our information.
The story of them placing the moon there is when they say in Genesis that the woman will traverse in labor. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's because they put something there to control her cycle, to take the control away from her by artificial means.
Damn.
This is the death of Lilith, because the moon of Saturn is Lilith. And that's the energy that the women was synced at, where they was controlling when they gave birth and when they used their cycle and when they didn't come on the cycle. And so they put the battleship up there called the Moon, and they synced it to the Dark Knight satellite for the holographic projection and to change the women. It took the women thousands of years to learn how to use the moon magic, what we call the silver key or oracle magic. But when they figured it out, Big Mama said, "Okay, let's go."
Right. What you said, and we now I had no freaking idea about what the gem that the brother just dropped right now. But if you look at what was previously mentioned in the other two parts in regards about the gift, the gametry intrafallopian tube transfer, which is what women do to allow another woman to give birth, it coincides with the moon being built up there. Like I've heard of the whole the moon wasn't up there before, but not a breakdown like that. That was I'm gonna have to agree with Nathaniel and just say talk your shit. Fuck it.
I want to add to that.
Go ahead, sis. Break it down for us.
Okay, now you know we got these cycles for every 28 days, right?
Facts.
Okay, so you got the women on the cycle for 28 days for their menstruals, right?
Yes.
If you're a meat, cheese, and sugar eater, you on a cycle to have a cold every 28 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
About that time, your kids about give up the mucus because that's their natural immunity system. They have to fight back. So they need that whole month to fight back, and then they're going to go through that 2-week drainage period like a woman would on her menstruals, right?
Yes.
So this is the time when your immunity is kicking in for you to do other shit, but we can't see it because we still on those cycles. Remember the last show you had, Taj, and you was like the sun and the moon, and I said I don't equate that as opposites. I felt that they were mechanisms put there for a reason.
Right.
Right, facts. And then the guy Rod just hit it right back on the nose, exactly what I said before. Those are mechanisms put in place to control. We're with this right now, with what we're saying, we are falling out of their time. We're falling out of their frequency because their time is a fallacy. So we only got a few more times when we're gonna keep going through these cycles of 28. Because that other stuff about to fall out of play. You see what I'm saying? So in a minute, everybody about to do the big cleanse, the big cycle. Ain't gonna be no 28 days like that. You gonna be cleansing straight facts. And and some people might not understand what feeling they're going through. It might feel like anxiety, high anxiety a little bit. Because your mind is cleansing too. You ain't just cleansing the mucus and that, you cleansing everything. It's a whole time of cleanse. But we got to get off that moon cycle because that leads us back to their cycle. When you do the big cleanse, ain't no more. You off that timeline. That's done.
Yeah. So the women use the lunar cycles to ride the menstrual wave on a biorhythmic chart. When they sync together, they can control the cycle again, meaning that if they're not ready to bear a child, they don't see a reason to go through a menstrual cycle. So they turn it off. But when they realize, okay, I think I'm ready to have a baby, then she'll go through 3 menstrual cycles. The first 2 will be purging her system of impurities. But she won't ovulate in the first 2 cycles. She won't ovulate until the 3rd cycle because she already used the first 2 cycles to purge and clean the system.
I had to take my hat off to you guys on that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's so in depth, It's like Sis said, we're barely on the third time, and we going in it like for real. So
this is also a legal notice too.
Yes, this is how it should be done. We shouldn't be skipping over parts. If there's some clarification that we can get out of anything, we should stop and listen to that. Today was the right day for Rod Hayes to be in the house because we always go deep, but now it's getting deeper. So I'm gonna read part 3 unless somebody else got something to say.
No, go ahead, sis. Do your thing.
Okay, so 3 says the psychophysical germ or the fruit of the tree of life is born in the solar plexus or the manger. The psychophysical germ is born in the manger.
So this is the development of the fleshy portion of the cell. So when they talk about here, this is where your other brain is. This is your stomach. This is why fasting is required. Because once you can control this energy center that they pointing at right there, called your gut, then you can control your emotional body. Your emotional body, you need to be able to read your emotions instead of be overwhelmed by your emotions. It's your navigation system.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what they're talking about with that energy center in the development of it. It's still another formula. So we've seen 3 different formulas in 3 different parts of the descriptive analysis of this system of the colostrum.
Mm.
Right now, we got other descriptions to come, and we don't even know what we're finna run into.
Right?
But it must be good.
It's always good, always. So number 4 says the ida or red, pingala or blue. Those are 2 nerve fluids where at the crossing of the medulla oblongata, the crucifixion takes place where it rests for 2.5 days.
You see, it said the Ida,
Yes,
and Ida means red,
yes.
and Pregea means blue. When you look on the male, this is the separating of the male sperm from the female sperm produced in the testes. And it's also in the female, it is the regulator of the hormones through the endocrine system to balance out the seed that it is receiving when the woman is receptive to give birth. So these 2 things, either you're going to get a sperm from the father line or you're going to get a sperm from the mother line off the father line. And then the mother is going to say, okay, I'm going to accept this and bear this seed, or no, I'm not going to bear this seed, spontaneous abortion.
Damn.
Some of the women know based on the frequency of the fetus developing in their womb that they're going to be straight wicked. And she don't want to bring that wicked child into reality, so she spontaneously aborted.
Wow. And then others don't know how to do that.
Right. You're exactly right. But they were learning. That's what the Salem witch trials was about. Right? Because they came to learn how to control that, what we was just talking about, and to get their drop of blood.
I mean, you think Jeffrey Dahmer's mother knew how to do that?
He wasn't genetically determined. He was socially developed after the fact. But he had the propensity because they the descendants of the Donner Party who ate for survival and after plane crash.
Damn.
I seen that movie.
Mm-hmm. So that's where his name comes from. It's called a name variant.
Dahmer or Jeffrey?
Donner and Dahmer.
Damn. Wow.
Right. So he had it in him, but it was certain things in his social development as a child that never took place. For instance, his mother was never allowed to run the colostrum through his system in order to purge him of the impurities of his ancestral family curses that comes through his genetic anomalies.
So, Rod, clearly, We don't know thyself.
Yeah.
Clearly, we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Not even close to it.
How the hell fuck can we learn all of this?
That's what that movie was about. Us. That's a whole colony genetically passed on criminality.
Yeah.
Look at how those people were. It's a whole colony of passed on criminality, of clones.
Wow.
But they don't necessarily have to be a literal clone.
They don't have to be cloned. You could be what you're saying, the guy is true. These are people. Just in that movie, they just happen to be clones. But in reality, that criminality gets passed on genetically.
So that ancestor is strong, they got away with a lot of dirt.
I'm like Joe Beller.
If you have the character trait capable of embodying that strength, that crooked ancestor gonna try to get you to do their dirt. Mm-hmm. So you be facilitating that generational curse because you can't stand up to them and be like, man, I'm not finna go rob that old lady. What the fuck I look like robbing an old lady and taking her purse for a goddamn Social Security check? I want to know how to rob the Federal Reserve System for motherfuckers that's robbing our people. That's who I want to know how to rob. Now, all your ancestors that's about that drama on the right gonna make the bad ancestor bump straight in the spirit realm, and they gonna all be grateful that you didn't facilitate the perpetuation of that generational curse.
Those are facts. Those are facts, brother.
Can I get a semi answer to what me and Joe Beller is saying? Like, how the hell do we learn all of this about ourselves? Do we got to go to school?
No, you gotta study yourself.
But how,
you saw what happened.
Listen, I'm looking at these five things that's here. How is somebody gonna know this?
Okay, so your knowledge base, right, is gonna facilitate your style of learning.
Okay.
All right. Now, most of this stuff you already know it, but you are not aware that you know it because it's not organized.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You walk past the lecture and in the library, and you was just out of earshot, and you heard every word they said. Right? But you was pre-absorbed with the studies you was doing in college. You had time to go in and sit in on the lecture, to be in the moment at the lecture, but your subconscious mind was at the lecture while you were studying for another exam.
Okay, so my subconscious owned it already.
Mm-hmm.
So all I gotta
now,
do is get it.
These descriptions we given is targeting key neurological links in the knowledge base you already have. You can only rise to your own level. But the goal is to rise to your level where most people quit and fall on their face.
Shit. Let me wake up one day and be smart as hell.
But you already are. You have the knowledge of the universe encoded in your genetic makeup. That's what we're going over. Now, all you have to do is remember who the fuck you is and own that shit and be who you are, the mother of civilization, owner, maker, queen of the motherfucking planet Earth, goddess of the universe, and go about your business. And when you need the information, you don't have to know it. Big Mama gonna send you to get the answer.
Okay. All right. I like to think I was a shot in the last life or two. But
yeah, you still have all of your knowledge from past lives. It just ain't been activated because you haven't learned certain key activation information.
Well,
but you still, when you moving on in your rightful path, when you need a piece of information, Big Mama gonna send somebody to know exactly that what you need, and they might not know shit else.
Okay, so
it'll be just enough to give you the understanding you need at that time. goes back to when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
That's right. That's right. You ain't lying. So I got number 5 to go, and then we can move past the slide finally.
Go
So
ahead.
number 5 says the sacred oil returns after the crossing or the crucifixion. It enters the cerebellum or Golgotha, the place of the skull. The fluid or Christ is refined 1,000 fold.
Facts.
So the 1,000 fold, where it say Christ refined, is the information capacity when you change the silver liquid for the gold liquid. Right? So what's happening at the medulla is there's a portion of the brain called the pons region. And in the pons region, there's a nerve ganglia called the reticular formation. It's here that your consciousness enters the body. It's also known as the black dot because it's heavily concentrated with melanin. And it's also referred to as the black mirror. Well, you can't see through the black mirror unless you have the gold elixir, the black and the gold, Big Mama colors.
Right.
The gold elixir rushes over the nerve ganglia and it flips on the pineal gland, which is a light bulb on the inner side of the brain in the upper right hemisphere, where it absorbs the information coming in from Big Mama on something called an anterior gyrus. It's right here on your head. So that's called the opening of the crown chakra, right? So it's giving you now, it went from giving you astro geology to giving you biology to giving you metaphysics, and now it's giving you the return of it all, what they call a resurrection. When the sacred elixir fills the 4 chambers of the brain left and right hemisphere have to be in sync because of the density of the gold liquid. It's called the sacred secretion.
Exactly.
And so Santa Claus is real. It's just not, actually, their little physical version is not too bad. What we're trying to point out here is like this Christmas have nothing to do with the occasion that it is today out in the real world. However, the story of it is real. And,
yeah, because the story of Christmas is the story of the winter solstice.
Yes.
Right.
It happens every year.
Now, what they did was, we mentioned earlier, commerce, Taz. So the same word, colostrum, is claws to rum, right? The rum was what they was trading with the islanders. The clause is the L clause, which is the 7 clause on the flip. So the cause of the contract on the cross, the T square, is the condition created by the rum called drunkenness. They call this the intoxication of saints or the madness of magicians, right?
Hence the 12 days of the body drinking and
that's what I was gonna say.
Wine. It's just the brothers going. Yeah, he just Go ahead.
So the black and gold colors, those vice lord colors. So if you have a vice that you haven't mastered, you can't raise your sacred secretion. Once you can master your vices and you can overcome your 7 deadly sins, right? Then that's when you could raise your sacred secretion, black and gold, into Big Mama house, the upper queen's chamber, the queen mother seat. And the queen mother is the mother to the king. It's all about the awakening, but it's put in descriptive fairy tale terms. So we come to take them from the law, which is a fraud, into grace. Grace is gratitude on a universal level, but it's also a noble character, right? So the noble character comes from mastering your noble self, becoming what you aspire to be at your highest peak, Phoenix rising.
Okay, so are you saying that we don't necessarily have to go to the books for this information? We can go within?
Everything in them books is already in you.
True that.
The books is the training wheels to bend your mind so it can't go back to where it was before you read the book. So now you got to fill it up with something to connect it to the truth that you already know.
Mm-hmm.
They call that the purification of the ego, and it requires certain disciplines.
Wow. Facts. I want to encourage the family to please share the live. We appreciate y'all for being here. We just hit the hour mark. Just so you know, brother, that we still got a lot to go. You know, I got nothing but time. But at any time, you know, if you do, I'm not sure how much of your time is it's available. But you know, but we will be going probably for about maybe 2.5 hours. The show usually goes about 2-3 hours. So at any given time, if you need a break,
Don't be lying, Taz.
And
please.
do you have a cash app?
Cool.
Right.
Yeah.
You got a cash app, Rod?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna type it in the comments so you can. I'm gonna type it in the comments so you can pin it.
Oh, okay. Go. Yeah.
Can we buy some time? Right?
Can we buy some time?
I don't sell nothing and I don't charge for nothing.
Okay.
Appreciate that. But you know, I encourage everybody to please like it. That doesn't cost you anything. Share, invite your friends. You know, because we're definitely going in. The brother is definitely going in with his knowledge. So if you are feeling in the give, it is Christmas. You were gonna buy something for for whatever kid or stuff or whatever. So in the case that you are feeling generous, the brother, like he says, he does everything for free. But donations are always appreciated. We love y'all. We thank y'all for your time, for everything that you guys do. So if you are interested in helping the brother out, please be sure to hit him up on his Cash App to show him some love. We also have the Cash App for the Empress herself, Salima Ellis. So make sure that if you like what the teacher is giving and providing, please show her some love. We also got Sister Denise Grant. We got her Cash App going as well. So if you like what she's doing, she's breaking it down. She's always ready for all the shows. She's my right hand woman. So I sometimes feel incomplete without her by my side. So it's always a good thing to have her here. And if you do want to, show some love for me, hit me up on Cash App as well. Money sign detached. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. But moving forward, we are going to go into the sacred secretion, and we appreciate everybody coming through. Salute to Taz, the chat, and the panel. Much love. There's music in the house. Peace and love. Glad to have you here. Greatly appreciate you. So attend Juan Maxwell said Rod lit. He be moving around. I've seen him on different channels. Gratitude. It's a good look. Yasini University is definitely family. We appreciate y'all. So make sure that you check us out on all our platforms. Check us out on all our platforms. And actually, I'm gonna give everybody like a 5 minute it's about a 3 minute break. I'm gonna run this ads real quick about Yasini University. So everybody that is interested in joining us, there is perks if you do join the university. You have access to me. You have access to the empresses. Rod Hayes will be available. If anything comes up, and you have the studio available. With all the perks that we do. But to make it even simpler, let me show you this quick little ad. It's about 3 minutes long, and we'll be back right in a minute.
Goma. The dumb diversa.
And we are back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you. We appreciate y'all for sticking with us. Hope you like the presentation so far. We are going to get into the sacred secretion, and that's where we're gonna pick right back off. You want to continue reading, sis, or you want me to go ahead?
I can read.
Go ahead, Sister Salima. Can you read first a little bit?
No problem. The sacred secretion. It finds this lowest form at the bottom of its journey in the sacrum, sacroplex, sacral plexus, or sacred place, or sacred place. This sacrum is composed of the bottom 5 vertebrae of the spine fused as one, and below is the coccyx. This secretion that has made its way down your spine and rested in the sacred place, Bethlehem, where the seed Christ is reborn, is the allegory story of Santa Claus and how he comes from the top of the chimney spine to bring gifts.
Facts. So when we're looking at this sacred secretion, it is in the at the bottom of the spine where it rests for 2.5 days. Um, as it clearly says, as your sacred place, the sacroplex. You got to take care of it a lot, because if you were to like break it or fall on it, that's how you become paralyzed. You have no more movement. That is a very, very sensitive and sacred place. Anybody else want to add something?
Yeah, it's a pump at that gland.
Yeah.
Right there in the sacrum.
Facts.
And then on your medulla is also a pump. So they work in unison to raise the gold elixir, the sacred secretion, up the spine. And this is when I talked about the colostrum and the mother suckling the baby before she take him off the umbilical cord. The ones who get the chance to do that, the child get the colostrum in the brain, which is this sacred secretion. So those children grow up to have above average intelligence and above average intuition and above average social development.
So, Rod, it turns out that the mother can do a lot of things.
Yeah, see, the mother is the tree of life.
Okay. So Dr. Blair said that it's the mother that determines the sex of the child.
Right, because she can override the Y chromosome
Right.
with progesterone and estrogen override is what it is.
So wouldn't it be in the best interest of anything carbon colored or copper colored to get in line with these mothers?
Well, the goal is to raise the matriarchy, because ain't nothing gonna get better until you put the women back where they belong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Isn't it like a state of emergency? If the mother is,
we already passed that.
we are.
We in DEFCON 5.
Right.
It was state of emergency when we seen Columbus. We just didn't know it yet.
Damn.
It was state of emergency when Cortez pulled up, but we didn't know it yet. Mm-hmm. It was a state of emergency when American Vespucci pulled up, but we didn't know it yet. It was a state of emergency when they claimed we crashed our landmass into the good ship Plymouth. But Plymouth Rock landed on us. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth is the good ship Mayflower, for those who don't know. And the reason why the imposters are still on the land, because they had a long 500-year litigation. Right? And the litigation was tied to what's known as the Great Bible Contract.
Damn.
So all they got to do is keep you stuck in the Bible, you still under contract.
Really? And all we got to do is like just, keep manifesting. Not necessarily wait, but just be around. Just stick around.
Right. When y'all women start clicking up in the sisterhood, y'all can claim every city back using our rights. So look, in our culture, we matriarchal. Every neighborhood got a collection of mothers. Each neighborhood pick a mother's spokesperson. And when every neighborhood is represented, y'all oust those artificial mayors. A mayor is a matriarch seat. That's why it's called the mayor seat. The female horse is a mare.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We use the animals as the symbols to show the position, and they undermine the matriarchy by putting the man there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so the women, once y'all, that's the automatic, what we call the de jure city council. When each neighborhood got a mother of the neighborhood that represent that neighborhood interests, y'all the aldermen.
Facts.
Then y'all go and y'all tell the mayor of the de facto corporation, we the mothers on the land have decided that we no longer need the service of any legal fictions to administer government. Once y'all put them on notice, they got 30 days to pack their shit and leave according to the law of the land. They operating under maritime and admiralty law as a legal fiction, imposing themselves as the government. Soon as y'all assert y'all original jurisdiction, they have to go and hand y'all the keys to the city.
Is there a reason that we haven't?
Because we don't remember our culture.
Because the women don't know that they set the law and that the patriarch is there to enforce it. Whatever law we set, he's going to enforce. I was saying that during that live with the Bible breakdown. We don't know our own power. We don't know that we set law. That patriarch, when he leaves the home, he trusts us to enforce discipline and not ass whoopings, real discipline and law into that child.
Yes.
Because not only is that child representing us, we represent that child.
So share this video.
The patriarch want the law fulfilled, but we as the matriarch are still not in our right place. We reading the wrong shit. We following the wrong people. This feminism bullshit. This whatever this is, the distractions that they got for us.
Feminism is the other side of the patriarchal oppression coin. It gives the women feminism so they won't raise a matriarchy.
So y'all already on how you look instead of how you think.
Right. Y'all already got the power. Y'all just haven't been using it in so long. It's like an old arm that ain't been used. That motherfucker shrivel up. So it's an atrophy muscle in the community for the women to assert their jurisdiction. The most feared thing that this society have right now is that our people remember that we didn't come on ships. We was already here operating under a matriarchal form of government.
Yes.
And once they realize that part, the women can say, hold up, wait a minute. If we under a matriarchy, that means the general consensus of women to change the government is the law of the land. So let me connect with my sisters and say, Big Mama, what you want to do?
And you can't find any or what?
They already doing it. That's just moving in slow motion because it's not in the immediate conscious of the collective psyche.
Okay, well, do y'all need help?
No, y'all need help. That's y'all job.
We need the help.
Y'all job is to form the sisterhood to reclaim the land. My job is to tell y'all exactly what the law is that's already applied, that's applicable.
Right, and you said all that's going on. So I'm saying, are you good? You need more help, or
do you need help?
No, I want to apply.
Exactly, right, but the question ain't, do I need help? I'm the one telling y'all how to get the power back.
Yes, we need help.
Yeah, so I'm telling y'all the solution to the problem in real time.
Oh shit!
That's right.
Yeah.
Every city, by consensus of mothers, you got to have neighborhoods, got to be represented every household, and then they will elect among themselves the neighborhood representative to go to downtown of the local city.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And when y'all say by the general consensus of the women of the community, We no longer have any need of you to administer government. You can fold your legal fiction for non-performance. I already proved the non-performance part.
Right.
I already proved they was over here under the color of law in a de facto capacity. That's not even for debate. The only thing now is when y'all ready to start taking y'all power back, all y'all got to do is start clicking the sisters up. The mothers in the community is the power wielders. Y'all the matriarchs. So when y'all take y'all little neighborhood back, every neighborhood y'all take back is one step closer to taking the city back. Go to all of the churches, get the church mothers to get the mothers in the church to join forces. Take y'all shit back.
Yeah.
They had long enough to come over here. They did everything they could to destroy us. They done robbed us. They done stole from us. They done raped us, our kids, our grandkids. They done raped our grandmamas and our great-grandmamas. They done murdered the chiefs, the princes. They done locked up the elders that's supposed to be putting this shit back in order so we won't get put back in order. So they did all the damage they can do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
The law of the land is when the mothers of the land, the matriarchs, start exercising their power. There's nobody to stop you.
Yeah.
Most definitely, most definitely. So, for the sake of moving forward, because we're gonna speak on the same thing over again. I'm gonna get out with the. Did you want to add something, Sister Yasini?
Oh no, I'm good. He answered my questions. All of them.
Cool. If nobody else, Alima or nobody else want to add something, I am gonna get to the next slide.
I'm taking the information and going, well, shit.
Yeah,
If all of this is true, then
shit. Most definitely. So the anointing, right? So the anointing travels down the spine to reach the sacrum, the sacred place, where it shall rest for two days, and on the third day you shall ride back up to heaven, known as the land of milk and honey, the electrical pineal gland and magnetic pituitary secretions. In this land of milk and honey, your 144 hertz of knowledge will be collected, anointed, and amplified by 1,000. You will be liquid dated, all right? Because remember, we're talking about commerce, all right? We're talking about commerce, and we are the currency, all right? We are the currency. So once we understand that, we have to understand that we must liquidate all this debt that we're under, right? So you will be liquidated of karmic death too, and will no longer have to return to this frequency realm where we are enslaved into.
I agree with everything except for being enslaved. We ain't enslaved. We volunteered to go through this bullshit.
True.
Because most of us at this time is the ancient warriors are old that came back to close out the age.
That's right.
By any means necessary. So we using right now, we brain bangling with the application of the art of war, right? In order for the prince to ascend the throne as the great pretender.
You wanted to add something, Sister Yasini, or I'll move on to the next one.
Oh no, you can go ahead.
All right.
Right.
I want to hit that up, Taz.
Go ahead, sis. Let us know.
You were about to read the part.
The
144,000.
Yeah. You want to get on with that?
If you want to read it, you want me to read it? I can go ahead.
Because that's what I was gonna come in off of too.
Because that's gonna break down the 144,000 hertz and this whole story that we've heard about. Oh, only 144,000 are gonna be saved. It's a frequency. Exactly. It's a frequency, family. And if you ain't reaching the frequency, it might be 100% of the motherfuckers that don't get quote unquote saved. All right, but go ahead, sis. Let us know about the 144,000.
The 144,000. The book of Revelation is all about the seven chakras. It mentions the number 755 times. 7 churches, 7 letters, 7 spirits, 7 lamps, 7 stars, 7 seals, 7 horns, 7 eyes, 7 angels, 7 trumpets, 7 heads, 7 crowns, 7 plagues, 7 bowls, 7 heels, 7 kings, 7 visions, etc. The number 144,000 in the book of Revelation is also in regards to the 7 chakras. When taken literally, it represents the exact number of souls that will ascend to God. In Kundalini Yoga, they teach that each of the 7 chakras is frequency of light energy that can easily get blocked by negative emotions, thoughts during the course of development. The symbol for the root chakra has 4 petals. Navel chakra has 6. Solar plex chakra has 10. Heart chakra has 12. And the throat chakra has 16, which equal 48. Now, the third eye chakra is represented by the number 96, yet it only has 2 petals. This is because it is 2 times as powerful as the 5 lower chakras, which add up to 48. 2 times 48 equals 96. The crown chakra is said to be 1,000 times more powerful than the lower chakras, than the lower 6 chakras. So when you add up the lower 6 chakras, you get 4 plus 6 plus 10 plus 12 plus 16 plus 96 equal 144. When you times 144 times 1,000, 144,000. Hence, when you relieve yourself from karmic debt, self-judgment, you will emit the highest frequency of light and will no longer have to return to this realm of form.
Facts, facts, facts. Now I wanna before anybody else says anything, I want to make sure that we somebody addresses the fact that it says at the very end, when you relieve yourself from karmic debt, quote in parentheses, self judgment. If you are self judging yourself, that means that you're here willingly and you're still here because of what you think of yourself and what it is, the judgment that you're placing upon yourself. But go ahead. Who wants to add value?
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I noticed. If
Yeah.
you notice, there's a lot of 7s in there,
Fact.
right? All of those 7s, everywhere you see a 7, you can insert the word master. And the master is a geometrist, a genealogist, a geologist of the sciences. So you're looking at all those 7s. You also looking at the symbol for the crooked man walking. All 7s flip to L's. All L's flip to 7. So it's a zigzag flip. Now the irony of it is in that description, there's probably as many L's in that description as it is 7s. But we just didn't notice it because we weren't paying attention. Mirror flipping. That's what that is. That's how we read the subconscious mind in order to draw out the misinformation from the accurate information by using those flip techniques of as above, so below, to use the earth lens as the telescope, but also using the reverse lens as the microscope. When we're doing this, we're doing science, but we're telling it in written story format. It's also a Masonic code for 144,000, right? So when they say 144 thou seeing, that means one angel that was sent, right? So it's also a Masonic code. So it's a whole lot of more going on with all of this numerology than we are actually privy to knowing, because there's a lot of esoteric mysticism involved.
Facts. Facts. Anybody else wanted to add something to Yasini?
Yeah. They're currently using inner city sirens to hit those 5 lower chakras. Because first they came out with the video of Tamir Rice at the parks, remember? And then about 2017, 2018, it came out that they were using the sirens because all the cities have these sirens in them. You can hear them sometimes, but that loud noise is not the only pitch or frequency that they're on that they can emit. So they use that to herd people into certain places and into certain ideologies. Okay, so that's why they're talking about those are your 5 lowest chakras. So when you talk about sevens, what are the sins that they usually herd our people in when we're in these urban areas? You could usually schools, churches, the club. You know what I'm saying? You could count off 7. Easy. So we have to be aware that there is a mechanism in place right now because you're the soul of the city. And they have to move you a certain way so that they can stay in control. So they have to fuck with those chakras and they use those sirens. I put it out on my page. If you go to Salima Ellis, there's a video of a young lady talking about how her grandfather hates the sound of the sirens. And we all do. It's for a reason. And see, and then they inverted that 7 patriarch, make it more phallic. Okay. So you have to be aware that these are the tricks that they use and that this ain't just something that's in a Bible in a past story. This is the sigils actually telling you, look, this is what's going on back then and now, but it's the same game plan, but they just using different devices on us. They're using different mechanisms, forms of schisms on the mind, and they use it 7 different ways. The military, the police, the schools, like I said, the club. So these sirens are used to herd us in certain orders and to work. Work, believe it or not, is one of the lower chakras because you can't see through that veil to know that it doesn't produce anything yet. But that was it basically. I think I was
Those are facts, especially the part with the bells, how we ruled by them. You know, we Sis and I were speaking about that in word magic, so it was deep how we got into that subject. Now the reindeer, this is when we're gonna be
Before you go, she mentioned something about the bells.
uh-huh.
Right. Okay, so you remember Pavlovian response psychology?
Okay.
It was based on bells as a timer to trigger a response in the physiology.
Well, hold on. Repeat the name of that thing.
Pavlovian response. You can type it in. So Ivan Pavlov was a psychiatrist who done something called Pavlovian response therapy. He's responsible for the bells in the schools. The whistles at work became bells. Right. And in the penitentiary, they count you by the bell.
Right. Facts.
Right. So those are all Pavlovian response network systems. Right. Now the school is a Pavlovian response Skinner box. Skinner box was invented by B.F. Skinner, practicing psychiatrist who used his own daughter as a tool of experimentation in the Skinner box for social and psychological condition to make her into a certain character type. So the schools using those 2 sciences is begin to develop drones through the system by dumbing them down and making them respond to the bells or the lower chakras in this case, based on what the sister was explaining. So as long as you operate in your lower chakras, your upper 3 chakras not being used. Right? Because your heart chakra is inconsequential until your crown chakra active. So it's just spinning, doing nothing. Where your other 3 lower chakras your lower base nature is running amok within the anatomy of the individual.
Mm.
It's also understanding the science behind the layout of the planets in the solar system. By understanding the chakras, you as within, so without, as above, so below. Right? So if we don't respect the sun and the moon, then how are we going to appreciate the stars?
Fact. Did anybody else wanted to add something? My apologies.
I'm good. I'm taking notes.
All right. So we're gonna get into the reindeer, and this is gonna take us to the attachment of why we need the children. All right. We're gonna start digging into the next couple of slides when we talk about reindeer. We're gonna talk about immaculate conception, and we're gonna talk about the kidneys. All right. In the next three slides, we're gonna learn the why of the need of children. All right. Because remember, we already creating this gift. All right, that we're putting underneath the tree. All right. All right, we already broke down the whole concept of the tree. So when it comes to reindeer, when we look at the word rein from reindeer, it's a French word that translates into kidney. And the German rein means chaste, pure, uncorrupted, virgin. All right. I need you guys to remember that. Rein means chaste, something pure, something that has not been corrupted, as in with a virgin. All right. As related to the Dutch rein, which means chaste. Hence, they used to have before the chastity belts. All right. To be chaste means to abstain from unlawful sexual intercourse. And the story of the Virgin Mary, the moon, giving immaculate birth to Jesus, we already know that sus means kind of a swine, is about all of us. We are the ones who remain chaste, pure, virgin, uncorrupted because we are mentally consummating. There go them bells. Remember, we talked about this um, a few in parts two, almost at the end, about all these dingings and all these stingings. Brother Hayes just broke down the fact that just like we did in Word Magic paper PowerPoint, that we are ruled by bells, the schools, the work. Ding 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 ding, break time. Ding 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 ding, back to work. Ding 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 ding, time to go to gym. It's always some type of bell or a ting sound that we're hearing. All right. So we are all consummating or our relationships while believing our acts to be physical within this hologram matrix construct. All right. And I have the definition of chase for those not aware of it, as well as the translation from French into English, where we do realize that rain means kidney. All right. It's a French word for kidney. All right. So you could literally say that reindeer could be the kidney of a deer, but the kidney of what? We're gonna get into that in the next slide. Does anybody want to add something in this one? Hayes, Salima, Yassini. If not, I'll go to the on to the next one.
Yeah, you good for the next one?
Okay, cool. So that's where where the immaculate conception comes in. All right, because we are separated by our cocoons or our iPods, and only interact with each other through the electrical signals that the brain interprets as being physical. In this way, we all remain virgins, quote unquote, and every single birth is an immaculate conceived through the gamete intrafallopian tube transfer process given as a Christmas gift from every human who chooses to conceive to the ET gods to grow us in their Garden of Eden or the Eden of Saturn. Now, this immaculate conception concept, it's already being presented as a reality. All right. And I have a link right here where I'm just gonna play out probably like a couple of um give me 1 second while it loads up. Um, Good. And I'm gonna I want us to build on this is the first farm. All right. The first. Why is it not letting? Oh, because I'm on. Oh my God! I forget that this thing does not. Hold on, family. Before we do anything, let me. My Google be acting retarded, so it be doing crazy stuff. But let me put it in another browser so I could because my Google for some reason is always preventing me to take out the
Okay, Taz, while you're doing that, I want to ask Rob Hayes a question.
go ahead, sis.
So, knowing what all you know about things, what do you have a preference on? I don't want to say like what what's the creator to you, if you don't mind.
That's
The
Big Mama.
creator. The creator.
That's Big Mama.
Okay. Big Mama created everything, or she?
We all in her uterus, so she ain't created it. She still get the credit.
Okay.
She's sure carrying a heck of a load.
We all in here. If you see what's called black in the sky, then the fathers, that's her uterine walls, that what they call dark matter.
Damn.
The sacred noon, the primordial abyss of creation.
Okay.
Wasn't
So now,
nothing there until parthogenesis took place in the womb of the great Big Mama.
if you're gonna say dark matter, then I'm gonna say, what about antimatter then? Is NASA lying about antimatter?
Antimatter is just another name for dark matter. It's the mirror opposite of matter, energetically speaking.
It's the true black mirror.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, because who would control it if
Right. So your love and light came out of triple darkness.
mhm.
That's why the light becomes the light of the world when you were awakening the Kundalini within.
So so the story could still be a creation story, however, it's just with a black woman instead of those tales that they made up. Is that what you're saying?
Everywhere that a woman was celebrated, they replaced her with a man. All of these stories has been turned into patriarchal glory stories to undermine the actual women who put the work in. Well, I want Layla Ali to be the greatest woman champion of all time, so I paint my picture and say that my name was Lali Ali.
Mm.
And then I put all her information under my title. I ain't did shit. I'm just a thief. This is what all of the women of the world that were the guys of old were moved and replaced with, most of the time, they just put a beard on them. And they look like a man in drag.
That's what I always said about those Egyptian cartouches they were finding and stuff, talking about it was a man. I was like, how you put his beard on backwards unless it wasn't even me? Look, all of the men, they crazy. You know how they lie.
Everybody talking about the pharaohs had these temples and shit built. The pharaohs came, the males, the men who was the ruling kings, they didn't have shit built. They didn't authorize building projects. His wife did all that shit. She the one called in the architects, which back then was mostly women.
Damn. All that
Right.
shit makes sense for real.
So she called in her architects and started creating new designs. If you notice, since the designs of the Greek buildings, there has been no forward progress in designing of architecture. Everything is just reruns of what's already available. But when the women was being their creative architectural self, right, they were coming from under the different priesthoods SecMet, which they was learning combat, BASS, which they was learning community development, program development, Black Panther shit. Right? They was coming out of their different respective clans, and they was learning all of that shit, experiencing each clan, and then they would go create something that had never been created before. And that's what the Mary Magdala is really Mary with the mandala, who had the mandala effect.
Oh,
the creative effect, bringing forth the creation from the womb.
Holy fucking shit.
Damn.
Wow. Okay. Well, you teaching. So, we're talking about the womb. Let's do it, brother. Tell me what you think about this lunacy right here. This is called Ectolife. It's the first real world first artificial womb facility. It already exists. All they got to do is just start making this thing.
Introducing Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb facility, powered entirely by renewable energy.
Right, they tell us powered by renewable energy, but they don't tell us what the
source.
Right, the source, the source of that, and where they're taking it from. So just adding that.
I want y'all to look at these images real close while he's showing them.
Okay, cool. Please stop me at any given time and during the video if you want to speak on something specific, whether it be you, Rod.
Right now, I just want to emphasize to look at these images of these babies in these pods.
Okay.
Right, I wanted to emphasize it because I'm going to talk about it in a minute.
They can become the true biological parents of their own offspring. It's a perfect solution for women who have their uterus surgically removed due to cancer or other.
It's a perfect excuse for women who had their uterus removed. Why would you have your uterus removed? Something had to happen because of it. I just wanted to add that.
Complications. With Ectolife, premature births and C-sections will be a thing of the past. Ectolife is designed to help countries that are suffering from severe population decline, including Japan, Bulgaria, South Korea, and many others. The facility includes 75 highly equipped labs. Each state-of-the-art lab can accommodate up to 400 growth pods or artificial wombs.
400 pods or artificial rooms per corner that they have within the facility. You know how many hybrid babies that is? But
Every pod is designed to replicate the exact conditions that exist inside the mother's uterus.
I'm gonna challenge that off the top and just say that is not replicating the exact environment. It is not the exact environment because there is no
Single building can incubate up to 30,000 lab-grown babies per year. Ectolife allows your baby
30,000 babies a year, one building.
Damn.
to develop in an infection-free environment. Materials that prevent germs from sticking to their surfaces. Every growth pod features sensors that can monitor your baby's vital signs, including temperature, blood pressure, breathing rate, and oxygen saturation. The artificial intelligence-based system also monitors the physical features of your baby and reports any potential genetic abnormalities. The pods are equipped with a screen that displays real-time data on the developmental progress of your baby. These data are sent directly to your phone so you can track your baby's health from the...
They have literally, family, they have turned the act of giving birth into something that you keep track on an app, on an app on the phone.
That's that sick book coming into play. Women don't even have to push out a baby no more. You get to keep your body forever.
Well,
You
my
breaking
theory
natural
on this,
law left and right.
my theory on this is that after what they just did to us with the forced vacations that they gave to all these people, a lot of women's wombs will not be able to hold a baby no more. They are literally capitalizing on something that hasn't taken place yet. It will come a time that the womb will be so infected that, because the point is, to keep the woman under control, to keep her down at all times. So by making sure that you control reproduction, and now you're getting, in my opinion, family, there is no soul in somebody that's created in an artificial womb. That's just me. I don't care what DNA you put into that being, but this is what's gonna capitalize on the chaos that's gonna be caused by the upcoming downward spiral of the population of the world. Why? Because remember, before they broke down the what are those rocks called, where it said that they had to keep the population under
The Georgia Guidestones.
Georgia Guidestone. Before, that's why they broke them down, because they didn't want nothing. Okay, so you guys saw them, whatever, but we don't need your predecessors to see them. The people that are going to come after you, the children that are growing up right now, we don't want them to know about those stones. We don't want them to know that at one point in time we were telling y'all that we wanted to keep the population under a certain number in accordance with nature, quote unquote. All right.
Where did
But
they get that number from, though?
But
right.
that's the problem. That they number ain't got nothing to do with nature. What they doing is pushing they open penal code on indigenous peoples. Because I'm gonna tell you, remember you were asking earlier, like, why would they give up their uterus? Okay, as a woman that's been through the medical system, the first thing to tell you is you got fibroids, and the best thing to do is give up your uterus. Or we didn't have a slew of kids, which we do, because I got 5, and I already got 6 from my oldest. I ain't even counting the other ones that's old enough to have them. Okay, so now they tried to get my daughter to get rid of hers, talking about, oh, you done. No. And this is how they get us. They use these, like the chief said, Chief Black Rock Gratitude. These are scare tactics that they use on the indigenous women when we go into the facilities willingly. This is why we said do not take those DNA kits. Where you think of the genetic code come from? That's what the Genome Project is all about. They needed our genetic code to fix that shit. Okay? So y'all took those DNA tests. You let them take your uteruses without willing to do self-care, self-love to yourself so you can keep our nation going. Now you helping them inadvertently with this bull. Okay? So I'm just, that's just some of it. That's just the tip of it. That it's deeper than that. But hey.
I did a video called The Desecration of Holy Places, Hysterectomies and Mastectomies. Because the same way that they desecrate our holy places on the land is the same way they desecrate the women by removing their uteruses and chopping off their mammary glands. But then they put the mammary gland on top of the mosque, and then they put the uterus in the form of the head of the Baphomet. So they can villainize the woman at every turn. I told y'all that. What you're looking at with these pods is nothing new. This is old Anunnaki technology. It's in the holy tablets. It's in the sacred tablets, the cuneiform tablets of Sumeria, when it said that they was growing the children in the birth pods. This is what they was talking about. This is how the Anunnaki was altering the genetics of the species of Earthborn that was already here by using these techniques of accelerated development right? That's how they was able to clone using this process. And not only do they clone, they also do something called genetic diversification by moving certain things slightly out of position on the genome to have it give a different effect in what's being born. They monitor it just like this on the ships that they use for the birth maidens. If you go back to Mother Hubbard, if you go back to um, um, Inanna, these were birth maidens who overseen the pods on the ships when they was taking long galactic trips. They would grow their own avatars on the ship and jump bodies instead of die.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is what you're looking at. If there's a description of it in the Sumerian tablets, and also on YouTube, there's some sisters that did some remote viewing on early Egypt for the Farsight Institute. If you look it up, they're going to describe these same birth pods, and they're going to describe the giant praying mantis looking being that was the protector of the birth pods. Right? So all this is already old technology rediscovered by modern humanity after the genetics has been altered.
That's insanity for real. I would have to agree with Jasmine. You know, with what we're seeing that they're doing now. That's some sick people stuff or whatever. You know, but others obviously breaking it down. I encourage you to. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, you know, because it's an 8 minute thing. But Ecto Life, just feel free to check out the video. It is the first world's artificial womb facility that it's already built. This is the capacity that it has. It goes into further detail, but we're not going to take it too far there or whatever. I just wanted to make sure that we introduce that into what we were talking about in regards about immaculate conception. If nobody wants to add nothing else,
One more thing.
go ahead.
Look up Cabbage Patch Kids origin.
Okay.
And look up Cabbage Patch orphans. Right? So these was children that they was growing in the laboratory back in the day.
Okay.
Right? They had a big exhibit of this at the World Fair in the 1800s. But this is supposed to be new technology.
You said Cabbage Patch Kids, origins, and then you said Cabbage Patch what?
Orphans.
Oh, okay, Cabbage Orphans. Okay, I'll see if I could. Oh, okay. I'll look deeper into it because it's not giving me exact details.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll definitely look into it. But go ahead, brother. Continue, please.
Yeah, so this is old tech. They just rediscovering how to use this tech because we had a nuclear holocaust on Earth that gave us an early ice age known as a nuclear winter.
Okay.
We coming out of that ice age now, and the closing of the age just so happened to be the time that we restore all things. Right? So when we talk about immaculate conception, this was the cause of the war between Inanna and Enlil that started in Nibiru because she produced a male child parthogenically.
Woo-hoo.
They took away the male right to rule from the Anunnaki and gave it to the Earthborn. So Enlil got pissed and launched the attack on the divine feminine, the great mother, Inanna, Isis. Whoever sit on the Isis seat. the wife of the pharaoh, the pharaoh's mother. But the pharaoh is really the woman, because the word pharaoh means the woman of the house. The woman is the light of the house, to be more specific.
Damn.
That's deep.
That's
That's
why
deep.
they told us it being the great lighthouse.
Oh, teach. Okay.
Right? So the woman can catalog the DNA of every man she ever slept with. And the storage place is called the Queen's Chamber in her brain.
Is that why those pharaohs be looking so feminine?
Probably because they turned the men into the women into men in order to conceal the rulership of the women.
Okay, okay.
Wow.
Everything is designed to feminize the men, masculize the woman, underline the divine masculine and feminine by not allowing it to manifest by the laws of nature. But we was put here to become our best self so we could be the best mate for our mates.
Okay.
And contrary to popular opinion, every dude be thinking he pick his woman, he don't pick her, your mama pick her. She just used your heart chakra to find her.
Damn.
Facts.
Okay, Rod, do you think Aleister Crowley was verbatim when he said learn everything backwards?
Yeah, he was telling you that they flip everything on you. So if you don't learn how to flip it back, you can't see what they telling you.
But everything is like pretty broad. You know?
They use everything that we already do against us. We already do a whole lot of shit.
And then at the end of learning it, you said you didn't want to go through that shit no more.
Mm-mm.
So now you got to start over. Anyway, if you want to do something with yourself.
Damn.
I don't mean I got to like it.
Right, well, definitely.
It ain't nowhere in the rule book that say as I go through my development, I'm supposed to like it.
That's right.
I can get mad about this shit, kick my toe on the motherfucking corner of the bed, and, stub my toe.
Hell no.
I can be mad about this shit. Long as I get the job done, that's all that matters.
Yeah, most definitely. So let's keep in mind now, just to go on to the next one. Let's keep in mind what we found, and remember, rain means kidney. All right, the rain in reindeer means kidney. Now, when we're looking at the word kidneys, the ren in children, all right, children is the Latin word for kidneys, name of a precious stone. We also find the word kid within the word kidney. And the Swedish ren, that means clean, clear, pure, which obviously connects in the language web with the German rain and the Dutch rain, pure, virgin, clean, and chaste. The kidneys obviously also help our biology cleanse everything which makes it clean, clear, and pure. So we see this purity concept that we find within the concept of ren, since we have the word children, because we already know that the reindeer, the rain also means kidney, as well as the ren in children. And I know a lot of people. What did I hit the? This is the ren in children is the reason why you have renal. When you're talking about the renal glands, it says of or pertaining to the kidneys. All right. Everything else, I mean, you could go ahead and read it on your own. Press pause and read the rest of it, or whatever. But the point is that the renal or the ren, it pertains to the kidneys. All right. as with the whole children. All right, why the kidneys? Because a child is pure. It's not. It hasn't been touched yet. It's still in this virginity state. All right. So we have the child plus ren equals children, and the kid plus knee equals the kidney. All right. Looking forward, we have the reincarnation. All right. The reincarnation, because we're in a cycle. We're stuck in a cycle. All right. And we're steady coming back over and over, and we're not accomplishing what we came to accomplish in the first place. But before that, did anybody wanted to add anything about the kidneys?
Go back a couple slides.
Back.
One more. Okay, the word reindeer right here,
Right.
it's also a code. The
Okay.
the reign also means rulership of something. And the deer is the what you call zoo type for the elk lodge, which is the Elks clan, those whose totem animal is the elk. Right? So this is the rulership of the elk lodge comes at the cycle of the new solstice. So it's telling you a particular lodge.
Well,
And then you have the reindeer right there. That's the parody of Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. And the Rudolph is the Randolph is the black girl matching.
okay.
So she surfaces once again to get her point across. Y'all niggas gonna learn y'all something today.
Okay.
Most definitely, most definitely. For those that didn't hear in the
You
background.
gonna learn today.
Yes.
But absolutely, absolutely. Going back to the one that we was in with the kidneys. All right. If nobody wants to add anything else, I'm gonna go
If
to.
you see those kidneys, they look like the early stages of fetal development of a set of twins.
Yeah.
Because when they go through the first stage, they look like a butter bean.
Oh, I see what you're. Holy shit!
Right? So the kidneys are the purifier of the blood. It's a filter. Right? And the urine comes out sterile.
Facts.
But when it's exposed to the light, the uric acid converts into ammonium, which contaminates the urine.
Facts. Facts.
Right? But as long as it's in the bladder, straight from the kidneys, it's purified. Right? So this is when you're talking about the need of a precious stone, talking about a kidney stone. We also find word kid with the word kidney. Kid meaning the baby goat who's going to grow up to be the great Baphomet. The Baphomet symbol is the goat head, which is also the symbol of the uterus. Right? And then it says obvious connection the language web with the German Reich. And the German Reich was the Reich. In the reign of the Reich, the Fourth Reich was the unknown Reich, Operation Paperclip, a NASA connection off of Thule Society claim on a H.P. Blavatsky's secret doctrine in order to capitalize off of a Knights Templars 32-degree Scottish Rite sellout of the people. So it's a redemption program through a purification process of the children by understanding where the contamination is coming from. So the kidneys is where you filter it out.
Facts.
And that's why urine comes out gold.
Facts. 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 You want to add something, sis, before we keep it moving?
No, keep it moving.
I hear you. I'm listening myself.
Hey,
So,
this is how
so
it's supposed to go. It's supposed to flow right on through
right,
with
right,
all this
definitely.
information.
So with reincarnation, all right. Remember the word rain,
Mhm.
and and the fact that a carnation is a flower, all right? But flower is also flower, and I'm gonna explain that right now. This is why there is also reincarnation, because a carnation is a flower, and we produce the virgin flower or flowered more sexual innuendo to make bread, who are reincarnated, which are virgin, clean, clear, and pure all over again. All right. If you remember, when you when you take away the virginity of a woman, it is said that she is deflowered. All right, her virginity is taken away. All right. Now, with rains meaning kidneys, and kidneys is purity. All right, the purity of something, and a carnation is a flower that represents something untouched. All right. Want to add something? Anybody?
So right here, when you say reincarnation, and you see the budding flower, the flower is, like you said, it's synonymous with the developing young maiden, which they call a virgin.
Right.
Right. So she's coming of age. She's beginning to flower now.
Right.
Right. So if you look at the story that's being told, right? So the young female is flowering, and she's being capable of producing a seed again. The reincarnation, you come back through your own bloodline.
Right.
So when you reinsert yourself into the flower, then you born again through rebirth or regeneration. This is the story of Tammuz and Dumuzi, the
Ooh.
sprout and the sprout of the sprout. That's just like the first sprout. The father is like the son. Comparative analysis on be a good man in order to raise a boy into a good man so that you can raise a good husband to farm the vineyard. And the vineyard is where the flowers grow, and the flowers grow and they become grapes, and then you make the wine. And the wine is synonymous with the sacred blood. So you become the tender of the farm of the family as the great husbandman, right? It's all symbology to take you back to the psychosocial development of a people so that you can see where the errors is in the developments of the society. So this is giving you sociology by symbolism, how to develop a strong, coherent family. To develop the family by properly farming the flowers. That's the offspring. Because all of the flowers come forth offspring.
Ooh.
Damn.
And,
Okay.
Facts.
and some of the flowers is roses, but some of them are daisies. But you'd rather be raising flowers than pushing up daisies, because daisies grow in the cemetery.
Damn.
Right.
So if you pushing up daisies, that means that you dead.
So look around your city and how many daisies do you see pushing up in empty fields and stuff? Wonderful
Uh-oh.
stuff up under their dead.
Somebody in trouble.
They ain't all in the cemetery.
Okay.
They ain't all in the cemetery. They're all over the cities.
Right, but the keeper of the dead is the keeper of the mentally dead in order to snap them out of the slumber.
Right. Right.
Right, so then he becomes the shepherd of the sheep because they know not what they do. Right, so he lead them along the path for the wise because the wise already have a beaten path. And the path is beaten by the women a long time ago if the men just wake up and see what's in front of them. Put the power where the power go, and nature runs how it's supposed to run flawlessly. as the flower blossoming on time in the spring of the year proves annually. Right? So off the tails of the winter solstice, we looking at the spring equinox now. So this gives you a time frame in bookends. And the symbolism is the old man of the forest is kicking good Saint Nick straight in his goddamn chest. Get your imposter ass off the land. Saint Nick becomes the representation of the monetizing commercial aspects of the Catholic Church in order to manipulate and control the social groupings of people at key centers of energy in the upper atmosphere that's going to manifest on Earth.
Fact.
So why is Santa black then?
Because the real Saint Nicholas was black.
There you go.
But they painted pale faces and black face to tell you that it was black faces behind the pale faces.
Shit.
But we didn't never catch it because we didn't know that the black hand was the black man under the KKK robe who brought that attire straight from Barcelona, Spain. The Easter Festival. And the Easter Festival is the Ishtar Festival. It's the fertility festival of the woman, which goes back to the spring of the year and the coming forth for the flowers. And a rose is still a rose, even if it grows from the concrete with tattered petals.
All of this stuff makes it even more sinister that that they would have the Bible be told like it's being told, or the allegories that they use to tell that, versus real, true, beautiful, natural, divine stories, equating these flowers with life and the body and all these mechanisms, like, flowing like they're supposed to flow. And then they give us these allegories with the Bible that just, you can't, they be so ridiculous, you can't even think about them. That's what I would say. But they're not ridiculous. It's not even so much that they're ridiculous, that the planning and plotting and scheming that went into mixing up the real science or the real stories or the real wonders. Like, it's no wonder. Like, this is beautiful shit right here, right? And
yeah.
We don't appreciate this. We don't.
That's the wonders of nature, as we used to call them. Because if we observing nature, every part of nature is going to teach us about the microcosm and the macrocosm.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to know how our body works because the nature is going to show us the physiology using alternative physical vessels as the parts of the body.
Mm-hmm.
So when the women started looking for the herbs that healed the body, this is what they was matching up. The bean looked like a kidney. Therefore, the legumes, as they call them, have the nitrogens in it that allows the kidneys to process at a more optimum rate.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right? So the women already knew that. So the comfort food, be the kidney beans or the beans cooked slow, seasoned over time by how she feel in order to put her heart into the meal. And then she put the beans over the rice, and it feels so good eating it because you can taste the love in the food. Because that was one of the seasonings that was going in over the time of the cooking. And you cook them on low temperature so that you allow the nutrients to extract into the pot liquor. so that the pot liquor could be used to make the baby food. But we don't remember that. When she cooked the greens and used the cornbread because we didn't have no Gerbers.
Right,
Put the
right,
pot liquor on the cornbread and mash it up for the baby.
right. There was no Gerber baby. Everybody was a Gerber baby. None of
Everybody was Big Mama baby because Big Mama used to cook all the time and had plenty pot liquor to make baby food. She knew what she was doing.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, when we're since we're getting into reincarnation, all right. I want to touch up a little more on the whole concept because there's a little more to it. So with reincarnation, remember, we're talking about a flower, all right. A carnation is a flower, and we're talking about purity, virgin, clean, clear. We're talking about reincarnation, coming back, cycling back, all right. Now, when we look at flower, first of all, put a one on the. Actually, don't put a one. Put a 666 in the chat if you were aware that the word flower, as in FLOUR, and flower, as in FLOWER, are one in the same. The flour that you use for cooking and the flower, the carnation,
And the
are,
flour you smoke.
huh?
And the flour you smoke.
And the flower you smoke.
Damn.
One in the same, all right? So when we look at the edamon, all right, because we don't want to just speak just to speak. When we look at the edamon of flour, it's a finer portion of found of ground grain, all right, and maintaining its older spelling on the notion of flour as the finest part of a meal. Perhaps as the flower is the finest part of the plant or the fairest plant of the field, as distinguished from the coarse part too. Old French fleur, fleur is Spanish for flower, FLOWER. Also meant both flower, blossom, and meal, fine, flour. The English word also was spelled flower until flour became the accepted form in the 1830s. So when we look at the etymon of flour, as in flour, what you cook with, it literally tells you finer portion of a grain, mid 13C, from flour. All right, the root word of flour is flour. The root word of flour is flour. All right, that just to
So this is what you call a word derivative.
facts.
Right? So this derivative emerged off of a homonym. That's two words that sound alike but mean something different. But in
Right.
this case, it's two words that spelled different, but they mean the same thing.
And they mean the same thing. Those are facts, facts, facts. So now that we're aware of that whole concept being one in the same, then we know that flower and also the perennial, it's a kind of a flower, all right? And a perennial is the kind of flower that goes through a cycle of reincarnation. It dies in the winter and it comes back. And as we talked about earlier, we know that this one dies and come back, but the pine tree is the only tree that never dies. The pine tree don't die. It don't matter if it's winter or if it's hot as hell. The pine tree kicks ass. The pine tree kicks ass. All
So
right.
that pine tree comes from a group of trees called the evergreen. And the evergreen means forever green. This species of tree included the pine, the fern, which we classify as Christmas trees. Right? And the evergreens is where you get your pine saw scent from.
Facts.
The pine scent is an old Native American cleaning tradition. Years ago, before the settlers came, when you come over on the cleaning day, everything smelled like pine sol.
Right, facts.
Because it was pine cleaner was the first industrial cleaner that we made because we didn't have to kill the trees to make it.
You could just get the sap.
Okay.
You could just sap it. You could just tap it and get the sap, because that's what we do here. We bleed our trees in the wintertime right here at Rouge Park, right here in Detroit. We get the sap for honey, sugar, maple syrup. You could just tap them and get the sap for all of that. You ain't even got to kill them.
Yeah, but
if you indigenous, you know, your mind would, you ain't got to cut it down and all of that. A lot of the like he said, the pine, they spruce, evergreens, all type of, they stay green all year long. And as long as you don't mess with them or harm them too bad, you can use them continually. It's good sap for open wounds, bruises. You seal up your house, all type of stuff. Those are trees.
That's deep. That's deep.
Everything we did was to live in harmony with the land. So when the invaders came, we lived in the treetops. We had treetop villages just like we had villages on the ground. If you look at Florida, you'll see a lot of tree stumps when you're going down toward the Keys. That's because all of those trees was burnt down in forest fires and chopped down by lumberjacks in order to get in there to get at the Gullah Geechee and the Seminole Wars or the Gullah Wars. You used to be able to walk treetops from southern Florida's tip all the way to Louisiana without coming out the trees.
On
Now
some
you can't find no trees.
Hey, on some Avatar shit.
Yeah, we literally used to have treetop villages.
Facts. Big facts.
That look, they burned down our cities, flooded us out, mud flooded us, been continuously bombing us ever since they've been here, and then they act like we ain't even at war.
Straight
and then
back.
they tell us how to fight them.
Right. Right.
If you want to fight me, you got to fight me like this.
Right. And we be like, okay.
Right. Won't think outside the box with that shit.
We ain't gonna never take our shit back because don't nobody want to take our shit back. But as soon as we get tired of playing the game,
that was a lie.
Look, as soon as we get done playing the games and we get tired of dicking around with these motherfuckers, we gonna claim our shit back. Ain't no doubt about it, because we done it before and we'll do it again.
Facts.
It's just family business. It ain't nothing personal. And we related to the earth.
Yeah, most definitely. So when we look at NATO, all right, because this is where we get stuff like native and stuff like that. This is where we find the difference between indigenous and native. Or there is another one. There is autochthonous, I think is the word, but I can't. I might be slaughtering the word. I can't recall it right now. But when we're talking about NATO, it says this could also be known as reincarnated, because the word NATO is definition of and relating to the place of time of one birth. This word is etymologically rooted in the Portuguese Natal, meaning Christmas, Noel, Jule, Nativity. Hence, that's what they say that the nativity that you do underneath your tree is literally the recreation of the birth of white Jesus. Now, as well as the Indonesian language also shows the Christmas connection of birthing children with its word Natal, meaning Noel or Christmas. All right. So that is the correlation when you are reincarnated or reincarnated in association to what to the place where you're born at. You know that connection because if you're reincarnating, you're gonna be born in different places, but you're always gonna come back to your own lineage. What say you, sister?
So that's how they track us from lifetime to lifetime using our natal chart. A natal chart is your birth chart.
Facts.
And they know when you coming in because you also have a death natal chart. Right? So this is when you're not going to be in the physical body, but when it's a certain alignment of stars, your energy signature going to tell them you coming back and where at on the planet based off longitude, latitude, and the stellar alignment. And that's why they always want your vital statistics. Because they're matching their data of when you left the last time to when you return.
Facts. Did you wanted to add something, Sister Yasini? We still got you with us, or?
I'm definitely with you. Just listening.
Listen.
I want to add on to that.
I'm on to number 7, though.
Please go ahead, sis.
You know, it's the way for the colonies, the open penal colonies, to know how many people are going to be born into those colonies, how many they're going to add into those roles to put into school, to work, to things like that. Like he said, it's just another tracking device. Because I don't think I've ever had one done myself.
Okay.
And you don't want to be tracked like that because you don't want them giving you a death certificate.
Right.
I don't want to, but Yasini said the other night, made me jump up on my chair. She said, we allowed them to pronounce us dead. That doesn't mean
but we didn't know what
they
were doing because they concealed it. The way that they concealed it, it took us a long time to discover exactly how it worked.
Facts. Now with the whole nativity story, did you want to add something, Sister Yasini? You're muted though. That's why I couldn't hear nothing you said.
I'm sorry. I said it works by them knowing biology pretty much. They know about homeostasis. They know how the cells work. They know that the cells is fighting for life. And so if you can take a person and just say, oh, you have cancer, you probably in stage 4, you're gonna die in 6 months. Then right there, that person don't know how to refute that with their mind. Then they're just gonna take that information, slowly let it start feeding at them, and then they're gonna make themselves in a state of dying. Right?
They accept the program.
Yeah. And then all they really got to do is who knows what. Once they get you in the hospital, that's the worst thing. I mean, you've been diagnosed with death.
Yeah, pretty much.
50-50 chance. All of the shit, whatever they say, they can make it.
When we born, they declare us dead on sea under Admiralty law.
Yes.
Because we breached our mother's canal, we were stranded at sea.
Yeah.
That's what kept us under salvage right law, which they used to implement squatters' rights.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And a squatter makes you a foreigner, no?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're even if it's your land, if you label yourself a squatter, you're a foreigner because that's what a squatter does. It goes and sits itself on somebody else's property and claims it for themselves.
Right.
Yeah. So the squatters' rights was part of salvage cleanup from the great wreck of the Plymouth and our landmass. They put us under quarantine because they said our landmass smashed into their ship, and they filed the claim in the World Court. This is why they had to come to the peace treaty, the peace friendship agreement, merge the Virginia Company, the Northwest Trading Company, sign the treaty with the Royal Moroccan Company in order to do commerce and trade in the Americas under the Admiralty jurisdiction of the Crown of England, empowered by the Pope. And the clergy was given the instructions to civilize the world and implement some shit called the white man's burden, to spread Christianity to all of the heathens of the world. So when we talk about the Christmas story, we really talking about an ancient pagan tradition to commemorate the winter solstice and move the families together in order to harness the energy of the winter solstice by good tidings or good energy exchange. They took it and turned it into a commercial enterprise. They turned it into a commercial enterprise in order to use it to suck our money from us, our wealth, and keep us impoverished.
Facts. Big facts.
You know, so the poorest people in the world buy the most expensive shit.
True. That is true. That is very, very true. We that's because a person that feels, not that they are, a person that feels worthless will go looking for something else to acquire to give themselves some worth. And you're not worthless. You've been bamboozled into thinking that you're worthless.
Or you can look at it another way. They naturally feel like they're royalty and that they should have the best of everything. And this poverty shit is confusing to them because it doesn't make sense. Because we ain't never been the impoverished people on this land. So we don't know what this poverty shit is. I want to get it because that's what I want.
That's crazy.
Facts.
Oh, shit. Wow.
But once we realize that our natural royal disposition to have the best of everything has been weaponized against us, then we withhold our money from the enemy and only do business with each other.
And that's going to happen?
We got to.
Right.
Unless you want to stay oppressed and subjugated to the system.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. We can't. If we want change, like Obama said, shit. I hate to quote him, but he's the one that I remember saying it. But if you want change, you gotta be the change. You gotta bring forth that power and that unity. It's gotta be a unanimous unity that just goes completely against I don't want to say the status quo, but the norm that has been set in place to tell us what's normal and what's not normal.
That's like the law average. What the fuck is average? What that mean?
Faith.
That was a way to divide to separate people based on skill set. The average motherfucker is the one that don't really work hard for it, but he good at it anyway.
Right.
But if you put in the hard work, he'd be great. That's what
Right.
average is.
Yeah, don't call me average. Or normal.
Yeah, I don't think I've been accused of being normal or average.
Right.
Below average, maybe.
Above normal.
Look, the deer come back. Black girl magic.
Right. Of course. Yeah. So let's get to this. Let's get to this dough. To this because we know the word deer, but are we?
Hey, play the thing. This Black Girl Magic. You gonna learn.
Hold on. Where is it at?
You gonna learn today.
Yep.
You're gonna learn today. But let's learn about this doe. Because we know the word deer, but the deer in reindeer is cognate with the word doe, which is phonetic doe. Because remember, we're talking about a flower, and from the flower comes the flower. The flower, the carnation, that's where you get the flour for cooking. Well, that not exactly that, but I'm just saying the flour is where you get the flour from. I don't know what other way to explain it, but I'm hoping that you're catching the whole thing, which is the phonetic dough made from the flour or flour, the carnation or reincarnation that makes the bread. The other aspect to consider is that the deer is also connected to the heart because the word deer translates into Dutch heart, Norwegian jord, Swedish jord, and while the English word heart definitionally a red male deer. All right, so a heart is a red deer, like a HART. It means a red deer.
which
And
is actually a tribe too.
oh, okay, go ahead.
And
Damn.
that's they told him is the red deer. It's a motherline tribe, meaning that the inheritance come through the red house. So they the red deer. The blue deer is coming from the fatherline, which is the rulership. But this is the red deer, which is the Keystone Nation, which is Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, and the red nose is the symbol for the pit bull. And the pit bull is the one that get a hold of that shit, won't let go. So when you're talking about the hearts, right, you're also talking about a kindred clan called the Valentines, right? They named Valentines after Saint Valentine of the Catholic Church, but they was really a spinoff tribe of the Red Heart tribe that was influenced by the church.
Hmm.
You see, she say, "Dear is Jeep flipped."
I caught that. I caught that. And when
Hmm.
you look at Jeep flipped, it resembles deer.
Yeah. Now look, you see the picture with Santa Claus and the reindeer, right?
Right?
But behind him, that's supposed to be the moon, ain't it?
Right? Those are facts.
But that's really the Earth because it's a mirror flip. It's a mirror flip on the four corner shuffle, which is a vice lord line. The the buck, the doe, the fawn, and the herd, which is a family affair.
A family.
Because the doe is the parents of the fawns, and the fawns make up the herd, and the herd make up the family. And the family is from the Red Heart tribe, or the Heart tribe represented by the red buck, which is Ohio, the Buckeye state. And the Buckeye is the bullseye. On the red eye is a late night flight on the West Coast turnaround to the LAX.
Yeah.
So we read the pictures as the tarot cards. And that's where the black girl magic come in, the ability to read the oracle.
You gonna learn today.
All right, Taz.
And so when the term of endearment is dear, honey. Ain't that
Facts.
right?
Facts.
Ain't,
Yes.
ain't that right, sweetheart?
Okay.
Who is that you talking to? That's just my boo.
Yes.
And
That's the
boo is a ghost, and ghost is Casper. And
term.
Casper is the friendly ghost, and the friendly ghost is the ghost with the friendly soul. And the friendly soul is the kindred spirit. And the kindred spirit is the spirit you're familiar with. which is a familial spirit, which is a bloodline on a family tie, on a family tree. I'm just saying, can y'all keep up with me?
Yeah, keep it coming. Coming.
So the black girl magic is knocking on a zigzag zig on the crossfire to a 3-picture 2-ball cane flip on a family affair for the motherland to be redeemed off the red heart. And the red heart is filled with passion. And the heart of the home is the kitchen. Because the kitchen is the pride of the mother, where she make the soul food to nourish the souls of the family. So we all sit around the dinner table as one happy family. And that's how you keep the herd together. I'm just saying. I ain't the one to talk, so you ain't heard it.
Ooh, that's what we want to hear. I'm telling you. That's what we want to hear.
Joe Beller said her brain might explode.
Yes. Give us some of that brain explosion. I'm gonna take 20 on that brain explosion.
It's called a braingasm.
Braingasm. There you go.
Let me get $50 worth.
Right. Definitely.
Yeah.
So that's the deer. But remember, we're talking about the red heart, the red buck. All right. So when we're talking about the red buck, we're talking about the candy canes, the red and white candy canes. All right. Now, Sis, you want to tell us about candy canes?
Yep. Okay. So the word deer also gives us the conjoined indication as to why candy canes are also an integral part of this tradition. By spelling deer backwards, we get the anagram of reed and reed. Translated into French becomes rosé, meaning cane reed. So the candy cane of the reindeer, which is simply another allegorical way of indicating the spinal column.
Facts.
Yes, the spinal
candy
column.
Facts.
Now,
So,
the symbol for the vice lords is a top hat and a cane.
top hat and a cane, right? Those are facts. Those are facts, though.
Yeah.
The top hat represents the Manhattan Indians.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Manhattan clan is the Mad Hatter clan. They the ones who rallied the troops.
Facts.
Manhattan is the battle cry. Right? They are the gents. And the cane is the cane represented by the Baron at a crossroads. Right? That old goon, Ogun. Right? So now he walked with a cane because he got a limp. That's a crooked man walking on the land. And you see on the Vice Lord cap, you see the 5-pointed star of Venus instead of the upside down 5-point star of Baphomet. Because Baphomet is Venus crucified.
Come again?
Baphomet is Venus crucified. It's the upside down 5-point star. These are the symbols of the Vice Lord Nation. 5-point star, peoples.
Yeah, most definitely. I just wanted people to get a visual of what the brother was saying, because I know you all hear him talking.
Yeah.
It sounds like gibberish, but when you put two and two together, you could find the concept of what he is that he's talking about, this top hat and the cane. All right. So just adding value to the brother's thing, but yeah, candy canes, the buck, the reed, becomes the cane or the spinal column. All right. when we're did anybody else wanted to add something? Because
So the reed is also synonymous with the Reed Sea, mistranslated in the Bible as the Red Sea. The
damn.
Red Sea is the Red Crips, but the Red Crips is called Bloods.
Right.
Right. So now we on the West Coast turnaround with the information. We got all clans on the land involved in Black Girl Magic teaching these motherfuckers something.
Right.
So on this buck head, you see his horns, right? His antlers.
Right.
That's also the reef. It's also represented by a reef.
And that cane is just another divination staff.
Yep. Magic wand. Black Girl Magic once again. Right.
You gonna learn today.
And you see the red and white stripes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The red and white stripes flips out into a red and white checkerboard.
Ooh.
Right. So we on fifth dimensional chess. We in the out of the ruby red tablets of set. Blood on the floor. You better walk with a cane so you don't slip and fall and show your red bottom shoes.
And is that for the era that's going out? Or the
Right.
one
So
that's
this is the closing of the dirt that was did in the red house. The blood on the floor was the Babylonian blood magic, which is a sin rite used to subjugate the people and keep them in a mental stupor called the spell of Kingu.
The Red Queen, off with their heads.
Yeah. Ooh, yes.
Blood everywhere. The Red Queen.
Mm-hmm. Bloody Mary.
The bloody big head.
Right? And Mary is the Mary of Scots. Mary means rebellious woman, but it's not. It's a derogatory term for the young maiden. It means that she's a rebellious woman because they can't make her act like they want her to act. You know, them difficult Black women. You know what we talking about.
I
They don't tolerate people
but
coming with that bullshit. Your receipt is rejected, motherfucker.
I said I don't personally, however, Mary Magdalene would be is she like a queen? Is she got some stature up there?
Look, Mary Magdalene means the rebellious woman with the mandala, the ability to create or to use manifestation. The mandala is called the Sri Yantra. And it's the manifestation mandala. It's used to manifest. Right? So the Mary or the rebellious woman who uses the mandala is an oracle.
Lilith?
A prophetess.
It's
not
not
necessarily Lilith, but she's a prophetess.
Okay.
Now, it say that she was espoused to the Christ. That means that she had to be picked by the mother. And the mother is the queen mother. And the queen mother only going to pick the one that love her son unconditionally like she do.
And so did Queen Elizabeth err when she gave the crown to what's his face? Charles? Instead
all that's TV. All that's what we call white man lies.
Okay. But
that's just the longest running soap opera.
Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. And that allegorical tale shouldn't wouldn't Princess Diana had gotten that crown when she passed, or someone
she would have been the rightful heir to the queen's crown.
They couldn't have let old girl have it.
Meghan Markle?
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, what about the other bitch that's married to the other guy?
I forgot her name, but she don't qualify either. Because, okay, so the black girl stand a better chance of qualifying if Diana was actually dead, but she ain't dead.
Okay, yeah.
So they know she's not dead, so they can't give the crown to another queen. So then it passes to the son as the king, and his wife has become the queen, even though she's in absentia. She's still the queen, but she can't. She's what you call a stranger to the throne. She's been estranged from the throne, but they know she's still alive. She still would have been the rightful heir. But they was the family that covered up the black nobility and played the social affairs out in the public's eye so that the black nobility can remain concealed and continue to do their dirt unmolested.
Well, then why did the Pope just release the new Black Madonna?
Because he can't keep it secret no more. The Grand Matriarch seat is the Black Madonna seat. Right? Madonna means mother of Donna.
And you got to understand, a lot of those relics were in those churches all across Germany, Italy already, centuries. Those Black Madonnas have been over there for centuries, unbeknownst to us.
That's the land of ISIS anyway.
He's just revealing it now.
Yeah, all of the Europeans revere the Madonna and Child, which is Isis, the queen of heaven and earth.
And their Madonnas are black, though. They are literally black statues.
Okay, right. Yeah, the one he released her.
Because that's what she was, a melanated woman. But now the Madonna, the title Madonna, right?
Right.
It takes you to the shrine, the Arabic nobles of the mystic shrine, right? And the shrine of the Black Madonna is the shrine of the Great Mother. And the only one that can raise the Great Mother has to raise up off the father line as Hiram Abiff. That's the two-bar cane, that's the Blue Lodge.
Right.
Right? So he becomes the builder that the others rejected. And then he becomes the chief cornerstone.
Damn.
And the chief cornerstone becomes the capstone as a keystone. And the keystone got the key from a peace stone.
And the peace stone is who?
The peace stone is the red house that's Chief Malik Angel Bay, aka Jeff Fort. Okay. But you got to get the P from the P stones because you got to get a G from the folks. And G is a 7-letter maid. So the cold brick was the 21st brick on the pyramid. Ambassador of the Stone was Larry Hoover. But then he flipped and became a cold brick. That means he took the air with him in the blue house. But he still would be raised in the red house by his mama's line. It's all in the tribes, and it comes out in the legends and decoding the mysteries of all the things they weaponized against us, and then they tell you what part of the clans is putting the pieces to the puzzle back together. Black Girl Magic come out of the red house from under Big Mama. And Big Mama is the black and gold house, which is the Vice Lords, which is the Money Lodge. And all of the Money Lodge, all of the families got a roof, and she the banker.
Are they expecting all Black people to be a part of this great whatever's going to happen, or?
No, because all skin folks ain't kin folks.
Okay.
They got some people with pale skin that's more beholden to us than it's some niggas with nappy hair and dark skin. Don't fall for that. That was a divide and conquer mechanism.
Yeah.
Right. It was the Moors that instituted the papal bull. You got to remember that they look like us.
But they ain't us.
But they not
and they
us.
know that. That's what the whole Jacob story is about. The supplanter. The one who come to undermine the organic Adama, the earthborn. He come to undermine them and replace them. That's how you gonna promise somebody a land that ain't yours? So he must believe he gonna win in the war.
Right.
That would give him the rulership of the earth. He lost. Now he can go sit on his fez and think about it.
And so the hardest part of hearing the truth is that it sounds stranger than fiction. But you know, if you're a philosopher and you think about life or things or the study of everything about life, I mean, it's got to be quite fascinating to teach this kind of stuff. I mean, this is.
I know sometimes when I first started and I used to be remembering stuff, I used to be like, how the fuck I even know that shit?
But you know, the stories in the Bible are all unbelievable, but in real life, the stories about the Anunnaki and Enki and Enlil and the Sumerians and Thoth and all of that is overwhelmingly more
sci-fi.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah, sci-fi.
It is. The science fiction is science fact.
Shit.
All of the stories has been being told to us, and the writers, the science fiction writers, who couldn't tell it as a news report, so they gave it to us as a story.
Right.
Science of the fiction.
I want to go back to Black Chief Rock's comment in the chat. He says the mother of, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, Zinsun, but I was thinking the mother of Reascension, Chief Black Rock.
The mother of what?
Reascension.
Reascension.
Because we've lost that ability right now. It's time to get it. That's what this learning, that's what these builds and sessions are about. Opening up that eye, opening up and utilizing your whole body, all the contracts that are put together, your mind, body, and soul, spirit put together, so that you have the ability to ascend.
Another thing too, Rod, earlier back when we was looking at this blue and red veins going up the spine, and you was explaining all of that, that's some deep ass shit, because that's just at one level that shit like that is taking place. So as you would have rose up the spine, I can imagine the tills that you have for what's taking place in this structure. You remember when you talk about the red and blue veins, about the sperm going up?
Because one of them is creating the sperm from the left hemisphere of the brain, which is the father line. That's the blue line. And the other one is creating sperm cells with 2 X chromosomes from the right hemisphere for the mother line. And we putting it together on the 4-corner shuffle.
Right, but that was just for that area of the back that was showing where the veins are. So as it goes up, isn't there like more things happening up that column?
Well,
Like
the column is like
the Bible?
it's like the passageway to get the cell from the brain to the part of the body that it need to be in, the testes. But in the brain is where all of the construction take place. Like the mother storing genetic material or memory from all of her past relations, right? And she can also go into your sperm cell, read the DNA, and determine if you're gonna produce birth defects when she in tune. Her body will tell her.
Right. And all of this stuff is taking place inside these internal wirings, or what we perceive to just be like veins and arteries.
These are well elaborately designed systems. The human body is
like bus lines for transporting data, and like on a computer. And
right. So the sperm come down through like a long tube from the brain. Right. Now in that process, while they coming through the tube, they still growing. Right. They not done growing until they get into the testicles.
Okay.
Then the growing turns off until it's merged with an egg. Then it turns back on. Nuclear fusion becomes nuclear fission.
But it's not just merged with, I mean, the egg is not just merging with any sperm, like the first one there.
The egg will use chemistry and electromagnetism to attract the sperm cell that she's looking for.
Right, right.
The egg communicating with the sperm cells based on how it's programmed. It's looking for the compatibility of the program that it was given. And that's why women that's aware can develop geniuses by thinking about producing a genius. The problem is we don't want to put in the work to learn how to educate a genius.
Right. Well, it might not be, say like you could start them on the right track with just a few powerful things being grasped, and then work the rest of them in. Like I'm gonna say again, when you was talking about the medulla oblongata, I would just think that that's like a stem cell, or at the back of your neck. I mean, at the top of your neck, just a area that's got the bundle of all the cells in the body being routed down the spinal column, or into the rest of the body.
No, that's not what the medulla is. The medulla is a balancing cylinder, right? That's why when you have vertigo, they check you for tumors in your medulla because it throws your balance off, right? Also, the medulla is a ball, like a little bit smaller than your fist, muscle bundle right under the actual brain, on top of the brain stem.
Okay, I thought I heard you say something earlier about that area, which is the medulla oblongata, having to do with again, like some special instruction somewhere. That's
No,
why
I was talking about. I was talking about right under the medulla is the pons region of the brain. It's the brain stem.
Right.
That's right under the medulla.
Okay, I thought it was the medulla.
Mm-mm.
What I'm saying.
The medulla is right above that, and it has different function. Consciousness comes into the pons region at the reticular formation. This is represented in the matrix by the plug in the back of the head.
Right, right.
That's the black dot.
Okay.
Most definitely. Now We've
You said
actually,
the mouth of God. Yeah.
yeah, the mouth of God. Yeah,
Hey.
we've actually reached the 3 hour mark, and
Woo. Wow.
when you're breaking stuff down so much, it's not hard at all to just lose track of time or whatever. So I want to thank everybody. Let's take
Yeah.
the couple of minutes, just to
Yeah, we knew it was gonna be like this anyway.
right. We gonna resonate on that. We still have part 4 coming next Sunday as well.
Ah,
So that might we're gonna try to wrap it up on that one because there ain't no more Christmas after that. That's gonna be the actual day of. Uh, we're gonna attempt to wrap it up on that day. We're gonna break down the whole commercial aspect of it, just to give you guys a heads up. All right, because we talked about the candy canes. We're still gonna talk about the horse savior. We're gonna talk about the rosé. All right, we're gonna talk about the rose and the due, because what we're looking into is what's due to us, what we owe somebody, which is what's due. We're going to talk about the compass rose, the crossing representing what happens when you don't pay what's due. We're going to talk about payment due, the Rosicrucian, just to give you guys a quick idea, because it is going to get deep. We're going to talk about the month. We're going to talk about what's past due, the Nine Tails. If you don't pay, you're fucked, which is moisture. All right. And we're going to tie this in all to commercial debt. This is what's going to close it all out. We're going to break it down with commercial debt. We're going to talk about the bench, the banca, and why all debts sit at the banks of the river. All right, that's where all debts end up at. We're going to talk about the capital name. We're going to get into some of these papal bulls, specifically the 3 main ones that were used to capitalize on our enslavement, the live birth certificate,
damn.
and the legal. We still got a whole lot that we're gonna go into. We're gonna definitely break it down. We're gonna that that we could get everything together in the very last show next week. We appreciate y'all, so much for giving us the time, the day, and everything. Hopefully, we have
Can
brother.
we have like 5 more minutes?
Oh no,
Or
I'm gonna
everybody
close.
just
I'm gonna close it out at 3 hours and 30 minutes. So we got about
okay,
another 15 or whatever.
right. 'Cause I want to ask Rod a few more questions, and maybe somebody from our chat want to ask him something too. I don't want to feel like I'm hogging him, but while we got you here, bro. Okay, so do you have any teachings or any schools, or you have a website or online store?
Right now, I just give out free information on Instagram and YouTube wherever I'm invited.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, is there like a criteria for you accepting the show, or what's the deal?
If I ain't got nothing to do and somebody say I need you this day, if it ain't too far in advance,
Okay.
uh,
How would one contact you?
Instagram Messenger or Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Instagram Messenger is the Sick 8, and Facebook Messenger is Rod Hayes.
Okay. Cool. We may be friends on Facebook already. I think we are. But,
Yeah, you already friends with him on Facebook, sis.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting stuff, because a lot of that that Nephilim, Anunnaki, Nibiru stuff,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of hard to get on board, but it's really no harder than the rest of the tales or stories that we hear, right? So it's like
They weave into the stories that we already hear.
But would you call those true stories?
Well, whether they true or not, almost all the stories we know trace back to those documents,
What documents?
the Sumerian tablets.
Okay. And
All our religious dogmas that come from Rome is in some form piecing together a control tool using the Babylonian systems of conjure.
what about the Emerald tablets?
The Emerald tablets is from Tahuti. They from over here. They predate all that shit.
I'm saying you believe those to be true documents?
Yeah.
You believe that Tahuti wrote those documents?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that Tahuti is coming back?
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're already here.
Okay, so if Tahuti could, if Tahuti can be real, then wouldn't there be others like him,
Yeah.
that know what he know and can do the same things?
No, they can't do the same thing he can do.
They can't be Trismegistus. They can't come back and full knowing.
The only way Tahuti can come back, it got to be so fucked up that none of the rest of the masters can fix it. Then they got to conjure him up, and then I'll show up.
Wow. Because it's kind of hard to stop being a Christian, and then to get another religion.
You ain't supposed to be in religion. Religion is poison.
Okay, you're right. Exactly. Or, well, I'm speaking in terms of belief systems then. So maybe I shouldn't have said religion.
Right. You only gonna believe until you figure it out. Because once you know, you ain't gonna believe no more.
That's right.
You gonna know it.
True that.
We was in the Piscean age of belief. Our head was underwater. We couldn't see clear.
Right.
Now our head is above water, coming into the Aquarian age. We can breathe the air.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now we can see stuff for what it really is versus what they told us it was. And then we're going to tell everybody else what we see.
That's right. Do you think the information that's coming down is equally dispersed between matriarch and the rest of population? Like,
Big Mama assigned me the task of finding everything they use to take from the women, just restrict their powers, and then give it back.
Okay. Did you find it?
I'm giving it back in real time. Every talk I have is geared toward informing the women how to recover their power.
That's what's up. I'm not lying. And this is why I'm I don't want to say fascinated with you, but this is why I'm fascinated with you. It's because it's like when you're learning something and you just can't let go. Like I gotta hear, it don't even matter what the title is really. When you got this kind of power to draw to, and it's real. I mean, it's real. That's why you like blowing the fuck up. It's like, why couldn't we get this kind of stuff, back in the 60s and 70s? And, we had to wait for the internet or, this thing. But why couldn't we get that quantum entanglement going on with this kind of information, way back when, or always, really, because we're always performing as the matriarch, no matter how battered we are or how degraded we get, we still have that presence of of using those duties, those old archaic duties of the matriarch, I don't think ever really leaves a woman.
And that's how we spot them. I have to talk to matriarchs because they got to give me grievances to go around and find solutions to world problems, real life problems. The biggest grievance I got from mothers is babies dying in the street. That was the biggest grievance I got. So what I got to do is find out, why is the babies dying in the street? What happened? Who done it? Where did they come from? Why did they do it? What's the agenda? Right? And then in real time, how did they apply their strategy in order for our children to be killing each other like they are? So I went and found the answer. They used the doctrine of COINTELPRO as the cover story to take the leaders off the land. Once the leaders was taken off the land, they sent the imposters in to turn the children against each other, using the symbols as badges of honor in order to influence them to kill their cousins and their brothers from a different tribe. And the government was behind it the whole time. And the government was behind it because they was a fraud from the beginning. And as long as they can keep us fighting each other, we can't see the fraud because we're too busy fighting each other to know why we frustrated with each other. But we discover we frustrated with each other because nobody know the invisible man smacking upside the head is this nigga called himself the white man behind the scenes telling people how to put obstacles in our path using the sciences of sociology and spiritual sciences of alchemy. But bloodletting rituals in the form of slaughterhouses, and it began with the mass slaughter of the bison to send the great bloodletting ritual energy over the land. They say if we kill all the bisons, we kill all the natives. They damn near killed all the bisons and they ain't never got close to killing all of us. So they replaced our natural food stock of bison with bovine beef, man-made hybrid animal. And the meat is saturated fat, which clogs the brain and gives our elders dementia and Alzheimer's. Whereas the bison that we used to eat, though it was only ceremonial, it was polyunsaturated fat that facilitates the firing of the brain cells by lubricating the neurons. So that's why they wanted to get rid of the bison. So all of these things ties to the way that the food stuff affects the psychology of the people. The political arena is used to steer the narrative, and the spiritual doctrines of religion is used to undermine the spiritual power that's innate in the woman. I don't care what preacher it is, the church mother run that bitch. I don't care what preacher it is. The church mother is the mother, she's the power source. Every one of the churches, you don't never go to a church and they don't got a church mother, no matter how big or how small.
Facts. Big facts.
They got
Big Mama not finna let these motherfuckers sit there and lie to you and don't have a Big Mama watching his motherfucking ass. She's just not gonna do it. So we hid a lot of our stuff in the church, but we got so intoxicated with Christianity that we couldn't get our shit back out. We didn't know that catching the Holy Ghost shouting in church was our original custom before they ever came. That's what we used to do around the fire. But they call shouting. They didn't tell you speaking in tongues. That ain't part of the original church.
Right.
The way we speak in tongues, that's from our earthborn religions. That go back into antiquity, ancient times. So now, how do we put it back together? Now that we know that they turning our boys against each other, the best thing we can teach them is don't fall for that trap. Every time you make peace with one of the brothers out there in the street, you slay that goddamn devil psychology. So we be on a peacekeeper mission. And it say right in the book, blessed are the peacekeepers, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Right? So we don't naturally fight each other and kill each other like this.
Right.
That's not natural to us. I mean, there's somebody here that's compelling us to do something that we naturally would not do to each other. And we find out that the only reason why it worked because they look like us, but they ain't us. They don't love us like we love each other. They don't root for us to win when we root for each other to win. We root for them Obama-ass motherfuckers to win because they look like us.
Right.
Then when they get in their political positions of prominence, they turn around and stab us in the back in our face. And then we act like we didn't even see that shit. I think I need a drink of water. Bitch ass nigga.
Facts.
There's no way I'm the president of the United States and I'll take this bitch over.
So, okay, so is it your job to constantly be looking for matriarchal women or strong Black women or strong...
I'm not looking for nobody. I'm giving out free information to anybody that wants to recover their kingdom.
Okay, fair enough. I just thought,
I'm spilling the proverbial beans of how they kept us under this oppressive genocidal regime we was under.
Okay. Have you written any books?
No, but I got a whole lot of lectures.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a whole bunch of posts on Facebook and Instagram.
For sure. Do you want them in book form?
I eventually, when I download my data, because I can't wait to get off social media. When I get off, I'm going to download my data and organize it into pamphlets.
Okay, cool. None your business. How are you? I was looking for you. Did she just get here?
Yeah, I think she might.
She said, he told us already. I'm scared to ask again, but I will. So for the sake of those who wasn't here an hour or two ago, how do we get our power back? You said we got it already. Right?
Yeah. Look, the government was closing and they wrote the Indigenous Rights Act. When you read the Indigenous Rights Act, it basically tells you that if you revert back to your original culture and move in a form of a matriarchy, there's nobody that's supposed to stop y'all, and you have the force of the U.S. military to back you up. But you can't activate it until the matriarchs start forming their sisterhoods. And you can start on the city by city basis, right? Go find all of the women that run all of the community events and the mothers in the neighborhoods. And y'all pick spokesperson from each neighborhood and y'all go down to City Hall and assert y'all right as the matriarchs to reclaim the land and to discontinue the services of the de facto corporation.
But that sounds like, that would be possible, say, like in the South and some small towns in the South.
The law of the land is the law of the land. You looking at the law of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. That don't got nothing to do with us.
I'm looking
as long as we intoxicated with their law system, we can't use ours. Our system is older than their system. Our system was in place, and then they superimposed their system on top of ours. All y'all have to do, the Indigenous Rights Act is the blueprint. It basically tells you that all of the stuff that you have access to when you restore the matriarchy and reclaim your community. The matriarchs always start at the grassroots level with the local community because the mothers in the local community know what needs this community need this. We know it needed because we all live here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the fathers is supposed to be out working. They don't have time to look at the needs of the local community like the mothers do.
Mm-hmm.
But now you got a lot of working mothers, so they have to bring in their sisters that's not working to be their spokesperson. Because they doing the same, they doing daddy role now, daddy duty. So she can't be there with the child all day like she want to be. She got to go clock into Mr. Charlie's job,
Right,
to make these ends meet. But never knowing that soon as the matriarch starts saying, okay, y'all can leave, and then when they leave and give you the key to the city, then you understand what I'm talking about. Because the mayor got to pass the key to the city to the matriarch, that's the matriarch of the town. The chiefs can do it, but they have to do it by force. Big Mama didn't want no more bloodshed. So she said, just tell the women how to reclaim their power.
Mm.
So you set up neighborhood committees of mothers, incorporating all of the social groups in the neighborhood. The leaders of those groups is the mothers of that group. Y'all come together and discuss what that community needs. The people down there, they just there to pay the bills for y'all to implement y'all programs. But since the matriarchy haven't been running, all they've been doing was accumulating the debt, and the debt becomes a national debit to restore the structure. That money they owe y'all. They don't owe it to no goddamn banks. That's why they rolled in the account. They talk about reparations. That's the national credit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would be one. I want to chime in if I can, Baba, real quick. That would be one of the problems when you said we were dealing with the grievances. And the reason why the matriarch hasn't come back into power is that, first of all, we haven't taken the time to re-educate ourselves. We have to understand we're all miseducated first through the language.
Mm-hmm.
And because we're miseducated through the language itself, we have these schisms. So now we have these mental contracts, verbal contracts, and social contracts that leave us in constraints. You see, so now we're constrained because we haven't taken the time to back up and re-educate ourselves. So now we have a huge insecurity within the communities because the matriarch isn't properly educated. And I'm going to always hit on this note because I'm a homeschooler, and I noticed that the lack of education comes from the fact that we're afraid to educate our own children. For some reason, we're blanked out to the fact that we have the ability to educate our own, despite that we have been dumbed down and lackly educated within their colonial system. That which I seek is seeking me. If I'm seeking the road to elevate my seed, it will come to me. But we have to be willing to sit down and get the same education we want our seed to have.
Right.
See, and those are the steps we haven't taken as matriarchs, that we have to reconfiscate and get divinity over the mind first, that pineal gland, which we keep hitting on all throughout the presentation. So yeah, I just wanted to hit on that real quick because you're going real hard in on that. But we have to be accountable as matriarchs when you say you're here. So what are we not doing as the matriarch to make this come to fruition?
So the biggest obstacle that I didn't see is the sister hate. I ain't finna do nothing with no pack of bitches. You don't want you don't want to get this monkey off your back because your ego is making you think that you don't want to be around or deal with no sisters, but that connection is facilitating a power structure.
That's
Yep,
right.
you hit it on the head though. That's the
And
reason.
then a lot of when Elijah Muhammad said the last trick of the devil be to free to give you his woman, you can tell his woman because she don't want nothing to do with no sisterhood. She don't want nothing to do with no sisters. And she don't want you to do nothing to help no sisters. It's all about her and only her. She don't give a damn about nobody else. That's not how our women vibrate naturally. When our women be vibrating like that, that's speaking from trauma. And if they ain't did their shadow work, they gonna think like that too. So the first thing is the sister healing groups is the most powerful thing y'all can do right now. Sisters just getting together to spend time with each other to do nothing. Just be in each other energy. That raises the group mitochondria. That's what the Salem witch hunt was all about. That's what they was trying to stop. So when the sisters do the shadow work and get to the point where they can sit in a room full of sisters and just be a woman for free. Just be a woman for free. Not arguing with no man about no dick, none of that shit. Just being in your womanness as a woman for free. That sister healing group is so powerful it can cure cancer immediately. But we always got to come in and I got to tell her about herself. But don't want nobody to tell you about yourself. I don't know who she thinks she is, call herself telling me. Right? So that's the biggest obstacle. And that's because they mix their women with our women, and that's a horrible mix. If our women wake up to who they is, they can smell the other bitch before she get there. Because you don't believe in yoni care.
Also, my brother, it's in the program too that whatever we see on TV, we're going to mimic, buy, claim as if it's our culture or tradition. We just don't ever want to be left out of anything. And them knowing this, the music, they can use us with the music. They can use us with any sitcom they want to make about whatever they want to capture, like doing our consciousness movement that we started off doing by spreading the truth at first. Now it seems like mainstream media got it and now have let people in just for the how cool it is to know shit now. But they don't go back and try to know shit so that they stay on the truth plane. They just want to be cool and know, like, want to look Egyptian now or want to do something that's associated with the real or the old unintentional movement. Because it was just that, new information was coming along. So of course we're gonna want to spread that new information. It got rejected because it was in the form of truth. So what do? They come along with their little wokeism and play like everybody can be woke or anybody can be woke. But no, not if you're not doing the research, learning things for real, trying to get to know yourself and not just following a fad or a trend so you can live under the name of wokeism or consciousness. I mean, they've torn that down now. If they want you to be a drug addict and drink scissor, then just make all the music about that. It's so easy to target in so many ways, and they'll do it through the youth, not just like teenagers, but all the way up to like the 20s and 30s. They can have us at any age, on any subject, on anything that they want to program in. If they want us making babies, then bring back R. Kelly. They want, you know,
Oh, he on his way.
let him out. Shit,
He about to get out.
I ain't mad at R. Kelly. But
Look,
check it out. Yeah.
now R. Kelly's situation is so foul. You know, R. Kelly is like an idiot savant. He a musical genius, but a social idiot. I'm
Okay.
serious.
Right.
Socially, he's intellectually like a second grader.
But did he have a lesson to learn, or are they Bill Cosby and him?
Look, if you go back and review the R. Kelly case and find out how he beat all them girls, there's some grown ass stinking bastard bringing these babies to the studio. So that he was being set up from the word go, it's obvious. The problem is when he went down, none of the dirty bastards that was feeding these babies to him was even questioned.
So did he have a lesson to learn or not?
He retarded.
Damn.
He retarded. Ain't no, that's the best way I could say it where you could grasp. He's socially retarded, but he's a musical genius. He a Rain Man. That's what he is. An idiot savant.
And so yeah, if he can't read or write, but he can he can cause over 50% of a population to be born through his music, then there is something there. There's definitely something there.
So they only reason why they trapped him up in that court case because they was trying to steal R. Kelly's royalties. Damn. But somebody got his paperwork where he can't even get his money, but it'll pay his child support. Right. So that's just to keep whoever it was trying to set him up from stealing all of his money when they got done misusing him. Somebody got to go in there and find out why these artists ain't getting their money.
Damn! Wow.
Well, they getting paid.
They getting their money. They getting their money stolen from them through a sharecroppers contract that they call 360 record deal. When they get done with the record deal, the artists end up with no assets, and the record company end up with the rights to the records. Your assets is liabilities. In reality, buying all that shit is draining your economics without replacing it.
Wow. Yeah, we got a lot going on. Who'd ever even thunk a person in the slave condition that they say we were in, right? If they telling the truth about slavery, there's no way we recovered like this, like we are. Like it's some very, very intelligent Negroes out there, right? I don't see them coming from no slave mentality where you done saw your child being eaten by alligator, your man being buck something. It's like some things don't add up.
You know what gator baiting was about, don't you?
I don't.
What?
So the gullers, these are bad motherfuckers. The gullers that was in the swamp was friends with the alligators. They used to ride them and attacked the Spaniards in Florida. Because the Gators was that's the Sobek crease. And
okay.
Yeah. So they ride the alligators, feed the alligators, pet their belly and all that shit. They wouldn't attack them. But the foreigners smelled different, and they would attack them because they came over. They look like us, but they don't smell like us.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So the gators would eat the Spaniards, and then they start taking and kidnapping our babies right in our villages and trying to get the gators used to our blood. Now, the lie that they tell us is that they gator baited so that the gators would catch the runaway slaves. But it was really because we was in harmony so much with nature, we could deal with gators in their natural environment without being attacked by them. But the invaders couldn't.
Whoa.
That was part of the gullahs. We was kicking their ass.
So the stories are true. It just wasn't us being eaten by the gators. It wasn't them.
No, they was being eaten by them out the gate.
Right.
They started raiding our villages using our baby's blood to bait the gator to make them have a taste for our flesh.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
We had people who had big ass houses in the swamps, built on sticks.
Right.
Right. Those were like between the treetop villages and the ground villages. And they got around on gator backs and on stand-up canoes.
Really, Tess?
No, this is what
I see it. The liquid drops.
It's some serious shit. They were using. That's why there was such a controversy where they had stamps that they used for mailing shit for this stuff. That's why there was such a little such an uproar where they.
You see my man on the gator right there?
This one?
That's how we used to ride them.
Damn.
But that's what Avatar, the movie, is all about.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, it's just.
It makes sense that they would encounter the tree walkers first. They call them skywalkers. Because they would be the closest to the upper atmosphere. Some of those trees used to go so high that the top of them would freeze in the upper atmosphere to stop them from growing.
Right.
But their trunks will continue to expand. They tell us some of these tree trunks is mountains now. Yeah, down there in the slave times in Florida and Louisiana and other parts of American South. That's was the battle zone.
Right.
Before the Louisiana Purchase, we was fighting the French in New Orleans.
Right.
Right. Like constantly fighting them. And somebody had put up a chat saying, "Are we POWs?" Which I believe we were.
We were. We weren't slaves. We were POWs, but we here now to overthrow the motherfucking hostage regime, the hostile invader, the colonist, the colonizer, right? The colon liar, however you want to pronounce it, lying out his ass. We ain't come on no ship. We was already here. We was them motherfuckers that wore the feathers, and they came over here wearing fezzes. They want to tell us America everything but the great Atlant, and ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit in the Bible. Until we associate ourselves with it, that's the only time it's involved. It's a contract, it's a riddle, and it's a motherfucking blueprint to overthrow the papacy. So if you don't know what the Bible is, you don't even need to read it.
See, I'm finding that out the hard way.
All you gotta do is go back to the study Emperor Constantine, and before he set up the Nicene Council, look at his diaries.
Yeah, I did.
He was trying to figure out, how can I bottle this shit these motherfucking earthborn got and sell it?
Yeah.
And that's what our Bible study been about. Like, we don't understand. Our people really do not understand. There is no religion involved. It is all penal colony code for usurpers, minors.
Face to Gordon. Yeah.
Greetings and salutations, Gordon. Yeah, that's what they're here for.
But
That's
see, we in the process of overthrowing them. Until we reach critical mass of awareness that they've been served an eviction notice, they can't leave. It's our people the ones keeping them here because we keep going to work and sending our children to their exploitation centers called school. And if you do a basic etymology of the word school, it'll make you not want to send your child no
more. Damn.
The English word school comes from the Yiddish word shul, and the Yiddish word shul comes from the Hebrew word sheol, and sheol in Hebrew translates into English directly as hell.
Damn. So you send your baby to hell.
I ain't the one to talk. You ain't heard it from me.
Damn. Wow. It's sort of like the more you find out what all they did, you know, the more you got to give it to Negroes. Like, shit, who else can go through an onslaught of such a planned oppression of a people with all the physical stuff that they threw in, the rapes, the killings, the hangings, and all of that shit?
That was based on a document called The Most Bloody and Sacred Oath of the Papacy.
Yeah, write that down. Okay. Because I like reading shit like that too on my channel.
That was their order to kill us.
The most bloody and sacred?
The most sacred and bloody oath of the papacy.
How's that going to be much different than the oath from the Jesuits?
This is a direct order to kill the kings, the princes, and the people of the land, to keep them from ascending, from realizing who they is. This was their tools to hold on to power.
Right. And so wouldn't the papacy and all of that come as a result of the Jesuits?
The Jesuits is just a priesthood in the Catholic Church. I don't trust none of them motherfuckers. They all dirty to me.
Right, yeah.
But they got a group of priests in the Catholic Church called purists. And their only job is to get rid of the pedophile, rapist priests and the corrupt priests that sell drugs and in bed with organized crime. That's how we got all of the information out of the Vatican over the years of the dirt that the popes was doing. Because the purist priest was writing about it, putting it in the public domain.
Like all them bones they found up under there.
Yeah, them was all sacrifices from the early church.
The Vatican filled with bones. It's built on bones.
Not just the Vatican, there's several of those cathedrals over there. One of them got the cup that they measure the amount of blood that they spill. Because if they overflow that blood, then that's it. Their rule is automatically up. It don't count when they make us kill each other, though. So when they spill blood, they make it count. They do assassinations on heads of state and shit like that. We randomly kill a nigga in the street over a pair of shoes.
Yep.
So they killing, they making it count. They getting the most bang for the buck. They stopping the kings and the princes from rising to power. We helping them, but we don't know we helping them. We think we being ride or die with our homeboy, never knowing we at war with a whole nother entity that swore a death oath to kill us off and replace us with them.
And aren't they also like putting stuff in our food that make us kill each other or act like
They put all kind of stuff in our food. They put stuff in our food to give us cancer, give us dyslexia, give us early menopause, late menopause. They put shit in the food that cause brain tumors, brain aneurysms. They know what they feeding us. Straight poison. Pharmakia is sorcery. Look it up.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I ain't gonna never be done studying. I'm never gonna be able to go outside and play. I'm telling you.
That's when you're gonna really see stuff when you go out and play.
Yeah. Shit, I'm not gonna be able to done reading and studying and looking shit up and listening to guides like Rod. And you know, I go all the way back to the Dr. Dilbert Blair days and all of the other greats, Phil Valentine, just to all the deeply conscious and real conscious people listen to. I didn't skip none of that. Ray Hagen's, the whole shebang is under here. Even some of the white cats like Phil Valentine, Bill Donahue, and what's the fat one name? Jordan Maxwell and shit like that. So
Jordan Maxwell was the truth.
Huh?
Jordan Maxwell was the truth.
Yes, absolutely. And also helps you understand what their law is based off of and how petty they are when they like when Copernicus determines that the world is round, or the apple falling from the tree, how they discovered gravity, Einstein's E equals MC squared. It's like they're allowed to just claim themselves to be whatever they want to be. And
now all of those scientists that you mentioned,
yeah,
all that science they allegedly discovered is in physics form in Egypt.
Really?
And Egypt got it from over here.
Yes, absolutely. Because I just wonder a long time ago, like, how come everybody's not trying to make their way over to Africa? Like, why here? So I have been pondering that.
This is the so-called promised land and the holy land and the land of milk and honey.
That's right.
In God's country.
This is the land of milk and honey. It's in the Bible.
Right. And I do believe the people from this land are the great ones, because look at us. Look at us. All over the world, we set the trend for everything. Everything, even though we're an oppressed people. Or
is it not written you are the salt of the earth?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And if you don't recognize that, then you're not looking with, like put some glasses or some bifocals on or something, because anything we do, they're going to be interested in it. Dr. Africa said that they really don't have nothing else to study but us, which meaning that when they're studying the animals and other things, they just want to compare it to us because they can't understand why we are like we are or who we are. So
that number on the Georgia Guidestones I asked about earlier, the number was the number of organics that was on the earth when the aliens came. Remember, the women could reproduce. They reproduce by choice on purpose.
right.
They activated their menstrual cycle on purpose. But now you can't control your menstrual cycle because they put the moon up there to artificially regulate it and to take the control from the woman so they can make her mass produce.
Damn, you saying we got to get rid of the moon?
Yeah, that motherfucker don't need to be there in my eyes. It's just a battleship.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You do know that Thoth is a moon god, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, not the moon. Not the moon. We love the moon, Rod.
Look, I ain't got no personal hard feelings to the moon.
I don't love the moon.
We're gonna have to dismantle it if it's doing what it.
All I know is that it's a spaceship and it's part of the Dark Knight satellite holographic network that works directly on the neurological link of the people to the earth.
Damn. So in other words, it's like an old school 5G.
On steroids.
Yeah, type project.
Yeah, only difference is this is using your organic brain. Your brain is the computer chip. They jumped the computer chip.
Damn. And so it's really, really not smart to be letting them inject us with anything.
Hell no.
If they building the moon that they can attach to your neurological system and shit, then get the fuck out of here.
Wherever we at, we remotely projecting our consciousness into these avatar bodies of ours.
Right.
We study epigenetics. We ain't really here. We just projecting consciousness to animate the avatar.
Right.
This is a holographic 3-dimensional game created by the gods as an accelerated learning program for a star to be a star in balance. The consciousness of you is a whole neutron star. But it's a step-down capacitor called mitochondrial that releases the power of the star in the individual according to his social and psycho development. And then that's what triggers your awakening.
I just got my ding.
Where Taz go?
Oh, I'm still here. I'm
in the house. Taz got his own thing going on in the background.
Yeah, you want to take us on home? We have 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Take us on, Taz. I just got my dings, my bell sounds.
Most definitely. I want to appreciate it. Thank everybody here. It was a great show, a great build. So I appreciate the brother Hayes for joining us for 4 strong hours. Sister Yasini's Sister Salima, it's always a pleasure to build with you, Empresses. So, looking forward for future shows, and we're gonna lead have a great time. It's 11:11. You guys can't see that.
Shit, it is.
synchronicity, 11:11. We're going to leave exactly like we came, in peace.
Peace.
Love
Peace
y'all.
and love.
Besides what they say you should
Okay,
do.
so let's
And
understand what Cuba.
My chief said we brain banging, we ain't gang banging. So welcome to Brain Bang University, motherfuckers. I'm the motherfucking dean of the university, and I'm gonna brain bang your ass into submission. I'm gonna let that sink in while I like my book.
Smoke some, bitch.
So that's 956 on the 911 Brain Banging University 101. Come on in. Brain bang for a question. Brain banging for a question. I'm gonna do some invites while I'm waiting on y'all. Kiri. So start time on this one was 9:56. I saw 9:11 on the flip, on the knock to a knockback. Looking for a turnaround. Turn around, gonna lift me off the ground. Put my motherfucking feet on the ground, my fingers in the air. That's 10 toes down, that's 10 fingers up. That's a whole motherfucking cartwheel on the flip. So while I'm monkey flipping, I'm doing my invites because I don't have nothing specifically to talk about. I'm gonna go over a couple current events, then I'm gonna get into the Q&A aspect of this. So there's a couple things that we watch and go on that most people are not paying attention to. I've been warning y'all about sleeper cells, activating sleeper cells. They waking these sleeper cells up now. We got a school ooting situation going on, right? And we got a plane crash, right? With like 200 and some people on it, fiery plane crash. I can't even tell y'all how close we is to the end of this all. So we'll get a couple more invites. I might not invite everybody on here because it's saying my connection is slow. That means they're going to be giving me some shenanigans throughout. So I'm going to do a couple more. We're going to get into the proceedings this evening. Take your babies out these people's miseducational system. Take your babies out this miseducational system. Take your motherfucking babies out of this miseducation system. Y'all sending y'all children for target practice on people that don't even know before they get to the school building that they were going to be activated. They don't even know they about to be activated. They activate them. Get your babies out of these people's business. There's too many of us that's not paying attention. If you're paying attention, they've been telling us that this year is going to be a dastardly year for people that are still so blind that they're sending their child to this educational miseducation system, the school, shoes, shell, hell, dismal the biff. This is where y'all sending y'all babies to. Okay? Okay, so that's all I'm gonna do for now. So we got 70 people watching. How y'all doing? Tomorrow watch. Gabrielle Bay, peace to the motherfucking got Prenay Brooks. What's going on? Ing Marie, OCO. This ain't chiefing with the chief. This brain banging right here, baby. We chiefing with the chief. We on Instagram. When we on fake book trapping, we over on this motherfucker. We doing something a little different. We just brain banging. That's why this is just an open Q&A. Whatever you want to talk about, I'm here to talk about it. Your naysayers, your people that think that Rod Hayes crazy, the ones that's backbiting, the ones that's ass kissing, it don't even matter. The ones that hate me the most, the ones that love me the most. I don't care. If you come on here, we can talk about it. Don't got nothing to hide, and I ain't running from nobody, I ain't ducking. This is brain banging right here. So come on in. Get your brain banging utensils out. That means your ink pen, your pad of paper, so you can take some notes so you don't choke at test time. Right? So let's get it in. So with these sleeper cells being activated, everybody who is still sending their children to public access is sending them to a potential death camp. If y'all don't see it by now, and I've been telling y'all this for 3 years, when we get to the end, they're going to start activating their sleepers. When they activate their sleepers, you're going to know it because it's going to be some shenanigans. So let the shenanigans. So while they on these shenanigans, y'all not protecting the babies. We can't do nothing if y'all don't protect your child. The parents are supposed to do their due diligence for the interest of the child. Every parent need to call in to their board of education and say, we will not be sending our children back to your execution camp. Tell them it's an execution camp. Tell them motherfuckers that you know what's going on. Tell them they don't have to activate no more sleepers. We get it now. This is danger in the heartland. This don't just affect us, the tribes of the land. This is also applied to the interlopers, the interceptors, the Decepticons, the Rejecticons, whatever it is out there that's sending babies to be educated by the enemy. Get your baby out of there. I've been telling you, there's nothing wrong with my lungs except 420. Y'all be hearing me cough and y'all offer remedies. I know the remedies and everything, but those coughs are Mary J. Wancha. Mary Jane, every now and then, want to check to make sure that I'm still pulsating. I'm still pulsating, Mary Jane. I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's my main thing. She makes me feel all right. She makes my heart sing. And when I'm feeling low, she come as no surprise. Take me a couple puffs, lift me to paradise. With me, Mary Jane. Okay, so now, there is something I want to tell you about cannabis, though. Everybody that ever smoked the ganja, you got access to them by smoking the ganja. The ganja has its own egregore. And this egregore can talk to the chiefs through the endocannabinoid system. You're not paranoid, that's a cannabinoid. So when you see us, the chiefs, we on here, and we be focused in, puffing on that herb, and all of a sudden we start flowing, getting the download, them the ancestors interrupting us So because they got something to say to us. They got something to say to us, and it's only a few of us that did the due diligence required to be a speaker box for the ancestral force that y'all call spirits. Every spirit is an egregore. When you say spirit, think it's an artificial thought that's been activated through conjure sorcery. All spirits, the ones you can see, the ones you can't see, are all egregores. If you don't understand what an egregore is, there's plenty of books on making egregores, what they are, explaining egregores. But every demon, which is a daemon, is a thought form, which is also an egregore. Every what we call angel, angelic beings, is also a thought form, which means an egregore, meaning that the only difference between a devil and an angel is the message that they carry. And the ones who's receptive to their message is the bloodlines of the wicked. The ones who second guess that shit, talking about that don't sound like me. Why would I do some shit like that? Those are the ones that don't want the message from the egregores with the low vibrational frequency. They only want the Anglican, which is your angelic, which is your messenger activated DNA, RNA, mind matrix communication network system. Your emotions is your navigation. That's like having a speedometer, an oil check, an engine check. All them lights on your dashboard is your emotions. You ain't supposed to live in your emotions. Your emotions are supposed to tell you exactly how to live. Your emotions are only upset when they are not properly tended to. This is why you have people that can't never get over nothing. They're stuck in their emotions. They can't get over nothing. And they blame everybody for all their life's problems, and they the only motherfucker everywhere they go. That's called a common denominator. Dolo Breeze, gonna come on up, chop it up with the chief. He the only one so far that's apparently y'all don't have vision, so I don't think we're gonna be in long. But I'm gonna let the brother come up, and we're gonna chop it up to somebody else come in with a question. Yeah, the computer system is based off the human mind. Your RAM is your short term memory. Your hard drive is your long term memory, and the cloud is your higher self memory. Peace, peace, peace. What's going on? Why I can't see you?
I can see you. I don't know why you can't see me.
Okay, that's fake book. I knew they was gonna be tripping. So what's going on, my brother? What can I help you with today?
My brother, I've been reaching out to you. I'm a builder down here in the Carolinas. I sent you a package. I was just wondering, did you get the package?
Um, on what you seeing?
A necklace,
Yeah,
organite necklace. I'm Atlas OGs. I know you've
yep,
been
I know
sending me.
exactly what you're talking about. Yep, I got it. I was gonna do a picture and put it in my background with a couple other gifts I got.
All right. I was wanting to know, could you educate me a little bit on the crystal tech, the EMF protection, and the Wi-Fi, the 5G, and the cell phone radiation. And what I make is EMF protection. So what I sent you was the EMF Ankh. It got I used bronze, selenite, quartz, beach sand, lake sand, Himalayan sea salt, shungite, and a neodymium magnet, all in there one piece.
Mm-hmm. So the electromagnetic blocker, right? We electromagnetic beings.
Right.
First, you gotta understand that. The masculine principle is electric. The feminine principle is magnetic.
Yep.
All right. Now, the masculine principle projects energy. The feminine energy attracts energy. So
Tracks
you
energy.
get it?
That's like the sun and the moon, right?
Yep.
Right.
Now,
That's what I be telling people. I know it. I just want to know your perspective on it and make sure I'm on the right track.
so far it sounds like you is because you knew exactly what combination
Yeah. I know the science. I wouldn't be, sir. I wouldn't be making this stuff and providing it to people if I didn't know the science behind it. I just be wanting the elders to inform the youth about it. To, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, to let them know that I am on the right track, and it's not nothing new. This is ancient technology. This is how we get back rooted with mother.
Anything that deals with crystals and spiritual or physical healing through crystals is Atlantean.
Exactly, and that's the reason why my company name is Atlas.
Yeah. So the Atlantean civilization interface with the earth and the universe using crystals.
Right.
We believe, based on modern indoctrination, that interfacing with technology is a bad thing and it's so-called the mark of the beast.
Right.
But the real mark of the beast is to walk around in perpetual ignorance.
Yep.
And the only
Stagnant
thing you
energy.
can see is a dollar.
Yep. Stagnant energy.
Mm-hmm. So, like in Revelations, it tell you that you couldn't buy and sell without the mark. Some of them gonna have it in their forehead, and some gonna have it in their hand. What is the mark? It's in your forehead or your hand.
The idea. Oh, the money.
That's it. Because
Right.
they either thinking about the money or they trying to get
Yep.
their hands on some money. And
And
if you're
then
trying to get your hands on some money, you was already thinking about some money.
exactly. So to let you know, money ain't nothing but an idea anyway.
Right, because the money that we given is a die marker that follows the algorithm of society. This is why all of your banks are mostly on main drags. If you can capture the energy that they capture, they do the same thing I'm about to tell you. You can take out your city, you can get a map of all the banks in your city and put a pin in there. When you put the pin in there, you take a string and you play connect the dots with the string. That's your
Right.
sigil. It's going to show
Right.
you a sigil. The
Yep.
sigil, right, is how you program the mind for the money, or to you become like a breach in a communication, like a speaker that's on the speaker wire before you get to the woofer,
Yes, sir.
right? You might not be the woofer. That means you might not get the big bank, but you can always have bank once you know they sigil. Every city got a sigil for the finances. This is based off of the longitude and the latitude. It's based off what season was the charter derived, and the charters, the making of the charter, and the people that came involved. How many people was it? What's their profession? All this add to the programming of the egregore for that city, and the trapping of the dollars is the sigil that's made using the position in the banks. Then you got what's called old banks and new banks. All of the old banks is where a bank used to be, but it's not there no more. The energy's still vital, but you got to
Right.
use a different color string. So let's say you use, for active banks, you only use the green string, and for defunct banks, you use the red string, right?
Right.
When you get done, you're still gonna have a sigil, and the sigil is gonna allow you to tap into the egregore. A lot of people don't know this science because this is a part of mysticism where you actually co-writing the universe in the form of a sigil.
Yep. I done made my own sigil. Message me, Rod, if you want anything custom, and I do some very powerful custom pieces, like powerful. I've been with the master teachers, Professor Kaiba, Professor James Small, Zaire Wise. I just did an event with LifeWave, so I'm really out here doing the work. That's the reason why I was out here reaching out to you. I know
Look,
you
I'm
got the
about to grab
knowledge.
something while I'm grabbing this. Tell the people how, if they need something made, where they can look at your work,
Yes,
and
sir.
they can, and also how to contact you. I'm about to grab something right quick.
Yes, sir. I got you. I appreciate y'all. Hey, y'all. This is Theo. I represent Atlas OGs. You can find me on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. I got a TikTok shop. I have a Etsy shop also. It's ATLASOGS on all platforms. Atlas OGs. OG stands for Orgone Generators. Orgone is chi, prana, Mana, Life Force Energy. These devices that I create keeps you grounded in places where you can't ground, like sleep, work, working home from the office with the kids. So I make wearable pieces. I make decor pieces. All my pieces come with natural quartz crystal, natural minerals, and bronze metal. Bronze metal is 88% copper. Copper is more electrical conductive. We use selenite for healing. We use shungite. Shungite is known for EMF protection by itself. You can put a piece of shungite in some water and it purifies it by itself. I use kyanite. Kyanite is a self-cleaning crystal. We got all different kinds. We got seashells. We got ocean vibe ones. We got unk pendants, large unk pendants. I sent Rod Hayes a necklace. Yes, Rod Hayes has some of my work. Yep, Atlas OGs. Yep, that's me. So we got the organite pendants, sun and moon carry shell, quartz point wrapped in copper. We got the bronze metal. You see the shungite. You see the neodymium magnet. We got beach sand. We got lake sand. We got selenite. We got crushed Himalayan sea salt, shungite. There's a whole bunch of natural minerals in there. I collect most of the minerals myself. The ones I can't get, I buy in bulk. Buying bulk for a local supplier. They are real stones. I am a fabricator, so I get my metal from. So we got the chocolate color unk. Catch me on TikTok. I'll be on live on TikTok selling, educating. Post a lot of content on Instagram. Not too much on Facebook, but I will. Y'all, you can follow my business page. This is my personal page. You can follow my business page on Facebook. It is Atlas OGs, OG ATLASOGS. I appreciate y'all. If y'all can, so y'all can see me. Okay, we got the Eyes of Horus, very dynamic. These are pendants. I got the copper chains available on the shop also. Real copper chains. I'm out here with the master teachers. They know the science. It's a lot of the youth doesn't know the science. They've been warning us about EMF since the early 1990s. It has been implemented, and we must protect ourselves. That's the reason why dehydration is at an all-time high, anxiety, depression, unaliving yourself, however you want to say it. We got all these different symptoms, all this war, all this trauma, all this tenseness is because we all being disconnected from others. So we do got the real seashells. These are real seashells wrapped in copper. So real seashells filled with organite. We got flowers in there. We got the quartz point wrapped in copper. So we got all different types of seashells. We do custom pieces. We got the rings. I got even do the custom copper adjustable rings, guys. So we do a whole bunch of lot. So y'all gonna be seeing me around a lot, much more. I'm with a bunch of these master teachers educating about this organite. One of the only melanated organite makers around that's actually doing it for good reason. So that's Tiger Eye adjustable rings. We got the rings. We got the necklace. These are the medallions. Once you do get a medallion, these are the medallions come. We got the medallions on the necklace. So this is the medallion also. These are ready for copper chains. We got the cowrie shell.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Right.
That was me. I was looking to see you in the background.
They see me, but I guess you can't see me. I'm good now. I appreciate this, Ryan.
I can see you now.
I appreciate you, big dog.
Okay, now let's go into a little bit of science and let's talk about orgone.
Yeah,
right?
let's go. That's what I've been wanting from you, big dog. That's all I've been wanting.
Okay, now you have what's known in the ancient world as ether, prima matter,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
What's the other names for it? Ether, prima matter, Shakti. But what it is the spiritual energy that everything functions by. It's called or energy. Now, reference. For those say I don't get no references. Dr. Delbert Blair has a video. He's explaining his diodes. His diodes is the same thing the brother talking about, but he also goes into or energy. Now, Or energy was rediscovered in the early 1900s, and it was a big craze at the time because they used to heal all kind of stuff. And they came up with something called an orgone accumulator.
Yep.
Right? The orgone accumulator is to harness the ether energy into a physical form that had not been seen since the days of Atlantis and the first pre-dynastic civilizations of what y'all today call Egypt, or we call it Kim. So in the old world, the orgone energy was understood better than electricity is understood now. Imagine in 1,000 years, we forget about electricity because we go to a higher form of energy output, then all of a sudden somebody rediscover it, right? This is what's going on with orgone energy or energy. The or energy is facilitated something by something else. It's called AB energy. AB is the Kemetic word for heart. This is solar ray energy, right? The solar ray energy is the AB energy. Now, when you understand what orgone is and or energy, and you understand what AB energy, which is comes through the frequency that your heart chakra naturally vibrates. So anybody can look up what's the frequency of the heart chakra, and they'll pull it right up. That frequency is the frequency that balances solar rays with the Schumann resonance as it passes back and forth through the human body. Right? So when you take another word like aboriginal, ab, heart, or, right? And then it got genial, which is actually supposed to be genes. Ab or genes, right? That's your aboriginal, right? Your genesis, your ab or genesis, the beginning of the species, right? So this is why they call them aboriginals, because they got ab energy, which is a prominent vibrating heart chakra energy. We call those people the ones with the golden heart. Now, the ones who carry strong or energy that overpowers their heart energy, we call that a graceful spirit. That's what it looked like when the people are operating from the frequencies that energy comes in on, right? So Dr. Delbert Blair has a lot of lectures dealing with or energy, diodes, the cancellation of those electromagnetic energies that we being bombarded with on purpose under the pretense of ignorance, as if they didn't know how it was going to affect us. If they didn't know how it was going to affect us, they would use it. And if they knew how it was going to affect us, they was going to use it. But anything that's used and is adverse to us, they're going to use that on us. We can't say, oh, they created it and they're not going to use it. Right? But everybody saying we got a nuclear bomb. Everybody got a nuclear bomb. More countries got nuclear bombs than y'all know. But guess what? Them ships flying around up there neutralize every Earth. The CIA leaked this information that these beings, whoever they is in these ships, has turned off all nuclear launch capabilities of the Earthborn because we didn't blew this motherfucker up too many times. Go ahead, brother. Everything else safe before I put on the next person?
Just one thing. There's been a lot of stuff been going on with this since I've been making this organite. I was wondering, I am gonna message you. I got questions that I can't probably say on here that you probably can enlighten me about. That I need a little bit of guidance from a chief, if you don't mind.
That's what I'm here for. Because I developed these exotic skills that I didn't know that I thought I was learning some useless information. And I developed myself mentally to a level now every tribe can utilize whatever I know for they come up. If they need a young chief counsel, if they need a big mama to be counsel, that's really what I've been being in the process of being trained to be an advisor to all of the matriarchs across the land and all of the chiefs. From the male war chief standpoint and what you call a tribal war chief,
that specializes in strategies, military strategies of least resistance. That means how to win the war without blowing this bitch up again. Because I sure want to blow it up again.
That's peace. But hey, just do me that favor. I appreciate that in the future. I'm already go ahead and say appreciate it for when you make that post and show people where you got your stuff from, and if it enhances anything you've been going through, please let the people know, and I will appreciate it.
Look, I've been having it on the bed laying next to me. Somebody else had sent me an ankh.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I got an ankh, and then somebody else sent me a copper piece, and then you sent me the orgone piece. All that stuff sit right there. I had laid it on the corner of my bed. Man, I was sleeping like a baby.
There you go. That's all I've been wanting to tell the people. These things help with sleep, anxiety, depression, brain fog.
I don't normally sleep well. Yeah.
What'd you say, sir?
I don't normally sleep well. I sleep in short bursts.
There we go.
All right. But with all this stuff, with these items sitting on the corner of the bed, I've been sleeping. When I finally go to sleep, I'm sleep for some hours before I'm waking back up.
Before you let me go, right, look at my big one. I'm going to show you Horus. I did Horus also. So it got Horus in the middle. I don't know if you can see it very well. It's a large
I
one,
can't
too.
see it right now. I gotta wait till it come up on because it's a lag on this device from what we talking. But when it come back up, I see it. I see you got some nice
message me,
pieces in
man.
front
You
of you.
gonna message me? I'll get you, make your staff whatever you need, Chief. I got you, free of charge.
Okay, I keep you updated on what I got. I see. Okay, right now I'm looking at you showing the Orgone pyramid.
Okay, yep, that's the big one. The Horus in the middle.
Yeah,
Yep,
this
that's
right here at the
Horus.
bottom look like a diode.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. I wait till you, man, tap in. When you see what I'm really, really doing, you can be like, yeah, he knows something. So I don't know. I just need somebody that been there and has seen things to tell me what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, but I need to tap in a little bit more.
Okay, I got you. I got you in the messages.
All right, peace, OG.
Yeah. All right, peace. Let's see who next. Josh Johnson. Where you at, brother? Where you at, my brother? Peace.
Maybe in the casino, waiting in the back. Still shoot crack.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you see me?
Not on this screen. I think I can see you on my other screen. Let me go look.
Looking right, Hayes, big dog, man. What's up with it?
Okay, what can I help you with today, my brother?
Nothing much, man. Just wanted to get on here and say I've been watching you for a long time.
For sure, man. I got There's a few people on Facebook where I started at. I haven't done the live on here in some months, almost a year.
Man, I've been watching you on Instagram, Facebook. I think I started with you and Young Elder, right?
Yeah.
So
shout out to Young Elder. That's my guy.
Man, right? So you're right. So I started off with Dane Calloway at first, and then I had bumped into one of my homeboys out there in Oklahoma, and they said, "Man, check out Ryan Hayes," right? So I started checking you out about that about the Gullah Wars, right?
Yeah.
So when I started doing I've been doing my little history about my family already, right? So when I started checking out the Gullah Wars, everything started making sense. I say, man, because I got people coming out of Alabama, out of Mississippi, out of Arkansas, Florida, I say South Carolina. I say, man, right? So we all down there on the battlefield, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm coming up with stories of how we lost our land. I say, dang. So what I've been doing, I've been tracing back, been trying to go back as far as I can go. But I'm kind of stuck like early 1800s.
That's by design. I'm gonna tell you why.
The 1800s is when they start burning down city halls, libraries, churches, and um, city halls, churches, libraries, anywhere we kept records of who's who on the land, they burned it up in the 1800s. They didn't stop the burnings until like the 1940s. But if you go back and you look, like for instance, where my mom was from, down in Macomb, Mississippi, Magnolia, Mississippi, the records that had all of the background to my grandfather's estate was burned up in um, a fire in the courthouse. So they say. I don't be believing them. I'll be believing that they took the real records to D.C. and then burnt the building down because they got to give it all back in the end. And guess where we at?
I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, it's unfolding. It's unfolding. Everything unfolding right now. Yeah, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm here.
so that's why everybody that keep running into that same problem right around the mid 1800s, between like 1835 to like 1870, is where they run into that roadblock. Well, my family only go back to the 1860. That means that you probably 99.9% from the tribes of the land, and that they didn't burn down. So when you get to wherever your records stop, where your records stop, look for the courthouse burning, look for in the newspaper, look for courthouses burning down, libraries burning down, and city halls burning down. Where this is where they used to keep the records at, right?
Most definitely.
Every Big Mama had a book that documented who was born, who their parents was, what's they rank in the family, like what position they in to be the next chief of the family, leader of the family, head of the family, head of household, male or female, right? Just because the male is the head of household doesn't is not a blight on the matriarchy. The man become the head of household when the family's at war. Yeah, he automatically got to be out front because we don't put our women in front of us to fight our wars. Yeah, but that's why you run into that because that's when they start burning up our records.
I noticed, man. I noticed they was reclassifying us on them documents too. One minute they calling us Negro, next minute they calling us mulatto. Then the next census, 10 years later, they'd be calling us white. So I'm like, I don't know if they stealing names or is this the same person? They just classify one minute they white, then they turned it to a mulatto.
That's the same person. That's how they did they can't steal your birthright unless they put somebody in the place of somebody that's descendant in your family line. So you have a person, normally they tag with the name Jacob or Jack, right? This is when they finna put an interloper in there. Especially Jacob was the name they used because Jacob means supplanter, right? So when Elijah had to explain to us how they got here, he used Yaqub because Yaqub is the Hebrew word for Jacob.
I'm listening.
So this that's how you know when they put the imposter in the family, but they will reclassify us one person on three different censuses might be three different ethnicities.
Mm.
That's how you know you are actively being replaced. They don't want us to know who we is because we got the territorial rights. Fuck they law. Their law is admiralty rights. The rights to a ship. We don't want fuck your ship. We want the rights to our land. Reparations is a drop in the bucket and it's not going to compensate to the same value as your birthright. So let's say they gave everybody $1 million. So they say it's like 40 million of us in America. And they gave everybody $1 million. That's like $400 million, right? So they gave everybody $1 million. Your birthright, they just gave you pocket change. Imagine if you divide the same number of people, all of the mineral wealth of the land, all of the food wealth of the land, all of the industrial wealth of the land, And then all of the taxes on that stuff is all part of your birthright. You got way more coming under birthright than you could ever get under reparations. Under reparations, you can only be repaired for a little 200-year stretch of your history. But by birthright, it compensates you back into the ancient times. When they talk about old money, new money, we got ancient money. We still got Pharaoh's coffers that's untapped right now because we was at war. And though, contrary to popular opinion, warlock is not a male witch. A warlock is a condition when you're in a state of war and Big Mama close and lock her bank. You in a warlock now.
I'm hip. I know. I noticed a lot of my people's right now. I'm in St. Louis, Missouri.
Show me.
Yeah. But I got my peoples that came from out of Mississippi and Alabama. But the stories I told, we grew up in school. They saying, the slave stories. But the stories I was told that, we had always owned our land. But on one situation out of the Alabama side, our last name was Peebles. They said it 3 times in a sentence. You got Peebles, and then and they spell it three different type of ways.
Yeah, in Spanish is pueblos.
In Spanish is what?
It's the same pueblos.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean villagers or people from the village.
Right. So
but
when I talk to my great grand,
it's the same Mississippian clan, Peebles, Pueblos. That's the same Mississippi clan, but the family broke up from war.
Most definitely. Yeah. When I talked to my when I talked to my great uncle, he told me, man, we lost the land. The way he explained it, he said we lost the land due to crooks taking the land. Right. But as I'm doing the research, I noticed that the great grandfather, right, was like I'm trying to get off into his background. Well, I do know he was one of those first guys that came over here from like England, like one of them Protestant guys. So I can't tell you if he was Jewish or
Ain't you the one that sold the land?
No, he lost it. They lost it due to back taxes. But what I'm thinking is the dude probably had another family.
That was sabotage. Okay, so let's go over the ways that they sabotaged us to wrestle the land out of the hands of the women in order to put it in the hands of men. Right. First, they brought these pretty boy types with these flashy ass European suits on that we don't dress like that over here. We dress dapper, but we dress New Orleans culture dapper. We don't dress England culture dapper. So they already look like an anomaly in the presence of the women, but they got a mission. Their job is to marry her and kill her, because when he marry her, if she don't have no will, everything has to be just he got to be the executor in order to say who's running the firm next. And if he not one of us, he's not gonna do right by us. So he gonna hire what's called a plantation management firm, right? I was talking about this on somebody's show recently, and I was telling them about Dr. Cartwright. Dr. Cartwright and Dr. Benjamin Rush, the father of American psychiatry or psychology, they are the ones who, or two of the ones who was actively teaching people how to manage and maintain slaves, right? It's a book called On the Keeping and Maintaining the Slaves. I think that was written by Mr. Cartwright, but it's where you find the term drapetomaniac, the predisposition of the and captured people to flee from servitude. In other words, you take a dude to prison and he keep escaping, and you label him a drapetomaniac, because why else would he run from captivity if he wasn't psychologically ill? And since we don't know the source of it, we're going to give it a name, and we're going to call it drapetomania and call him a delirious, mania mean delirious, drapto mean runner. So he's a delirious runner, and it's applied to the condition of those who are compelled to run away and escape the bondage of the POW camps that they call plantations. Plantation is 2 words, a compound word. It was plant and nation that was put together to make plantation.
In other words, they was planting the seeds to grow a new nation right in the middle of our families on family farms that they called plantations, right? So he would marry the big mamas off. Now he's the executor of a state. His rightful heir is Big Mama's eldest daughter, and her chosen son is the one that she called her right hand man. He's the one who's supposed to take over the male side, which is the overseeing of the workforce, where she overseeing the taking care of the children. So we split the labors, the child related and family household related things in the main house. That's all Big Mama territory and them sisters. Then we have what's called the male responsibilities, where we got the barn out there for butchering. We got one over here for cleaning the animal and smoking them. And then we got another little old place over here that we use for storage, 9 out of 10. That one is dug about 20 feet down in the ground, and then a big cavern is made. And that's where they used to keep most of the food. This is where you got the idea of a basement from. When you go to Europe, you don't see no basements too often unless they modern buildings newer than 1900. They didn't do basements over there. The only place had a lower floor was the castles had dungeons. They didn't have basements. That comes from building houses on top of your food storage bin. So once you get the property, get control, now he go to the bank and make what's called the sharecropping agreements, where I'm going to share my crops produce profit with you if you give me the means to produce the crop this year. Most of the big papas that was us, you knew them because they hurried up and paid off the sharecropping agreement before they could lose their property. They probably only dipped in it 1 or 2 years. Now they are autonomous and independent again. Most of them didn't do that because most of them wasn't good business managers. They was good. They knew all of the aspects of farming, but the business side. This is what
Right,
happened to a lot of
right,
entertainers today with the 360 deals is
right,
to take your intellectual property and give you the minimum they can pay you without you noticing you being robbed.
right.
So then that's how we start losing the land.
Yeah, but I was just
So
talking to somebody about that. Yeah.
mhm. So it was all done it was systematically done on purpose. And then you can find where it's written about in the first charter, which is out of Savannah, Georgia, that I reposted and me and B-Dell touched on it earlier in the week. Then me and Floorburn touched on it. But the post is on my Facebook page. You have to probably scroll back a week, which is a lot of posts on my page. But you scroll back a week, you'll see the blue background and this 3-part post about the bar charter, and all of the images is pictures of the bar charter or related pictures.
All right, I got my next question is, I got 2 more questions before you let me go. My next one is, all right, now me following, now I done already went back and pretty much found everybody I need to find on my family genealogy. So what I'm doing now is I'm looking up land deeds, I'm looking up occupations, and I'm finding different things, right? So I'm finding we had land in Mississippi with oil on it. Um, and I'm
Not
finding we
exactly,
had land in Arkansas that got flooded out, right, due to the Great Flood of 1927.
which was done
Um,
deliberately, like this one that's going on in Washington now.
right, right. See, when my great aunt told me about to see, I asked her, I said, "What made y'all come to St. Louis?" You know, because everybody think they just ran up here because of Jim Crow laws and black codes and all that type of stuff. But she said he came up here due to the Great Flood. Um, I'm thinking that was by design. You know, they broke
Yeah.
the levees, flooded them off. That was down there like in Helena, Arkansas, not too
So
far from
a
Memphis.
lot of times what they do is they find what's called a local valley that's in the path of a stream, right? Or a small river, and then they dam the river up until the valley is full with water. and then they blow the dam, and then all of the water that was in the dam go rushing down into the city that's probably a ways downhill. They was doing that, and they normally do it right before a storm. Now you gotta remember, they used to plant crops by the almanac. It also was their weather reporter. So they knew what days it would rain. And right before a rain come, or that's expected by the almanac, and which is all did by astrology, then once they catch a rainy day and they've got enough water to flood you out, they blow the dam. That's why they keep telling motherfuckers levees breached. The same way they're telling them right now in Washington the levees breached is the same shit they told them in Hurricane Katrina, and they full of SHIT on all levels.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Now, the $1 million question is, how do Rod know they full of shit? Watch this. Every time something that they don't expect happen, they send 1,000 investigators to study it from every angle. And anything in the land that's similarly situated, meaning in this case, we're talking about levees. If the levees gave for Hurricane Katrina like they told us they did, the levees in Washington wouldn't be given now because they would have found the real cause of the breach in the levee, and they would have had the repairs in place to prevent the levees that's breaking in Washington right now to break. But them ain't the only ones. Them just the ones we're using for the example. But they got broke levees all the time. Everywhere you see a great flood, it's a broke levee somewhere. And that's not no coincidence. It happened too regularly to be a coincidence. And coincidence just means two. When it get more than two, when you get to three, you at triangulation. When you get to four, you at a four-corner shuffle, right? When you get into five, that's a five-star flip. You're seeing it now. Too many events with the same underlying circumstances and a different descriptive cause from each one. It's a raise my rock out eyebrow here. What you mean they all similarly situated, right? But they all have a different cause, but whatever the cause was, the secondary cause is breaking levees. Well, at Lake Lanier, they didn't even try to shield that shit. They blew that goddamn dam that they had up. It had to be up for about 2-3 years to blow that much water because it turned into a lake that ain't never evaporated.
I'm here.
You don't trust these people. They lie too much.
I'm here. I'm here, man. All right, I got another one for you. All right, so as I started doing my genealogy research, I started looking into my family. As I started looking into my family, right, as I started picking through certain individuals, going through pictures, their occupation, where they was placed on the geography map. And it seemed like they started coming back to me in my dreams, man. I mean, like they was talking to me clear as day. They'll come back to me for instance, I was asking myself about farming, right? I got a lot of kids in my family. I got a big family, so I'm like, man, how was my family? How was they taking care of each other prior to now? And I realized when I started searching, I say, okay, they had a farm. They was pumping their own water out the ground. They was raising their own hogs, this, that, and the third. So when I started looking into it, it came back to me. So now I got my own farm. I started growing. I got my own produce. And it's like they came back to me in a dream a few times. And one of them was my granddaddy. He was a general. I think it was the Korean War he was in. Then another one was my great grandmother, and it's almost like she was trying to coach me on how to how to coach the family on what we need to be doing to be self-sufficient and learn how to operate without the government. And I was trying to see if there's anything I can do to should I say praise my ancestors. What you got for that? You got
You
anything on that?
You have an altar? Do you have an altar?
Yeah, I got a little room where I got all they pictures and stuff, all my little photos and
And
everything of
now
where I do my homework at.
you need to try to find out what each one of them favorite food, clothing item, or like some of them might have like certain kind of stones, but they got something that they loved in their life, right? Like let's say, for instance, you're trying to find your granny, and you're trying to tap into her frequency, and she was the one who used to cook for 27 kids and 136 grandkids every Sunday morning, right? Her recipe book opened up in front of her photograph, opens her frequency up for a sympathetic link that's 10 times more powerful than just a picture alone. Let's say grandpa, he used to like to smoke a pipe tobacco, and he had his favorite, let's say it was apple tobacco, right? Which is some kind of way they mix the bark of the apple tree with tobacco leaves and roll it up, and it smelled like you're smoking apples. But let's say that was his thing. So you say, okay, you would go get you one of those little wood pipes or whatever kind of pipe he had, and if you can get one of his actual pipes, that make it even stronger. Then you pack it with his favorite tobacco. You don't gotta smoke it. You just gotta light it, and then you sit it in front of his photograph when you're showing him reference. He'll talk to you just like I'm talking to you now. You hear him just as clear as you hear me now, because he's tied into you in your DNA. So, like my mama thing, like when I get stuck, I'm going to get a Pepsi. Mama, what do I do from here? Boy, now I done told you, right? Just like I'm talking to you. I mean, and my mama be having a whole conversation, and she been physically gone for some years now. But I can still talk to my mama. I can talk to my dad. But my dad only want to talk when I make accomplishments in life, right? Let's say, for instance, if I graduated from a program, Pop's gonna show up. He gonna show up and show out with his jovial laugh, his big wide smile. He gonna show himself in my mind's eye. I'm gonna see him, and he gonna tell me what he need to tell me, or ask me what he actually love asking me questions because he like to see me answer them. I don't understand where that come from, but it seemed like a lot of people like asking me questions now when they used to didn't like asking me shit.
I'm here. I'm here, man. You be doing a whole lot. Shit, I say, man, I bumped into you. I mean, I've been, like I say, I started off with my boy Dane. I was already on some shit before Pride, but when I seen Dane, it was like, man, I ain't the only one out here like that, right? And then my peoples bumped me into you and Young Elder, and then I started fucking with Top Cats. I say, man, these guys on the road, these guys, goddamn, me got it going on.
Okay,
Shit.
so we had 50 chiefs. That was these one of the 50 chiefs had to figure out the problem. All of them gonna get an opportunity. They had I think 21 more fairs where however many fairs is in that display at the George Washington Memorial. I think it's 21, right? And this is why in the pictures when Noble Drew Ali is telling us we the many, the more Zionist Jews is the few. So it's the few versus the many. It's 50 chiefs, right? If you look up Carlos V mural, those are some of the chiefs that's in the mural that on the return back, we all agreed to come in with amnesia and figure out the problem. But I didn't come in with amnesia. Something went wrong. Rod Hayes was retarded in a different kind of way that allowed him to not be programmed in his memory erased totally. So I used to see stuff that I didn't know what it meant, but they were flashbacks of going through all this shit in prior lives. And then it started showing me what I got to do. So I couldn't come up and teach in the public
before the 6,000 years contract between the Galactic Federation and the Anunnaki was up. The 6,000 year contract, we call that the 6,000 year rule of the devil. I wasn't allowed to take the test because everybody thought I was retarded. So they was always pushing me to the back burner, telling me, no, you ain't ready. You can't take the test. It ain't your turn. We don't need you. Your skills is not going to help you pass this test, right? So I done went through lifetimes trying to end this shit, but nobody's allowing me to step out front and tell what's going on with our tribes, because they say if don't nobody know, and these are elders saying this, if don't nobody know us, the person that know us the best is the one they call in the Vadum the Baron of the Crossroad. They call him in Central America Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl. They call him the Plumed Serpent. They call him the father of wisdom, the wisest among them all, wiser than Solomon. They all these nicknames, but they gotta all of the tribes gotta have grievances for them to solve in order to find out why we don't got our shit. And it's only one person that he can be blind, deaf, and dumb and tell you that this ain't all our people. We got the interlopers on the land. So they conjure my ass up. Now that they didn't conjure me up, they gotta feed me information in my face, behind my back, because they know that's the only way I'm gonna pay attention. You gotta be trying to get over on me in order for me to look at you and see through your bullshit. So now all the chiefs say, okay, let's call Chief Pontiac, see what he's gonna do. And I'm gonna do like Harold Melvin in the Blue Notes. Wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed. No more backwards thinking, time for thinking ahead. That kind of shit right there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you got it going on, big dog. You putting them receipts out there, shit. We can't do nothing but acknowledge that. You know what I mean? Can't do nothing but salute the hat to that one, big dog.
The
You know what I
only
mean?
people that's adamantly against anything that I'm saying is the people that's losing the war. Let that sink in. The only ones that's mad about what Rodhead's saying or saying he don't know what he's talking about are the ones that's losing. They didn't lost. They didn't lost. So since they lost the war, now all they can do is throw slander balls in my direction. Periodically, I gotta pop out and remind the tribes that, yeah, I see that bullshit. I ain't running from them motherfuckers. I ain't ducking. I ain't hiding. They can all get it. But Mama said we gotta follow these steps first.
Man, that's crazy. You know, I'm gonna let you go after this one. My family used to always say we was cursed, right? And then I started hearing about this 200-year conjuring war, right? So I say, damn, they used to always say we cursed. I don't feel like I'm cursed, right? Because I'm winning, right? So I'm like, damn, y'all feel like y'all cursed. But then I started getting into this conjuring war. So I say that's why, because you feel like you cursed because you believe in they bullshit. Once you start believing they bullshit, everything can start changing. And that's what made sense to me. I say, yeah, we can't keep on believing the illusion. You know what I'm saying? Being hypnotized under the spells. You know, so yeah, I appreciate you doing what you're doing, boss man. I just want to tap in with you. You know what I mean? I ain't want to hold you too long.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I had a
Yes,
couple
sir.
people down here waiting to come up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, boss man.
All right, peace, God.
You know it.
Wait a minute. It was where my man at? Cause he want to come up here and he's trying to call me. I don't see him right now. At the beginning of the video, I want to make sure I get him up here.
So let me see what that was. Charleston Lee. Let me see if I can find it. Hey, Charleston, if you still in there, say something in the comments right quick so I can pull you up on the video. Charleston Lee. Charleston Lee, please say something in the yep, hold on. That's him Lead Better. Charleston Lee Lead Better. You next contestant. I think you just made a comment. Go back a second. Hold on, y'all. Excuse me for the. Okay, I don't see him. I guess I go to the next one then. Hey.
Man, Rob.
Yo, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, man? I can't believe I finally got to talk to you.
Well, here I am. What you gonna talk about?
I'm from South Carolina. I'm from the upstate of South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm from a small town called Spartanburg, South Carolina. And I just want to know, when you hear about South Carolina, we always talk about Charleston, because it's they have a real unique, rich history with all, with the slavery and everything. But I just wanted to know if you know anything about, when that was going on back then, what was going on up in this area, if you know anything about Spartanburg Greenville area. This the upstate.
How long you been watching me?
For a few years now.
Okay. You probably heard me say that we was all hands on deck. A Big Mama car came from a Gullah Geechee Big Mama out of the Carolinas.
Yeah.
Okay, now, first let's address why is Charleston the most known or talked about. Charleston is most talked about because it's a major city with a lot of rich history that's part of the narrative cover-up. They only spotlight what's called certain areas. And we thinking that the only tribes of that area might be Gullah Geechee, but it was more tribes there. And then when we was called to go fight in the Gullah Wars, many of the chiefs stopped by to show homage to the Big Mamas in the Carolinas, all of them, because it was a confederacy of Big Mamas that they just had to be telepathic because we had no telephones.
Yeah.
And everybody came. They came as far away as Hawaii, the Tongan and Samoan Islands, New Zealand, and Australia, sending soldiers to fight this invasion that we was up against. When she put the call, this is why we have such a diverse range of phenotypical features, right? We got the blood of everybody over here. And so it's also the blood that corrects the rest of the blood of the planet is the tribes of the Americas. So when the interlopers come in, rape the society, in order to clean the blood up, they have to come back and tie into the vine. That's the term. Is if you look up the term tying into the vine, it's going to talk about unions of marriage in order to make one family tree, right?
Yeah.
So, and this is why the root blood, the Africa theory is an after the fact ideology. It's not an ancient philosophy. The
I was
out
gonna
of
ask you about
Africa
that.
theory is not even 200 years old. But
Yeah.
you got to look at the what's called the perspective, right? Remember, perspective means the person that's looking at it, how they see it. That's their perspective. When you look at it, you say, what's their perspective? And then you ask yourself, what's my perspective? This going to help you see the rift in the information. Okay, now, while they giving us how we supposed to look at it, but that's not how it's supposed to be seen. They can use that as a tool of conditioning to tell you how it's supposed to look, and then it's something entirely different, right? So this is why everybody saved America's for last to bring this global war to its final conclusion, what they call the closing of Armageddon, the final conflict, the final battle, right? It's supposed to be good against evil, trying to even the score where these demons be seeking the upper hand, snatching souls of black folks, women and men, struggling in the world to raise these niggas and give them military minds and call them guerrillas, right? They don't want us to do that. So the only way you can control people is you always got to stay in control of the narrative that the people are receiving. This is the only way that the erasing us is going to work. Now, the only way we can break that is we have to fall back on our natural born sovereign capacity to express our natural culture without being taught it. If you can rely on you going to follow your culture, right? You're going to follow the ways of your people. Whatever government here doesn't matter. And it's the only way that is going to allow you to see the fraud on your own without nobody help, right? Because they telling us to look at it one way. The majority of us want to look at the way they told us to look at it because that's flock mentality, crowd mentality, herd mentality, pack mentality, tribal mentality. People might want me to be a Pan-Africanist. I study Pan-Africanism. I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm growth and development. I'm the dean of Brain Bang University. I'm a soldier of Larry Hoover. I'm the son of Arthur Hayes and Augustine Hayes, right? I know who I am. I know my tribe. I know where we came from. I know our literature. Okay, now, when I go learn about other tribes and I learn their literature, that don't make me part of their tribe. It make me be able to understand how that tribe operate.
Right.
Right. So when a judicial system come into play, is to make all of the distinctive qualities of each tribe be erased and everybody follow the script that we finna give you. I ain't following their script. So we brain banging about it, putting it all in the public domain for the rest of the tribe, similarly situated to have it in the time-stamped archivable format so that it's valid as a public notice, and notice the agent is notice the principal. I don't got to tell them. It's not my responsibility to tell them individually. It's my responsibility to make it publicly accessible for them to determine that their time is up and our time is now, and we ain't John Cena.
Yep.
Right? So now that it's in the public domain and all of the tribes have access to my unique perspective, each one of the tribe members can look at it from their perspective and take the part that they tribe need the most to help them the most. And the rest of it don't worry about you because it might be for another tribe. Right. So I come in, I teach from Malachi's information, I teach from Elijah Muhammad information, Clarence 13X information, Yahweh Ben Yahweh information. I even teach from Lyle Phillips and Siraj Rahaj, old loopy minded ass Negroes perspective, because I need to understand what they believe, what they think, and how they feel. I had to live through them schools in order to understand how it feels to be one of them, so I could see they don't feel like our culture. I can't keep it. My culture is growth and development. Brain banging. Brain banging is our new doctrine. Part of brain banging is diplomacy. Learning how to associate with the other tribes on the land that you walk around with every day. If you don't have problem solving skills built into your educational system, we won't know our children won't know how to solve problems. So what did they do? They excised from the common curriculum two critical points: critical thinking and practical problem solving. Now, that used to be hardwired in just to the way humans teach each other, but by using the educational system, you can fillet the critical thinking, practical problem solving off the bones you finna feed the kids. Now, if you go to what they call a upper class community and you look at their curriculum is still hardwired with critical thinking and practical problem solving. But not only that, a lot of them offer it as a separate part of the core curriculum that's not an elective, right? So it's not in the same category as gym. And when you get your credits for it, you get credits for studying sociology because it's all pack behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, the other thing you just touched on a little while ago. So so this whole thing about, because it's a big thing. It's people talking about it to this day, all the time, about the out of Africa theory.
Mm-hmm.
Who's African and who's indigenous to this land? I never really felt comfortable calling myself African American. I'm not gonna skip over my genealogy bloodline to say I'm African American. Because for the longest they taught us in school that all humanity came from Africa, right? I don't know, I know you spoke on that before. Can you, bring some more clarity to that? Because I
Yeah.
just
Okay, so Hippocrates is the father of history. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I got my Greek philosophers right. No, it's not him. I forget his name. But the father of history was a Greek philosopher, Herodotus. But the Kemetic people was writing history before Greece was even considered as a civilization, right? Everything that they learned from the Greek or Hellenistic worldview is what it's called. When you look that up, Hellenistic worldview reference point for what I'm saying is the perspective of Greece. Now, our public politics is the Republic of Plato, or Greek, right? Our religious philosophies is coming from the writings of Plutarch and a couple of other Greek philosophers. But I'm really focused on the worldview, because in order for them to know where they came from, they had to go back to Egypt, right? Now, if they have to go back to Egypt to find out where they came from, where did they come from? They from
Right.
out of Africa, right?
Yeah.
What that got to do with us over here?
I don't think nothing.
Right. Because when the out of Africa philosophy was being developed, they was blind to this part of the world. It didn't exist in the paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they cannot say out of Africa before you even know America exists.
Right.
How you gonna say everybody came from Africa and you don't know America exists? So now, how do you, when you upon the discovery of the so-called Americas, right? How do you weave this into the out of Africa theory? Because they have to weave it into the out of Africa theory because it existed before the out of Africa theory, alone in a standalone reality, separate and unto itself, with its own history, doctrine, and peoples, separate from the out of Africa concept, separate from the Hellenistic worldview. Had nothing to do with that. So now when they encounter us, they need to incorporate us into the Hellenistic worldview. How do they do that? They have to figure out a way to tie us back to the out of Africa theory. We don't ascribe to the out of Africa theory. Ours is from out of the Mississippi Delta theory, Mississippi clay dirt walking theory. We don't
Yep.
come from a Nile Valley origin point. We was here before that because we set that shit up. We don't come from a Akkadian and a Sumerian and a Babylonian backstory because we was here before they set that shit up.
Mm-hmm.
When they landed on Mount Hermon, right, we was already here. When they decided to rape the daughters of men, which was really the daughters of women, is how they were saying it. When they say the daughters of men, that's supposed to be derogatory in nature, equivalent to calling a girl a whore,
Mm-hmm.
right? But when they say daughters of the mother, that's like calling somebody an angel walking on earth. But because of time and the different perspectives and worldviews and the change of how we use words, it was lost to antiquity that that was a derogatory term equivalent to calling a girl a whore.
Yeah.
Right? If that means that she didn't have a mother. If you say this the daughters of men, that means that she didn't have a mother. She was born in a brothel. But this is all understanding the writings of the Sumerians and the Akkadians and their common culture being separate from the culture of the people of Egypt. So when they come with the out of Africa theory, they use the Bering Straits narrative in order to justify the presence of Mongolians and Huns
Mm-hmm.
that they
Yep.
brought over here with them because that's who they was fighting before they got kicked out of Europe. From there, the people they was fighting is where they got their spoils of war. The women and the children, the women was for concubines and the children was for the workforce. So them was parts of the spoils of war. They set them up in what's called peasant villages. The peasant village was subject to the chancellor of the region. But we don't know this much about European history because you got to be interested in some reading some weirdo ass shit when you really get down to it. After studying European history, it make a motherfucker not want to study history no more. It's just nasty.
Yeah. Yeah.
You read about their history, and then as soon as you close the book, you got to go take a damn shower because you just feel nasty. That's the
Dirty.
way it is, right? So when they did their out of Africa theory at its origin, they knew nothing about the Teotihuacan. They knew nothing about Titicaca. They knew nothing about the monkey village in the Amazon.
they knew nothing about the Nazca lines when they came up with the Outer Africa theory. None of that stuff was in the equation. This is why they stop at Egypt. Egypt was not even the oldest nor the premier culture of the continent. You had two cultures that dominated the continent as the highest royal families. In the north was some people that currently live, the remnant of them live in the Sudan, called Dinka, Dinka. Those are the children of Inky. Big old big MFs. Look just like an old big ass Mississippian nigga. Then in the sub-Saharan region, what was called the Abzu was the royal guard of Inky's Abzu. We call them today the Zulu, who was left as a protectorate tribe that's supposed to overlook the Khoisan and the Twa, who dwell in the region, to keep the other tribes that's big like the Watusi from taking advantage of them. They was given the royal rights because the Twa and the Khoisan been in Africa so long that they can tell you the position of the sun before there ever was a moon and where they came from and how long they've been there, and you won't believe them. So they won't tell you because they don't want you to call them a liar, because in their culture, that's the highest form of disrespect, to be one who bears false witness to the truth. Right? But we don't know other people's culture that's similar to ours, and we don't know how to use that lens to see our own culture. We've never stopped doing this shit. We always did.
Mm-hmm.
We never stopped doing it. We still gigging in the clubs. We used to call them the juke joint in the early days of the war. They was the juke joint, the hole in the wall. They had a whole lot of names for them. We still doing that shit. We call them house parties now, or what they call the BYOB gatherings at the hall.
Yeah. Yep.
We still doing the same shit. We all this fancy footwork dancing. Every region has its own version of that's tribal dance. All we gotta do is look at what we doing. We do everything. We gotta have them names. Gotta have power in them. We've been laughing at these sisters for naming their daughter's name like Shaniqua, and their son's names like Javante. Those names are tones.
Mm-hmm.
And they trying to go back to the linguistic value of tribal speaking, and that's why they started making up those names and borrowing them from Asian and African culture. And this is where, when, like for instance, when you hear Elijah call us Asiatic black men, the reason that is we have a treaty. We had a verbal treaty tied to the names of the people of the South with the Lee clan. Over in Asia, it's spelled with the character that looks like L-I. It's spelled Lee, right? But in the English, it might be L-E-E, L-I-E, L-E-I. It's a whole bunch of variants, but you got Henry Lee, Arthur Lee, Jacob Lee. Then you got girls' names like Verdi Lee, Bobby Lee. The Lee tribe, right? This is the treaties with the Emperor Ho Chi Minh, and his generals who's using the military strategies of the one they call the Black General. But he was called that, but he was commanding niggas, right? But he was called it not because of his skin color, but because of the garb he wore, which represented the clans of the stealth. This is where your ninjas learned to wear black from. Your samurais in nighttime put on the black. That came from that black general of China. So I'm going to get a little loquacious over here, ain't I?
Yeah. I know that some more people want to come up. I ain't gonna hold you, but just one more thing. Like on my, they say like on my mom's side, Her grandfather, my great grandfather, he was a Cherokee, full-blooded Cherokee. But they always say my great grandmother, she was just black. I don't buy that because that's a classification. You got to be, unless you come from the continent of Africa, you got to be from some other kind of tribe. I don't think they really knew. She had, I think she was Indian too. She had to have something. She couldn't just been black. What is black? Where is black at on the map? You know what I mean?
So a lot of us was called black, because even people with the last name black is part of the stealth priests. All of them, right? Like the Black Panther clan, the Black Wolf clan, the Black Eagle clan, the Black Elk clan, right? We had those. Those are wartime chiefs. That's the chiefs of last resort that comes to the front in waves. So you got to go through all of the other waves of chiefs before you get to the ones who's operating in stealth in an unknown capacity. You don't even know he's the chief yet until you activate him. And you can't activate him unless the skill set that he's developed is required to be out in the front. And then he come out as the stealth priest, the black priest. That's where you've got black, the B-2 bomber is black. The stealth ship is black. Or all of that is tied back to that same black general introducing black as a way to fight what we call midnight warfare. Right? Because the Mississippians used to wear wolf pelts. One tribe wore wolf pelts, one tribe wear bear pelt, one tribe wear cougar pelts. But the stealth priests, you hardly ever seen them. Right? Because they don't come out until shit is bad. And they have to figure out, how did we get to this point? When Columbus came, there was no high chiefs. There was only training chiefs on the land. And this is how they had got a head start in the wars to be able to even begin to overtake the land. So the chiefs that was over here might have been scout chiefs as a two feathered chief. That means he wear two feathers because he take information from one feather to the other feather, right? So all chiefs got a scout. The scout might be a local brave or soldier in the field, in the area, that have to physically lay eyes on you to determine who you are. They can do it telepathically with somebody in their clan. All clans are bound to their common love for a certain chief. When chiefs make alliances, they bring families together, and it's normally sealed with a marriage deal. The marriage deal is a political arrangement in order to end the war between two clans, where one male from one clan has to marry the female from the other clan. We think marriage is I fell in love and I'm about to get married. That's not what marriage is more responsible than that. Real marriage is more responsible than that. Real marriage is we're going to build this empire together. We're going to do what it takes to restore the kingdom on earth, bring heaven back on earth. What we going to do? We just can't sit here and watch everybody stay miserable. If I'm going to be with you and you're going to be with me, we going to figure this shit out together, or we ain't going to be together until it's figured out.
Yep. That's true. I ain't gonna hold you, but you know what's funny? My granddad, he passed away back in. My granddad passed away back in like 83, 84. I was just a teenager, but growing up, you know what he used to always call me? He might, my name's Frankie, but he would say, he might call me Frankie, every now and then. But you know what he always referred to me as?
What?
Chief. How you doing, Chief? He's always called me that.
Yeah, he was conditioning you then for your role and responsibility to the family.
My granddad used to always call, "How you doing, Chief?" I'm like, man. So when you always, chiefing with the chief, when you do your thing, that I always think about that. But because my granddad used to always call me that. I was just a little little kid, 9, 10 years old. How you doing, Chief? I'm like, you know, I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
But
They did me a little different. They didn't call me chief. They put me in, they taught me circumstantially. They didn't allude to, like my mama would say, you got a great and mighty work. And my daddy used to say, you got to always be straight up if you a man. Every man got to be straight up. He'd do his hands like that because he mean that shit, right? And so he was telling me that as a man, you got to stand up straight, stand on what you believe on. That's why right now, if the whole world, 8.4 billion people told me I was wrong, no, I ain't. No, I ain't. I know exactly because I already did my investigation. So you can't tell me I'm wrong. You can say you disagree with me. That's fine. I don't mind being disagreed with. Can't tell me I'm wrong though. You got to show me I'm wrong. You got to prove it to me that I'm wrong. But when I get there and explaining to you why I believe it's this way, you're gonna be like, that makes some motherfucking sense. But until the end, you might just think of them batshit crazy like most people. Because they scared to ask questions if they feel intimidated by your field. So, I'm like, fuck it, don't ask me nothing. I didn't want to tell you motherfuckers nothing, no way. I ain't know I was gonna be out here answering all these damn questions. I decided, but I helped a lot of people along my journey though. In the streets and in the joint.
so and this is it right here. I know. But are we really 13% of the population? I just don't believe it. Okay, they say globally around the
No, we're
world.
not. We've been subdivided amongst ourselves based on our phenotypical differences as being, and our geological differences being different people.
Okay.
So when you see those people in the South that use that lead to honor that treaty, and all of them Asians you see in Chinatown and Koreatown and Little Vietnam, they got the name Lee, your cousins.
I believe it.
On the land.
I
They
believe
part of the treaty. Our treaty was really reinforced by railroad workers, but it traces back the first time under the command of Ho Chi Minh, I think was his name, was an emperor, and he came over here, but he didn't come to New Orleans. He came to the western border of Mexico, and he met with that chief, the Amaru chief. And they reinforced the contract by treaty and by marriage right. And this is why a lot of the old dark Asian looking tribes, they dark skin, but they got Asian features, but they live on the land and they got that hollow hair. That's because of those treaties and those marriage agreements between the clans from over here and the clans from over there. That's why I tell everybody, like, if you don't know the history, you're gonna be taking advantage of a part of the family that we need. Right? Even some of the Mongolians that made treaties with us, we can't throw all of the people that was enrolled under the Dawes rolls out, because all of them wasn't part of the problem. Some of them was victims just like us.
Yep.
Right? So they got what's called ceremonial tribal rights on the land. They can't own no land, but they can live here under their own vine and fig tree as long as they stay under their own vine and fig tree and don't cause problems to the neighboring tribes. This is why the Amish are so prosperous, with no actual interaction with the government. They stayed under their own vine and fig tree.
Yep.
Noble Drew Ali wrote about staying under your own vine and fig tree. Right? Jonah, at the end of Jonah, what did he do? He went and got under his own little old tree. Because he got to stay to your own self. This is why you have, like, for instance, gay communities. Because if you don't fit in with no other tribe, you go to the gay community, them your people. Y'all do whatever y'all want in y'all community among yourself. Nothing to do with us. I'm dog man, gorilla hanging in the forest. That's my clan.
All right.
You know what I mean? So we don't go trying to tell nobody how to run their clan, but we don't like it when people try to tell us how to run ours. We under our own vine and feed tree. We growth and develop. We brain banging now. We ain't gang banging no more. Everybody under growth and development need to be doing ambassador studies because we are the ones that's supposed to be the royal court guard, the first ones you see, and we're supposed to have the most common sense and the most courtesy and the ability to communicate with all of the tribes. That's our job. That's what we're here for, to maintain the balance across the land among the tribes. You got a tribe that's appointed to go and visit each tribe and to find out if there's any conflicts between two tribes, how to solve it. We ain't supposed to be fighting peace stones. They the police for us. They not the police for the system. They the tribal law. We ain't supposed to be fighting with the tribal law. We're supposed to be working with the tribal law. But as long as we fighting each other, we won't never remember that shit. So we'd be thinking, I just want my chief out. I don't care about your chief. No, I want them all out. Because we wouldn't be in this situation right now if we knew who our real leaders was, separate from the ones that the system gave us. And Franz Fanon said it best: the system, for all its rewards and all its accolades it may give you, in order to maintain control, will also kill you. Yeah. I'm going to go and take another caller up, Money.
Okay, I appreciate it, Rod. I follow you on IG too, man.
Okay.
Okay. All right, man.
Lorenzo. You better see me independent, me and Lorenzo rolling in the benzo. What it do, my man? What it do?
What is do? Let me put my light on because I've been waiting for a minute. So I have a few questions. I'm all the way in Trinidad and Tobago. Right?
Okay.
So the first thing I wanted to say, though, I noticed something, right? Because I've been looking at Brother Rich for a long time, and I've been following a lot of elders, like Dr. Phil Valentine, Professor James Small. And the last time I sat down, I watched you and him having a conversation with Brother Rich. And what I've been realizing is that Dr. Phil, he from Trinidad and Tobago like me. Professor James Small, he from in America. But I'm recognizing that every time I listen to them, the way they speak as though we are in a continuous struggle and like there's no hope, you know? So when I hear listen to Sister Myra, she talking a different talk. She like, yo, we at the end of the struggle now. We're gonna give us ours now. Then I listen to you talking a different talk. Then there's another few elders who talking that saying we gotta go back to Africa and this and that and the other. So in my mind, I'm like, yo, that last show that Rod Hayes did with Brother Rich was a good show, because what you did right there is you bridge a certain gap. Because what I'm seeing now, I'm 40 years old. People who is 45, 40, 35, literally is like fed up completely of how the system is running. A lot of people I know, they're like, yo, we just working every day, working. We dying younger, we getting older faster, we getting sicker. This shit gotta stop. Something is wrong. You know, like something gotta happen right now, like soon as possible. When I listen to Brother Phil Valentine, he like, yo, we still got more years of this going. We're gonna have more problems, and the man is still on us. I listen to Brother Professor James Small. He like, he don't want to give up Africa, but he don't want to give up America. Then he talking about how he have a hotel that 80 people came together to buy in Africa, but they gotta sell it now because it didn't work out properly and all this different type of things. So I'm like, yo, is it a divide now where a lot of the elders who in their 70s and 80s, they not really seeing the transition that's being made? Because something I noticed with you, when you've been talking about the government gonna have to switch, they're gonna have to bring a National Guard in, they're gonna close down the Federal Reserve. You talking this like 2-3 years now. You adamant about it. You sure, and then you see the receipts come up. You see the National Guard is deployed. You see they close down this bank. You see this, that, and the other happening. So in my mind, I'm like, yo, we've reached a pivotal stage right now where it's actually a divide, because The elders who spoke in the previous time, they were talking about struggling, but now the struggle, we done went through the struggle for so many years that we fed up with the struggle right now. So some got to be done. Now, I don't know if you noticed that, but did you notice that? Because I saw when you spoke to the end of the show, you was like, even though the elders said that America ain't got no resources, America do have resources, and they've been lying to us because they're preaching what Professor James Moore preaches, that America ain't got no resources, Africa got all the resources, da, 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 da. And then when you go to Africa, I have people who come to Trinidad who from Africa, who leave there and come here. They tell you how Africa is deplorable. They ain't got proper roads, their healthcare, it's problems over there. So they're leaving it to come here. So why would we want to leave here to go over there? You know? And I'm seeing the divide right now. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The next thing I wanted to say is that so when you talk about how you come out of the dirt, right? One day I was looking at a CSI program, right? Where they're talking about they had this little child in Africa, they found her in a river, but they only found his torso, half of his body, from his legs go down.
Mm-hmm.
And then they was like, okay, so they found him now. They was like, okay, we got to figure out where he come from. Who is he? So they began to like go into his bones. And then when they went into his bones now, they started to see little things in his bones that was able to direct them to a certain part of South Africa. Then they went deeper again. Then it was like, oh, this type of dust or whatever is in his bones, it only exists in this area. So he came from that part of the land, and they was able to figure out that he came from that part of the land because maybe he might have been trafficked, human trafficked, whatever, but they was able to see that he come out of the land literally from in his bones. It's the same thing with you or with me. I'm from Trinidad. There's certain herbs on the land. There's certain trees with certain things that's let off in the air. There's certain things in the soil. There's certain meats that we eat. All of that stuff is in the land from in Trinidad, just like in America. So if you dig up in Rod Hayes' bones, you're going to see Rod Hayes have certain type of whatever it is they was finding that's only existing in that area. Is that true from what your knowledge tell you?
Yeah, so what you have is what's called a trace mineral. The trace
Right.
mineral has a specific number of isotopes. This allows them to trace the mineral to where these isotopes group around this trace mineral in this volume or this many isotopes. And from that, they can, it's to tie you to the land. A while ago, I was doing, say, if you want to find out if you're from the land, tell them to do a DNA test and compare you to the land, because that's going to be more accurate than that test they doing at 23andMe.
Yeah. Because they
They know
triangulate the
how
human.
they know how to find out if somebody from the land by testing the soil trace mineral that's in the bones and the DNA in the bone marrow.
Yeah,
Which
they
is
found out
from,
this boy was from South Africa. They know exactly which area to, which country, everything. They went right back to like the town or the section of the land where it had the most whatever minerals that he was from. So they know he was from that part of the land without even guessing.
They can
And I'm like,
also,
they could do that for everybody.
yeah, they can also trace you by nutrition. They could tell you by your diet what part of the country you live in.
Yeah. So they could tell you from South Carolina and you from New York. Stuff like that. They could even triangulate it like that.
Yeah. So I put it like this: if you from Philly, they gonna find some Philly steak traces in your bloodstream.
Yeah.
If you from New York, that bodega you ate all the time, they gonna say, oh, he from New York. He eat that bodega all the time, because it's gonna leave trace residue in your bloodstream.
Right. So that's why I don't respect people who from so people from Trinidad and they leave Trinidad and they go America and they say they're Trinidad to the bone. They love Trinidad, but they never come back home. I don't really respect that. So what Trump is doing with the deportation situation, I think that's what needs to happen for the land. So like people from Haiti got to go back to Haiti to help deal with that, because y'all from there, y'all got to go deal with that. And it's not people from Trinidad who live in America that come back to Trinidad.
It's the natural progression of things. It's called entropy. When the people start leaving the homeland, that means the homeland is being overran by foreigners. But when the foreigners start being exiled from the homeland, they have an irresistible impulse to return home. Watch Haiti.
You got to get home. Yeah.
Yeah. All you gotta do is watch Haiti because they want Haitians to rebuild Haiti, and because they don't trust nobody because everybody they trusted in the past crossed them out.
Right.
So all
That's
you
the
gotta
truth.
do, is watch Haiti. They they pick like 2 or 3 countries in Africa that they willing to work with, but that's the Haitian people picking those people. Other than
Right.
that, they don't want nobody down there in Haiti interfering in them rebuilding. They already started. Me and Rising Phoenix, we've tracked the rebuilding of a major canal from scratch that the people of Haiti built without the government permission or finance. They financed it themselves and they built it themselves. They
Right.
supplied the workers from among themselves. And it's the same way with all of this. The reason they did it is so that they can do renovations and rebuild the whole island. You got to remember,
Yeah. Yeah.
the Dominican Republic, Haiti, was divided by colonizers. It wasn't divided by the people.
No, it's always the colonizers. Yeah.
So when they start to restore everything, they not only concerned with restoring Haiti, they also concerned with restoring the DR.
Yeah. Now they got some people from Cuba, right? I wanna hear your opinion about this. So there's this guy, one of my friends. He from Cuba, right? He work in a store around, so we talk sometimes. And he's like, "Yo," they asking him, "Why you leave Cuba? Why you come around here to be in Trinidad?" He's like, "Man, in Cuba, everything is about the police. If you open up a store, whatever you're doing, everything is about the police, and it's always about what the Fidel Castro administration says that they got to do. So if they can't have no current, they can't have no electricity for like what he said from in the nighttime they have no electricity, in the day they have it for like an hour or 2 or something like that. So I'm thinking about. I always hear Dick Gregory say, man, he don't like Fidel Castro, right? He said, how you gonna survive all them presidents and then they got Gitmo on Cuba? And in my mind, I'm listening to the Cuban guy say how he don't want to live in Cuba, even though he's from there, is because everything is the police. You can't get a chance to grow. You can't do nothing over there besides what they say you should
Okay,
do.
so let's
And I'm
understand what Cuba was going through that made people want to leave. When Raul, Fidel, Che Guevara, Camilo Cienfuegos, and a few others decided to oust the mob, to oust the United
yeah,
States government from controlling the resources of the people of Cuba. What was going on when this happened was the mobsters had set up casinos in Cuba as referenced in The Godfather with the Havana deal.
yeah,
While they was running
yeah,
these casinos, they was taking the local underage girls and giving them absorbent amount of money to molest them, right?
right,
Now, when Castro and them came, one of their complaints or platform arguments was, we no longer want our daughters to work in your brothels when they should be at
right,
home raising their children, right? So they ousted the United States influence, they ousted the mob, and when they took control of Cuba, and they were immediately placed under international embargo from trade, and they wasn't allowed. Like if you go to Cuba now, you see more modern cars now than you did 20 years ago because they weren't
right.
allowed to import anything but presidential vehicles. So the people
That's
of
what I find
Cuba,
crazy. Yeah,
right now, the people of Cuba are resourceful enough and productive enough. They've been keeping them old 50 cars from the 50s functional for
yeah,
50
yeah,
years when we can't keep them
yeah,
functional for 4. Now we got to buy a new
yeah,
car,
yeah.
right? Now, resources is limited now because you can't trade.
Yeah, that's what he say too. You can't send nothing back there. Even right now, because they just had the same hurricane that Jamaica had, Cuba had a bad hurricane the same way too. And then he was like, people dying right now from dengue and this and you can't send stuff over there. I'm like, yo, let's send some stuff over there. He's like, nah, you can't do it, papi. They're gonna stop it, and it's cost more money to send than it actually costs for it to pay. So if you're sending something that's worth $5, it's going to cost you $50 to send it.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's
So they
because of
can't
the
get no.
embargo. That's because of the embargo America have on Cuba. Now remember, America patrols the waterways of all of Central America. America is the primary vessels of control because they can't allow foreign nations to operate in the Gulf all the way back to the Atlantic because it's a military vulnerability.
Yeah.
Now, so they patrolling around the island of Cuba. They're not allowing them to trade, so it limits the resource. They're not allowed to develop nuclear power plants for massive production of electricity like everybody else because of the embargo. So now the power plants can only be productive for so long before you become a burden on the strain on the infrastructure. So part of the presidential responsibility is to govern over the use of resources so that everybody can have access, or as many people as possible, to the
Yeah,
resource
that's true.
like electricity. So yeah, it's gonna look tyrannical to the people under the regime. But for the political scientist, one who studies the background of how you got to that condition, it wasn't like that for the first 5 years after they took control. It wasn't until they started depleting resources that they can only acquire through foreign trade that it started being more and more restrictive in how you live in Cuba. Now, a lot of the people was up in arms because Castro emptied out his prisons and his mental institutions and sent them all to
Yeah,
America as political
yeah,
refugees,
yeah,
right? And he did that because he didn't have the resources to maintain them in a mental institution or in a prison, and he didn't want to just let them go on the street. So he sent them to the people that caused the problem, so that the problem that they caused can be a problem on the problem maker. So he sent them to
right.
America. Right. So, yeah, you're going to feel oppressed under those conditions because you don't have access to what and don't mess around and lived in America a few years and then move to Cuba. You're going to be miserable
It's
because
hell
you
on
ain't
earth,
going.
they tell me. He told me it's hell on earth over there right now.
Yeah,
He said he ain't
feel
going
like
back.
that,
I'm like,
but it's
damn, you
going
ain't
to
going
get
back?
better. Yeah, but it got to get better though, because they
Right.
eventually going to have to allow Cuba open trade. In
Yeah,
order for, because there's not going to be any third world countries anymore. All
right.
third
So
world
now,
countries is moving toward development now. They all got the resources.
right. So
All the
this leads me to
miners,
this next.
yeah, all the miners, if you go look at the resources they produce, they got enough resources to take care of their own people, but they don't have enough resources to take care of the whole of Europe and their people.
Yeah. Now this is a situation right now because I'm in Trinidad and Tobago, and right next door to us is Venezuela. Right. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Venezuela is a situation now with the American government in Trinidad, and people don't like it. Some people like it. Then they have a lot of slick talking between Nicolas Maduro and our prime minister. They talking really slick and nasty, like in public, like kill them violently. We don't like them. They made our prime minister persona non grata because she allowed the U.S. to put a spinning, what they call a radar on our property, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Nicolas Maduro now, I'm doing my research from asking people because a lot of people from Venezuela live in Trinidad. They come over here. Now, the people who come over here, once again, they don't like Maduro. They like, yo, he need to go. The reason why they're in Trinidad because over there's problems, and they literally come down for toilet paper, Uncle Rod. They come down for toilet paper, right? So they coming down here, they're trying to work. They do just like they do in America, 10 of them in one little apartment, and they working and they working and they working to get their money sent back home. So now there's this war brewing now. Now, we in the middle of it, and I'm sitting back looking at it like, wow, look what's going on here. Look how they talking. But it's the same thing where the people who are on the ground feel like Maduro because he's not living like the people on the ground. Same thing with Chavez. So they have a thing called Chavismo, right? So in the 1970s, Trinidadians used to go across to Venezuela, and because Venezuela had high rises, they had a train, it was a nice, beautiful place, everything was going good over there. That's what they tell me. So in the 70s, Trinidad used to go over there more, go to Caracas, go to all the different beaches and whatever, and do trade. And then in the 80s, later on in the 80s now, they had another prime minister, president, and they said that he came and fucked it over. And then Chavez came now after him now, and then he had a military coup, and he overthrown the government. He came into power, but they're saying that Chavismo now, they liked him, but all he did was he went into all the rural areas that didn't have any housing, and he gave them bricks and houses, basically, to build up houses, but no educational structures to go with that. So they have people who saying how they kind of in between two sides with him, but they understand what he did. And then they have Maduro now, who was a bus driver in 1990, and now he's the head of Venezuela, right? But the way how the people, I'm looking at the people more than I'm looking at the prime minister or the president, because the president will always live very nice and the people will always live poor. This is why I agree with you when you say how if we be dealing with a chief system here where he got to be in the mud with us, he got to live in our community with us, our leader got to live with us. He got to be in the mud, or if there's a problem, like what you said before, remember time you said how if it's a really bad problem, but then my chief got to fight your chief, and then we're going to settle it like that. That's how I'm seeing it at. So I'm seeing like, so Maduro is up there, and then Trump surrounded the whole area of Venezuela, his whole coastline surrounded.
Let me tell you what's going on with Venezuela. First, I'm going to address.
Yeah, let me hear that part.
First, I'm going to address Hugo Chavez, right? The reason he didn't set up a school system because he wanted the people to educate their own children. Because if he was to set up a Western school system, he would be contributing to the colonizers' role of miseducation of the children. That's the first thing. Second thing is he only died because of the CIA. Now,
yeah, I heard that too. Yeah,
what's going on right now in Venezuela is there is a lot of high-ranking U.S. officials that is the ones who was owners by proxy of the drug trade coming out of Venezuela.
Yeah.
The only way to catch them is they have to force the president to surrender the paperwork because they know he investigated these particular people's involvement in the drug trade and they want the records. So the military blockade right now is to make the people in America that's in charge of the drug trade, that's been reaping millions on top of millions of dollars from the drug trade, panic because now they can't move the narcotics, nor they got massive pallets of money they can't move. And the war, they got to pay their private militaries. And if they can't pay their private militaries, the private military pack up, they become easy to arrest. Right?
You're right.
So
you're right.
the drug connection to Venezuela is controlled by the CIA and the DEA. And so Trump and the U.S. military say, we can make them expose themselves. All we got to do is cut off their money. How do you cut off their money? Stop all drug movement, stop all movement of pallets of cash. Now, you can't get caught leaving Venezuela with $200 billion in the back of your plane.
No, they blowing up shit down here.
They
blowing up stuff.
Yep, you're going to get
they
shot
blew
the
up
fuck
somebody
down.
I know from Trinidad. They blew up somebody from Trinidad who was going over there with stuff, and he was coming back, and they blew him up just like a couple months ago. I know dude from a little kid too. They blew his ass up.
Yeah. So what they trying to do is, right now, they was trying to flood the streets with fentanyl. The reason they classified it as a WMD is so when they finally catch the controllers, once they catch them and arrest them, they need that paperwork from the president. He gave it to them too. I don't know if y'all remember that, but it was in the news that he gave up a whole lot of. Yeah.
Okay,
so
I ain't hear that part.
Now they forcing their hand because they can't get none of their money, and they pay their private military in cash, so it's not traceable. Now they can't get the money from the drug sales to pay their private militaries.
So National Guard, instead of going in there risking getting shot the fuck up, they just sitting by waiting to do the arrest until after that private military funding has shriveled up. Then they go in there, walk right up in there with 2 agents and arrest them versus a whole um, uh, platoon of fucking 50 dudes going in there.
Marines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So instead of
Yeah.
having to do that, all you got to do is cut off their cash supply, right? Because they was
Yeah.
moving millions and millions of dollars
They
on
just
a
seized an
regular
oil tanker like
basis.
2 days ago.
Yeah. So now they can't get that money to pay them private militaries, and the ones that's running the private military has already been talked to by high-ranking military officials in negotiating the surrender or to drop the contract with the client by forfeiture of payment if they cut off the resource. So everything they're doing is strategic.
Right.
It's
To
all
not get into
strategic.
a war. Because everybody
Right.
in Trinidad right now is really scared of this. They're going to have a war.
There ain't gonna be
Some
no
people
war.
in Venezuela are scared. Ain't going to be no
It
war.
ain't gonna be no war. When we start having Mardi Gras across the land up here, they're gonna be having Mardi Gras across the land down there.
But you think they're going to take Maduro out or they're going to leave him?
They need him right now. He a puppet.
So
They
you got to
got him
keep him
on.
there
They
for a
just
while.
got him. Yeah. So the only way they would harm him is when they ask him for something and he refuse.
So right now they're just keeping him there on a string. He just got to hold. He got to do
Yeah.
what they say until whenever.
Yeah.
All right.
Because
So I
see, he had
got one more.
he had an opportunity to arrest several of those American officials because he had people watch them when they came down there before. Now they got to go down there, boots on the ground. They can't get in, they can't get out.
Right. So he's a part of the situation too, because he's facilitating them. He's making sure that they could do what they're doing in his land.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he got to get out of there. And well, they got to use him until his time is up.
Yeah.
Because he keep winning elections. He keep winning the elections by 1% and shit like that. Like 51%. He won the last election by. He don't have no international observers. He do his own thing down there. Is gangsterism. He got a big army, but like you said, they had an interview of some of the soldiers, and they
And look,
asked them like, "Do
I'm,
y'all could get
I'm gonna
into
tell
a
you,
fight with?"
you know, El Chapo escaped the ADX, right?
He got out of there.
Yeah,
Shit.
about a week ago. Anyway,
Wow.
brought that up to tell you
Yeah.
this. El Chapo had a conversation with several of the chiefs while he was in there.
Right.
And now he finna start organizing and making treaties with the other heads, and he finna start organizing all of Central America, not just Mexico. And this is about to be a big deal because he finna get out of the drug trade. He
Right. And
finna
then the
start.
people gonna
He
start to see
finna
their way.
Yeah, he finna explain everything to the bosses that he was told by the other chiefs. And when you get down there and they had that meeting and he run down what's going on the land and where we at, he gonna be like the Latin American representative for the Spanish speaking community about what's going on the land and the tribes being restored and how we got to start working together and stop with the shenanigans.
That's right.
But it's
That's
not going
right.
to be instant, though.
It's gonna take some time to work its way in.
Mm-hmm.
So I got this other this other thing for you now. So I have a friend, right? Well, it's one of my old childhood friends, right? So he left Trinidad and he went to America. There's something different. This about this. I know you interpret dreams and stuff like that, right? So I'm gonna ask you. So yeah, he left about in 2020, just before COVID started,
Mm-hmm.
20 or 2019, somewhere around there. And then he went, and then now in 2021, 2022 is the last time we spoke to him. His son, I knew him before his son was born. His son looked just like him. His wife is there. Nobody, his mother and father, nobody heard nothing from him. Nobody knows if he exists or if he died, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like about last year, I had this dream with him. So the dream now, I had 3 dreams, right? So I'm gonna tell you the first dream. So the first dream now, I see him in a dream. I'm like, yo, what's up? And then the minute I said that, we just start crying in the dream. Then I wake up like, yo, what's that? It's me and this man crying in this dream. Yo, I wonder if this man dead, this man unalive. So then after that, now I told some people about it. It was like, nah, he around, still he around, he alive. But you don't want to say he's dead or whatever. So I'm like, yo, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's my man from so many years. I don't know. Then boom, I had a next dream now. The next dream now, we sitting under this tree. There's a tree in my area where everybody go and chill. We smoke and we chill underneath this tree every evening. Who come from work, whatever, we chill underneath it. So I'm dreaming that we was there one day. And then we talking and we chilling and it's time for us to go home. So like when it get dark, people start going home. So then when we going home now, I'm like, yo, Nicholas, you going home, Nick? In the dream. And he just started looking at me. And then after that, he like shaking his head like, nah. And I'm like, what's that, yo? You ain't going home? Why you ain't going home? And I wake up. Then the last dream I just had now, the last dream I had like about 2-3 weeks ago, I'm dreaming him again now. And then the dream now is like, I'm telling him in the dream, should I tell you your wife? Because every time she see me, she asks me. And I'll be honest, I ain't even been checking up on them as much because I can't say, because every time they see me like, yo, did you hear anything? Did you know what's going on? What's going on? His son looked just like him, like exactly like him. So I'm like, yo. So I ain't been checking up on him. So in the dream now, he's like, yo, I don't know if he said what, tell him that I'm not around or go and check up on him. And why you ain't checking on him? So I'm like, does that mean I should go and tell him something or should I just stay quiet?
Okay, so
Because we ain't here.
he's still missing.
Missing, completely missing. He went to Philadelphia and we can't hear nothing about him. We send people up there. They look for him. Nobody can find him. His mother, he not in the jail. He not nowhere. We don't know where this man is at. That's the last conversation I had with him was him talking about his son and how his son, because he never missed a day talking to his son, nothing like that. And I'm saying he was always like, he went up there to get money for his son and his wife. That's why he left in the first place. So I'm like, how you ain't talking to them or what's going on? This is years now. This is like about 3 to 4 years now.
Yeah, it do sound fishy, but it sound. I'm not picking nothing up on him east. I'm sensing his energy west, like Northern California area. I don't know if you
So
know
you think,
anybody over there, but
right.
in his dreams, he's trying to communicate with you. Crying in a dream, when y'all crying in a dream, that's a breakthrough. A spiritual breakthrough look like a breakdown.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I didn't understand that part. I'm like, dude, we just crying and we didn't even say nothing the first time. We just cried. I'm like, damn, what the hell is this? Son, me and this man crying in this dream, man. We can't get on to him. The hell is that?
Okay. Look at it like this. He said he went to Philly. I'm picking his energy up west, like Northern California. Don't mean he's west. It means misdirection.
Right.
That's what it means. It means misdirection because it feel like it's a misdirection, which means that either he don't want to be found.
That's another thing they were saying too. Like he probably could pick up another family and left. But I'm like, he gonna leave his son that look just like him.
Yeah. So,
But it's
well, the only way
possible.
that'll happen if he had to be really, really, really anxious to get rid of that chick in order to leave his son. But he said, for all we know, he could be locked up somewhere. With this
That's what I'm
government, we
thinking
got.
too.
Yeah,
That's what
so
I'm thinking about
I,
too. If he locked up or whatever. But what the
I
hell is
think we
going
should.
on with this?
I think y'all should check places like prisons for him and county
Yeah.
jails.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna tell him that too. That's the next thing I'm gonna try and do to see if he alive or if he not, whatever, you know. All right. Well, all right, Chief. I appreciate love the conversation and it was good. I know people want to get up inside of here now.
I got
So we're
one more
gonna keep it.
person waiting, so I'm gonna take them and then I'm gonna go and wrap it up.
Yeah, man. Keep doing the good work though. I like what you did when that Radio Rich last show with Professor James Mo when you redirected the conversation. You let people know
Oh,
they
yeah.
got resources in
Well,
America.
oh, that's
The
another
show
thing
about
we
to
talked
end.
about earlier. I didn't get to tell you this part. When
Yeah,
our elders was teaching how they was teaching with the information they had available to them.
yeah,
We have now with the ability to reach the internet, we have the ability to show more receipts and
yeah.
to get more information across the world than they did. And for them, they can only go so far because they had only so much information available. We can go so much further. So the way that we have to look at it, the elders didn't have to be right. They just had to try to do something.
Truly, I agree with that.
Now, my generation, we becoming the elders now. We
Yeah, and it's
inherit,
time.
so we inherit everything they did. We don't have to agree with everything they said, but we do have to acknowledge the work that they put in order for us to be able to benefit from the way that they moved. Showed us something about the system we was dealing with, no matter what doctrine they was pushing or what group they was a part of. Once we give them their due respect, we have access spiritually to all of their good works. We don't want their
Yeah,
bullshit works. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
we don't we don't have to we don't have to fulfill a contract we didn't make, but we can take some information from an old contract to write a new one, if it makes
that's
sense.
true. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Oh, one more question I have to ask you though. One more question I have to ask you. I saw you put up a post about this pill that they're gonna have that's gonna extend your lifespan based upon the telomeres, right?
Yeah.
Now, I personally feel as though we're gonna have to, like, humanity will be able to make a breakthrough that we could heal back bones and reverse aging and gray hair and shit. I kind of feel that within myself because I'm seeing what's going on. I'm thinking that regrowing teeth and regrowing hair and fixing your eyes if you got cataracts and your spinal cord and all them kind of diseases or illnesses that we could not fix before. I figure we're gonna be able to do that like soon. Do you think
Okay,
that
so
way?
the Anunnaki is the ones who shortened the telomeres.
Who fuck with us? Yeah.
Okay, now we already knew what they did. They had a group of billionaires called the Lazarus Group that was searching for the fountain of youth and
Yeah.
how to live forever, right? And one of the things they discovered in the Sumerian tablets was that they tampered with the DNA. So they had scientists that they paid to find out, based on those tablets, what did they do? Well, they know they gave us something called a worship gene, and on the
Yeah.
genome, it looked like a scar tissue where they connected the worship gene into the genome. All of the geneticists know about the scar tissue on the helix, right? Now, they also found out that one of the causes of aging was the slowly decreasing in the length of the telomeres. So telomeres is the sheaths that cover the end of the chromosome, and we can access more of our spiritual energy potential by our sheaths or the telomeres being longer, which would
Yeah.
allow us access to what they call the quantum field to repair damage to the organism, so we don't have to always rely on the foods we eat to repair the organism. Because part of the
Yeah.
reason we have to eat is to repair, and the other part is to sustain. So food is not there to be gluttonous about. It's really there to sustain your life and to help your body repair itself. So the
No, I have a
sustenance,
saying, right?
yeah.
I have a
So
saying
that's
where I
why.
say, like, I wish we don't, I like, sometimes I say I wish we didn't have to eat because
Mhm.
the food we eating is garbage, right? A lot of the times in this world right now. And we getting sick because of the actual food. Like, I had a conversation with somebody who's a vegan, and you know how vegans are. I explained to them, like,
Mhm.
there's a word called oxalate. Oxalate is in every plant, every herb, every vegetable, because nothing wants to be eaten, right? So it has a defense mechanism with it. And when you eat the whatever vegetable you eat, it makes the minerals in your body bind together from the oxalates, so it doesn't, your body don't be absorbing a lot of minerals when you eat. And you might better off eating a piece of meat to get more minerals than a piece of cabbage or kale or whatever. You eat the kale, it's gonna bind you. But it's a problem to try to explain to them because they figure like, yo, you're gonna eat
That's why our
vegetables and we're gonna
grandmamas
live
used
longer.
look. That's why our grandmamas used to cook our vegetables so long. They slow
To
cook
burn them
them
out.
on low heat. They slow cook them on low heat for a prolonged period of time to allow the nutrition to break down. Remember, baby food used to be pot liquor and cornbread, pot liquor and grits, pot liquor and rice. That was baby food. Babies used to be so doggone chunky back then. Even the poor ones was chunky as a baby because they was nutrient dense from the pot liquor that was used to make their food. That's why they came out with baby food to stop the grandmamas from teaching the daughters how to make pot liquor baby food. And they even would take forks and smash vegetables up and saturate it with the pot liquor in order to make the baby a food bottle. That's where they got the whole idea of making baby food from watching the big mamas feed the babies. And they just
Yeah.
industrialized what she was doing.
That's right. So you foresee in the future we'll be able to heal bones and all that stuff, like within the near future, like within the next couple of years, they might be able to fix back your bone and shit, make you
It's
reverse age.
already right. So we already have technologies and currently in real time being released, like the med bed. The med
Yeah, the
bed,
med bed.
you know how people be going to the hospital, got to stay in there a week. You go sleep in the
Yeah,
med bed, and you be going back home in about 12 hours. So
yeah.
we not gonna have hospitals no more. We gonna
We
have
don't. They
doula
they
centers.
garbage.
We're gonna have doula centers. Doula centers is birth centers where pregnant women can go and listen to Mozart while they knit all day to focus their energy into developing the child in the womb to his maximum potential. Right. So
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be overseen by a team of doulas. And I already know where I want the first location to be in Detroit. I already looked at the premises. I just haven't found the investor to go get the property yet. But
Right.
yeah, but it's like a village, fenced in village in the center of Detroit. Mainly in the center of Detroit. It's off to the side because I think it's actually in one of the suburbs like Redford or something.
Right.
But yeah, but
But we're gonna be able to heal ourselves and get back because
yeah,
everybody keeps saying that's to live to 65 years old and retire is bullshit. Because right now, as it is right now, a lot of people who's 40, 45, they're like, yo, next 10, 15 years, I'm gonna retire. I ain't even lived my life yet. And then when you get old, like my pops, he just retired like 2, 3 years ago. And you can see how it messes you up when you retire because when you retire now, you've been living this for 45 years and you retire now, it's like your whole life just dropped because you got programmed to live a certain way, and then you gotta live like this. So it's like retiring is like preparing you to die, basically. They're like, look, you go ahead and you're gonna die now. That's how the
well,
retiree thing is. I'm seeing.
yeah. A lot of people don't live no longer than about 2 or 3 years when they retire.
Yeah, it
It's,
mess you
it's a
up.
couple
Yeah,
things. It's a couple things that help you when you retire to live longer. One of them is a strong marital relationship because you
yeah,
still
yeah,
you now you get the opportunity to enjoy your spouse without your grown ass kids being all up under you, where you can get
yeah.
some one-on-one time that y'all probably haven't had since y'all started
In
having
years.
babies 35, 40 years ago,
Yeah,
right? So now the retirement years, one of the things is a good spouse. The other one is strong family ties. Like when they retire, they got so much family business to tend to that they still
yeah.
got
That's
work
what's
to
saving.
do.
That's what's saving my
Yeah.
father right now because he gotta see about. He gotta do things for my nephew. He gotta do things for me. He got my mom, like to try because he got nothing else to do, and he's not gonna stay home. He gotta go out there. He gotta do things. He's not staying home at all. He's not gonna stay home.
Yeah.
So we need to
All right, now
extend our lives a little bit better.
I'm gonna take another
Yeah, we
caller
gonna
in
talk.
now.
All right, peace out, man. Give thanks.
All right, peace, brother.
Yeah, man.
D'Angelo, come on in. If we make this quick, I'm gonna try to get the rest of the other two people that's in there waiting. Where you at, D'Angelo? You coming in or what? Okay. Or the next person. Ayama. Ayama. I think that's how you say it. Come on up, sweetie. I ain't had no sisters on my whole last two lives. Yes, this is being recorded to be shared on Facebook and probably Instagram for further viewing. Okay, I guess she ain't coming up either. I got two more people. JL Abelard. JL coming up.
Yo, brother
Peace,
Rod.
peace. What's going
Peace.
on with you? How can I help you today?
How you doing, Rod?
I'm good. I'm good. How about you?
I'm good, man. I'm really good, man. Happy to be here. Happy to see you guys. And
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
yeah, I'm happy to be chiefing with the chief, man. I
What you
remember,
want?
yo, you the truth, man. Every time I've been following you for years, man, and every time you say something, man, it's like it just registers. It registers so hard, man. Like you was talking about the Lees and the tribes, and every Lee that I have in my family, they all got the Asiatic features, man. And I noticed it. When I noticed it, I was like, yo, this man, that's like straight confirmations, man. So then every time you say something, man, it's like, yo, it just comes full circle to light.
Mm-hmm.
I remember we was talking about the 30 knock, and I don't know if you remember, but I told you I was gonna meditate on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was meditating on it one day, and I seen 30s. There was 30s all around me. There was a speed limit 30. It was on 37th Avenue. It was a three on the house, and it was me and my girl talking. We was talking about it, and it was a blackout. There was a blackout outside, and I came to the conclusion the 30 knock was about the third Enoch from the book of Enoch. And as soon as I thought that, bro, I seen a light. I seen a light come down from it was from the sky or whatever it came from. Literally, the light came. Me and my girl both saw it. It came around us, and it like sat right in front of us for like 3-4 minutes. And we was just both looking at it, and we was like, "Yo, what is that?" You know.
So look,
And then
the 30s.
that. Sorry.
So the 30 code is remembered by truths and vogues, right? On the
Mm-hmm.
box Chevy. Truths and vogues mean the truth in vogue meaning style. So when you say truths and vogues, you're saying the truth is in style on the 30 flip. 30 on the one, right, is just 30. A 30 deuce, which is the either the front axle or the rear axle, right? That's called a rolling 60, right? Then when you on the three wheel motion, right, you flipping 90s. But then when you all four rolling on a four wheel drive, then you on a 120 flip. 120 takes you to the nation of God's and earth and they 120 lessons, right? It's called the one, they lessons is called the 120s. So the 120s is tied to the gods and the earths. The gods and the earth symbolism is the seven and the sun with the crescent over it, which represent the father, the mother, and the son. Now, the seven flips the G over the crescent. The G is the seventh letter, which is geometry, generator, geometrist, geography. So when you flipping all of the G's now, so you flipping seven on four corners off the truths and vogues. The truth and style, the seventh son is 10 toes down on the left, right, straight, and on the rear bump, right? So that means that he haven't been defiled and he stand upright. So then when you go from the nation of gods and earths through the crescent and the seven, you also end up with the crescent and the 5-point star, which represents the woman. The crescent represents her system of cycles. The 5-point star represent the woman in her love energy as the goddess of love, Venus. Venus is represented by the 5-point star, right? When Venus is represented as the 5-point star, her sun is represented as the crescent, right? Which makes him Luna. Lunacy or lunatic is the one that's crazy about his mama. So crazy about your mama don't mean the way that the Freudian psychiatry tell you about the Oedipus complex. It's about being able to take your lessons of wisdom from your mother, which takes us into the feet of the master. This is writings from the Sufi order. Then we go to Sufi order, which one? The red light or the green light? The Sufi order of the green light is about those things that come from the heart chakra. The Sufi order of the red light starts with the root chakra. So we talking two different schools, left hand path, right hand path, which takes us to the Kabbalah. In the Kabbalah, you got the Holy Sephirah, from Malkuth to Kethera, from earth to heaven we go. Between the two pillars, Joaquin and Boaz, masonry, severity and mercy, the way that you teach people, pleasure and pain. You move toward the pleasure and away from the pain. The only way to continuously give them pleasure in the midst of the pain is to constantly tell the truth. Because the most painful thing you can ever tell somebody is the truth they don't want to hear. Because once they face with the truth and they can't deny it, they go into an apathetic state following a bout with the cognitive dissonance. The apathy is to allow them the time to digest the information, but the original cognitive dissonance left them in an agitated state psychologically, right? So when you start doing that, I'm gonna cut it off there because I could keep going around to all of the tribes and tell you all of their symbolisms and how they are telling us this story.
Mm.
But you see how it all connects.
Yeah, it all connects, man. And it reminds me of a vision I had. I had a vision, and it was me and you. I remember seeing you was the only person there, but I knew I was there, and it was crystal clear blue water, like the most beautiful water I've ever seen. And you was like almost like halfway in the water, and it was like about the connection. It was a bridge, a wooden bridge, but the bridge was broken because I like the bridge was broken, but from what I was thinking, the bridge had to be built. And you was telling me that I had to get in the water. So I feel like the wooden bridge that was broken, you was telling me to get in the water. I didn't understand fully, to be honest, but I feel like it has to do with the connection and with everything that you're saying right now. It's
The
like a
bridge, the broken bridge, right, that puts you in the water is the bridge that was abused. So where would you find the bridge that looked like you telling me, and where would you find the clear water, and what do it mean? The bridge, if you go down 75 going into the Florida Keys and you look over east, you're going to see burnt out bridges. It's a remnant of the Gullah Wars.
mm,
Florida is the finish line because that's where the war started for the mainland. So in order to end, the chiefs find excuses to go to Florida, whether they go in Orlando resorts or whether they're going to Miami Beach, whatever it is, the Chiefs have to touch Florida and see that we're not at war in Florida before they can return back to their tribe and tell them the war is over. So you see a lot of us don't we be trying to go to Florida and don't know why. That's the
I actually
finish
grew up.
line.
I grew up in Florida too.
Yeah, that's the finish line. So that's where it started. That's where it ends. We go full circle. So the clear water, water in the dream
Water in the 3D is symbolic for spirit. So if I'm telling you to come in the water, I'm telling you to embrace your spirit, your spiritual senses. The clear water that you're looking for, you will see in a place called Torch Lake, Michigan, where they're gonna have a goddess ceremony in a couple of years, and all it's gonna be a women's resort and retreat for the healing of the women and the restoration of the harmonic frequency to the earth by tapping back into the love energy and the sisterhood. And when the sisterhood and the love energy ties to the earth, it brings a new balance, which creates a whole um, kaleidoscope of effects on women all over the world. But they're gonna all be invited. We're gonna have booths set up with different people teaching, and we're gonna have social programs. It's probably gonna be like a 3-day retreat. It might be longer, but I know it's gonna at least be 3 days. And it haven't even been planned yet by the people that's gonna be putting it on. Haven't even all sat in the same room together yet. That's how I know it's gonna take a couple years because um, they have to all come together so they'll know their role and responsibility and what they're doing. But that's all for the women. That ain't got nothing to do with us men. We got a different function and a different resort that we have to go to, and we have to start teaching these boys about infiltrators and how to spot them, how to know when you got a black devil in your midst, how you know when you got a white devil in your midst, because there's devils in all of them. And they all got a similar characteristic, but if they're not taught how to see it and given like reenactments and stuff, they won't never see it play out in real life and get trapped in it. So we're trying to teach the youth not to get caught in their trap. So when you look for the Clearwater, you're looking for Torch Lake. If you can Google it, you're gonna see it's the clearest. It look like you're in the Bahamas, but
Torch
you're in
Lake,
Michigan.
Torch Lake, Michigan.
Yeah. And then when you're looking for the burnt up bridge, that's going into the Florida Keys.
Mm. Yeah, man, I think it's really important for the women, man, because me, I got two small babies, and it's not easy, man. We working hard, and it's like it's almost like we barely have time for the family, and women raising the children is like the hardest job in the world, harder than lifting concrete, breaking bricks, and it's like the women have no support. And
It's only hard if they don't have a structure.
mm,
And when they have a structure, it helps them to tune into their mother frequency. And as soon as they hit that energy state, boom, it'd be so fun and they love being a mother so much. But the ones that's trying to work a job, it's harder for her to reach that frequency because you can't work in the world and then have the same mother frequency that the children need at home. This is why the work that needed to be done away from home was the responsibility of the men. And the work that needed to be done at home was the responsibility of the women. And the reason that was is because we didn't want the women to not finally reach her pinnacle of energy frequency as mother, right? Because when she vibrates on that frequency, it brings harmony to the family, which then families become contagious to other families through association and close proximity. So my family and the way we love each other will affect our neighbor and their family in the way they love each other because they'll say, I want us to love each other like they love each other. So it becomes contagious. So we want the women in that frequency so that everybody is looking to progress forward in love instead of hate.
mm, that's deep, man. Yeah, it's just I see like the system is kind of like tripping. Like we in a trap right now. It's like a lot of the elders get sent to the nursing homes when it's like they raised us, they took care of us. They get sent to the nursing homes because nobody have time to take care of them. Everybody's too busy working, paying the bills.
That's
You
what
know.
Big Mama House was our old folks on, because when you got to the point where you couldn't take care of yourself, you was obligated to return back to Big Mama House so you can be properly taken care of.
That's where they got the idea for creating the old folks home, because we didn't put our old people in no institution. We took care of them. We had teams. If they was women, we had her bath team. If she, if they was men, he had a bath team. Then you had people when dinner time that used to job was to feed them, and we was using that to teach responsibility to the teenagers. Most of the elders was taken care of by the teenagers, but it had a social effect and it also had a practical usage. The the teenager that's taking care of a senior get to grow a bond with an elder so they don't look at old people as expendable. But at the same time, the elder get to tell stories for whatever reason to the teenager in the bonding process that helps them carry the oral traditions forward. And that's one of the reasons why they separated our families like that, because they didn't want the elders giving the knowledge to the youth. But all I can tell them is, I don't know what to tell you, baby. The baby's got it now. Y'all fucked.
Yeah, man, it's true, man. And I'm just like one last. I'm gonna ask you what would be the best way like I can help like the mother of my children like in that journey, trying to since
Okay,
I'm not
look,
there all the time.
this is what she got to understand first. She got to understand that if she focus on her and the babies, it's going to free you up to bring home the bacon, go get the bacon, bring it home, and tend to her. You are her refuge from her day-to-day duties, and you have to be aware that if you don't um, give her timeouts and breaks, she's gonna go through a crisis called caregiver syndrome. And this is going to be where she's going to be bitchy, crabby. She's going to have a lot of depression issues. And sometimes they might even, on the third or fourth child, call it a postpartum depression, but it's not. She's overrun, and the man don't know how to relieve the pressure, right? So you got to also make sure that she get her time out from the children day where you take the children and go do something and tell her, sit there and watch TV all day and eat bonbons, right?
Yeah.
So in supporting her, she got to get a break that makes sense, and you got to focus on her needs in order for her to effectively focus on the needs of the children.
Mm.
So if she focus on the needs of the children and you looking at what she need, she shouldn't have to tell you what she need. If you observant, you already know. She can't change the Pampers if it ain't no Pampers in the house. It's not possible. She could take one off, but she can't put one back on because ain't nothing there. We used to wipe the baby bottom with a wet towel, and now we got baby wipes. So you can't expect her to go back to the old ways. So she can't wipe the baby ass properly if she don't got baby wipes.
Mm-hmm.
You make sure it's baby wipes there. And you know that if she's not breastfeeding, the baby gonna need milk. I don't really prefer the Similac infant meal shit, but using it as the example, you know she gonna have to feed the baby some milk, so you make sure that it's there. So the basic needs of the baby being met by her, by you making sure that you know what's missing. So a lot of people don't take inventory of food in the house, so they don't even when they go grocery shopping, they triple buy shit because they have no plan. And then when you got home, now you got an extra thing of this and an extra thing of that that you might not use for 5 years. Sometimes the shit go bad because you bought too much for the usage that you're capable of using. But anything that you can do, you got to give her breaks. And her breaks is also your time to bond with the children. You can give her daily breaks by when I go home, the first thing I do is I call all my children into the living room and ask each one of them, how was your day before I get in my bath? And I sit there and listen to all of them. Oh, you got in trouble in school today? Okay, well, we're going to deal with that when I get out the bath. How was your day, sweetie? Oh. No, you're not having no boys coming over here. It's not gonna happen, sweetie. You got to figure something out. You're only 11. Okay, right. Okay, yeah, it's not going on. Okay, what you say, sir? What's your issue? Well, how was your day today? That gives her time for her to go have a Calgon moment. You know, where she can unwind from chasing them around, pulling them off the curtains, whatever the hell going on while you ain't there. You give her that time to decompress, and then you go decompress. Most guys want to decompress as soon as they come home. You know, however it works for you and the lady you with, you know, but as long as it's a structure there. So she might get a daily break for 2 hours right after you get home while she go take her bath and whatever before we start getting the babies ready. Then we might put the babies through their bath time. Then I take my bath. And now when I get out the bath, the baby's in the bed. I go read them a bedtime story and tuck them in because mama done already put them in the bed. So now ain't nobody up but me and you. Just me and you. Tony.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Always a pleasure talking to you, man. I can stay here all night.
For sure. All right, appreciate you coming up. I hope what we talked about helped the people that's watching.
Yeah, it definitely helped me, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna help them, man. I appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
Ayama. We'll try you again, sweetie. One more person down there named Darnell. I gotta remember that case somebody got people. Darnell gonna be the last one.
Hello, Chief. Good evening.
Hey, sweetie, how you doing?
I'm wonderful. It's been a minute.
What's on your mind today? How can I help you?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for picking me to be one. This is about maybe my third time, second time speaking with you on live, and one time not on live, which was a download for my soul. I just want to thank you. I'm in a different place in my life. I'm going to be quick. I remember the last time I talked with you, you were telling me to calm down my nerves. You could see it through the video. This stage of life that I'm in is new. So just like when a baby is born, they're kind of jittery and all over the place and confused at times. So they realize their purpose. And so I'm there. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my soul of how much you have helped me to realize something that I've been known about myself, but seeing myself in someone else is comforting. And I can transfer that energy amongst others that come in my presence. So your presence is a gift that God gave to me. And I'm saying that personally to me. And I know you are to a lot of other people. But I do receive this gift. I acknowledge it. I respect it. I honor it. And I got it. So I wrote notes. I'm not going to go through all of this, of course. I've grown so much since the last time we spoken. And that may have been over a year ago or so, something like that. I was going through, excuse my language, hell on earth. And I met you at a time, it's a saying, darkness to light. You know, we need the darkness as much as light is needed. And sometimes we don't realize that when we're going through stuff because we're just focused on the darkness. But through darkness, you're able to grow greater and be seen even brighter during the light. So I took notes, and I just want to show you, I'm not going to go through none of this, but I took notes while you were
Okay.
on.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
Indeed, the
Find
light.
you, take you a deep breath and find your center before you start back talking.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Angela. I was waiting for the opportunity. When you said something, I had to say something. That was my cue. That's how y'all women use messages to trigger us when to act.
Absolutely.
In case y'all don't know what I'm talking about, I'm a pinner. Comment.
Got it. I receive it.
Okay. So once you get your center, this is how you find your spiritual center too. Because when you center your emotional body, it's going to center to the center of your physical body, and that's going to force your spiritual body to fall into alignment. So you take a deep breath in order to relax, and you tense up and then relax all your muscles at the same time. That's all releasing tension. And then you will be able to communicate clearer and smoother.
Mm-hmm.
So go on and do your business, sweetie.
Yeah. Thank you, Queen. Thank you for that, Angela. I needed that, like Drake said. I'm in a nursing home right now, and I've been here for about a couple of months, something totally new for me. I'm young, I'm 53, but I understand why I'm here, to relax, to be centered, to get my thoughts together, so this ride to be smoother for me. So I'm a hardhead, I'm a workaholic, but I know that our time here is not forever as this form. So our purpose here is very important. I want to just touch on two things out of this whole list. I want to ask you about to get more knowledge from you.
Okay, let's go.
Feathers. Feathers. I have been seeing feathers a lot when I was just walking down the street. I catch the bus. And sometimes, as soon as I get off a bus, early in the morning, before everybody, most of the world get up to go to work in that area, there would be a feather laying. Soon as I step off the bus, you can see it. Then I start seeing them a little more. And one day I found a red feather. It was beautiful, a red feather. Another time I found a golden one. Now, before I started seeing these feathers, I used to buy feathers and have them around my house. And I just want to know the significance of feathers. Um, Before I start finding those feathers, I said to myself and our Creator, I need you to teach me what exactly do feathers mean to me in my life. And I asked them, I don't want to buy any more feathers. Can you present them to me? And then, like the next day, it was a beautiful feather just standing right there when I got off the bus. And then I started seeing them around a lot. And then one day I found I didn't find these. They found me. It was a red
Okay,
long feather. What
and let
does
me
it?
let me ask you this: when you find a feather, what do it make you feel?
Peace, knowledgeable, free, just free of a whole bunch of weight off of me.
Okay, so every time you find one, based on what you just said, you are breaking free from something. When you have the breakthrough, you chose the feathers as your identifier, but you didn't tell yourself to tell you what it means to see the feathers when you asked to see them. So now you have to rely on the sensation you get. That's why I say your emotions is your navigation system. How do they make you feel when you find a feather? Because how it make you feel is telling you how to translate what spirit is telling you, right? By showing you the feather, right? So the feather in and of itself don't mean shit. But as soon as you say what it means to you, that's when you start using them for the purpose that you call them um into your frequency. Because you have to match the frequency for you to see what you asked for. The closer you get to the frequency, the more frequent it happens, right? So you know what you're working toward, and you know that when you get a feather, it give you a certain sensation, and this is walking you to your goal that you created. It's your book of life, and only you can tell you what it means to you. But the generalized meaning of the feather is generally freedom, spiritual messages, but the messages is subjective to um, circumstances, situations, and conditions, and it's also what was you thinking about right before you found the object, or what was you going through, what was you experiencing at the moment, because all of those tie to how to translate it. But when you give it a meaning, it'll be more accurate and when you see them. You'll tune in and it become more and more accurate about you knowing what spirit is telling you, to the point where somebody could draw a feather on a piece of paper and you say spirit telling you yada 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 and run them on down. But you have to ascribe what it means to you in relation to why spirit would bring it to you, because you asked for it. And so you have to define it. And that's taking your power back.
Wow, and that makes sense. Wow, just to hear somebody else say it and it coincide with what was going through in my life. So I said to you that they found me, but actually, as you just said, that was me who brought the feathers. Whoa, for what I was going through. And what about the red one? It was so beautiful, red. I I felt that, well, maybe I'm about to answer my own question. I felt that was like the major breakthrough of it all. And a bloody thing it is. I mean, beautiful red is beautiful, but it does symbolize.
So generally, um, the red color is symbolic of the motherland, which is the bloodline. And the blue line is the fatherland, which is the ruler land. So again, the message can be coming to you off of a matriarchal um, communication with an ancestor. But until you define feathers, I can't tell you what the color mean, because I don't know what it mean to you. But once you give your own definition to the feather,
Then you go look up color psychology and other things related to the color red, like cardinal, right, which is a bird, but it's also a rank in the priesthood. Right? And the color is red. What else? Red is symbolic to fire, root chakra energy, 808 on the beat. 808 is a kick drum, a bass drum. So all those things is represented by the color red. Um, in the mystery systems, you have deities like Set or Seth that's identified with the number red, ruby red. Then you also have hereditary heir as the ruby, but rubies come in red and blue. Most people don't know that. The blue ruby, father's heir daughter, red ruby, mother's heir daughter. So you got different meanings, but it all stems from the proper translation of finding out how you called the feathers to you to tell you where you was at on your journey. Because only you did it. You only one really know. Normally, when I let you talk, you give me the description and tell me what it means to you, which allows me to then translate what you're seeing spiritually.
I was going through a lot of bad stuff that people were taking me through, but I was walking through strongly, not folding, and not being afraid in situations that most would have been scared. And yes, I was afraid because I'm human and I'm a female, but it was a sense of strength that came over me and peace to let me know, although you're walking through this fire, you can't be touched. And I say that humbly, but I say it strongly, you know. And I feel like it was a fear in the beginning of it because it was a shock, you know. But once I realized I was going through, I realized how powerful I am, you know, and how much I connected, how much my connection with the creator is so strong, and ancestors, because I felt that I had an army around me. I felt so protected, you know. So the feather, because PTSD, you know, I have that.
Okay, I gotta stop you for a minute because you did a
Yeah,
couple of things and I heard it twice, so I gotta say something. Don't own no negative shit.
got it.
That ain't your monkey, that ain't your circus.
Got
Don't let nobody else ascribe you some negative bullshit to hold on as a cause of their oppression stopping you from living your life. Because that's what you're responding to right now. All of us are. We responding to their oppression. And now we trying to talk amongst each other to walk each other out of this oppressive mindset they gave us. So the first thing you got to do is don't own no PTSD. Don't own that shit. That is not your monkey. That's not your circus. You've experienced trauma, but you are not trauma. You don't have to live in perpetual trauma from an event of the past. Once you realize that if the trauma is from somebody doing something to you, the only way to release the trauma is to forgive them. Because
absolutely.
the universe can't correct them until you let them go. And you can't let them go if you can't forgive them. So now the universe waiting on you to let them go. You holding on to that baggage so tough, the universe can't send a main daughter karma to fix their ass from their bullshit because you holding on to the grudge or the pain and you won't let it go. The universe can't do nothing with them until you done with them. And that's the mentality when you cut their ass off, you gotta realize I'm done. Take your power back. Don't let these motherfuckers tell you to be less than who you are. Embrace your greatness.
I received that. I'm gonna be quick. I want to add something to what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it takes for you to go through something like to see clearly and to know clearly. So going back to the feather, that was a sign from myself that I was sending to let me know that you got this. You could be free of it. Let it go. Let it go. You could be free of it. They did win. And I want to go back real quick to a dream that I had because I'm 53. So
Okay,
I had,
one more time. I need you to slow down and breathe, recenter, because you're getting erratic again.
got it. I had a dream, a reoccurring dream when I was about 21. And the dream was a powerful one. The dream was, and I would go to sleep and dream up, I said reoccurring, so I would have it all the time. And I was in the jungle. I was in the jungle and I was like wandering around and it was a group of people, but I was helping them. And it was so clear. I was helping them to maybe get somewhere. And it was men. It was a lot of women and a lot of children. But it was certain of us, we were in charge of leading these people to safety, which I don't know what the safety was. But I was one of the ones that when the women were crying, I would go to them, ask them to calm down. We gonna be all right. They had kids, and I would calm the moms down so they could make sure their children was okay. There were elderly men. I would calm them down, tell them to keep walking. And it was other people like me around, but I never seen their faces. I just heard their voices. And I always felt very powerful in this dream. And I would have it over and over again. So it finally stopped. And I remember when it stopped, I was mad. I was like, why can't I have these dreams anymore? You know, I would have the dream, wake up to go to the bathroom, go back to sleep, and go back to the same part and keep going for years. And then all of a sudden in my life, it stopped. That was in my early 20s. I get it now.
When you get done using the training simulator, do you keep using it?
The training simulator.
Yeah. Let's say, for instance, you're going to school to be a pilot. And part of being a pilot, you have to learn how to fly in a simulator. Right. But once the pilot learn how to fly, do he keep using the simulator or do he start flying planes?
He started flying planes. But
So he
simulator,
have no reason to go back to the simulator then, do he?
no, he don't, because he got it mastered already.
That dream is a training program to remind you to remind yourself who you are and where your heart is at. It's just a training program. The reason you had to go have that training program because you had to go through what you went through, but you also needed that lesson too. So you learning on two timelines at the same time. And in order to assimilate what you learned on the other timeline, you transfer it to this timeline by way of a dream to train you in this timeline because of the stuff you have to live in your regular life that you don't have time to train for. Once you got done training yourself to remind yourself who you were,
Now you have to go out and exercise that in the real world. That's how you find yourself right here where we at, with me telling you don't owe nobody PTSD. Because you got to remember who the fuck you is and stand in your power. Once you remember who you are and you standing in your power, you don't have your give a fuck be to turn off. Because now everything explains itself to you. Then you get to see the whole beauty and the workings of the universe and how you derive experience of the pain you went through that give you the strength, because you gotta have pain in order to make the gains. So in order to find that strength, you have to go through the pains in life as a training program. Life resistance exercise is what I call it. When life pushed back, if you were told it was supposed to get hard, preempted with that in your early days, when it got hard, you would still be waiting on it to get hard. And when ease came, you're going to realize, oh shit, that hard part wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. But when it catch you off guard and you go through the hard part of life and nobody preloaded you, shit, you could become suicidal with that shit. Because nobody never told you. We're supposed to help each other. That's why I got to tell you, okay, sweetie, calm down, breathe, find your center. It ain't that I'm trying to boss you around. It's that I'm trying to remind you of who you is and how to stand in your power in the ways that I know how to help you. Make sense?
Yes, it does. I appreciate you so much, and it is all coming together, making sense. And life is greater than we know, and I do want to help on any thing you have going on. You said something in Detroit. I'm from Ohio, which is a very sacred state. And a lot of people don't know it, but I know it, I see it, I feel it. Very sacred, many places here. I'm from a town called East Cleveland, and it's pretty rough, but it's sacred. I'm trying to tell the homies, and we old school now, but I'm trying to let them know how we just didn't realize how sacred our little town is. A lot of people will hear of that town and say differently, but I know differently. But my dad was from Detroit, and he's our ancestor now, my ancestor, guiding me through this journey. But Detroit is cousin, is family. So whatever you have going on in this coming year, I would like to help, and I know I can help tremendously with whatever you have going on that you want to do, that you spoke about earlier. I want to start this journey in Ohio, which I'm doing, and throughout the world. But I want to have Detroit be one of the stumping grounds that I lay my boots on to help out with whatever that you need assistance with.
Mm-hmm. So when I get ready to do my programs, I'm I'm gonna be calling for people with certain skill sets. Like I be like the first thing I want to open up is the doula center. I already know where I was going to be at, so I would start that off with any nurse practitioners, practicing doulas, or midwives, right? Those who aspire to be that enroll as students, and those who's already that can enroll or can apply as a teacher, right? And one of the things that I want to do is I want a national doula directory where if you want to know where the doula at in your area, you could just call one number, no matter where you at, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, we got a doula for you. She'll be over there tomorrow, 3 o'clock." Yada yada yada. Boom. So now everybody can have access to natural childbirth and um, proper severing of umbilical cords. And some of them want to get lotus birth, but you at least gotta wait till the placenta release if you want to cut the cord. If you cut the cord before the placenta release, you interrupt the pair bond in the mother and child. So that's like a critical part of the childbirth process that they deliberately do, knowing the information I'm saying, and they still cut umbilical cords because they know it's going to cause problems in the proper pair bond in the mother and child.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Wow. Oh, so we must change that. We must change that.
Look, I just shared a post yesterday. If you scroll my page, you'll see it. And the scientists were saying that they just now discovering that they've been cutting umbilical cords prematurely. They need to wait for it to turn to opaque white. It's right on my page. You can see. You can scroll down. It's not that far. You can see it yesterday, I think.
All right, I'm gonna go on there and look at it. I'm gonna
All
give
right.
out.
All right, sweetie. I got one more caller, and I'm gonna take him, and I'm gonna be done for the night.
Okay. Peace and
All right.
blessings.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darnell the Hammer. Hammer man. Hammer man. Peace, my brother. Peace. Can you hear me?
Peace, peace. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How can I help you today? What's on your mind? What you want to talk about?
Oh man, first let me I just give you your love, man. I appreciate you so much. I'm so just gracious for the time you give all of us and your knowledge that you share. Um, you, Bedell, young elder, um, Jamal. So I just wanted to tell you that I got nothing but love and gratitude for you, brother.
Appreciate it.
Um,
Appreciate it. All of the love. I take all the love. Bring me all the
yeah,
love.
yeah, respect you so much. I'm semi new to the knowledge, so I've been kind of hearing things for years, and I was really turned off by religion, so I kind of just would, hear things, but just some things caught me that I kept hearing. But I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I had a
Oh,
cough.
okay. Um, I had just a few questions about. I wanted to ask about blood type being A positive, and I hear that the God blood type was O and O negative and all of that. I wanted to kind of delve into that because I don't really truly understand that. And
I don't normally discuss blood types. I like to touch on it and keep going
okay,
because people use it as another form of discrimination,
okay,
right? And my blood better than your blood type shit. So I try to avoid really going into it because we passed all that. If you guide body, you realize that you are the sum total of everything that's in existence. Period. And everything in existence is a derivative of the sum total of who you are. As within,
okay.
so without, as above, so below. Right. And that's when you really get a grasp on everything, when you realize that everything you see is you and everything that you don't see is you. And everything between the two is you. And you just
I
expressing yourself, watching yourself express yourself as me. And me, I'm just gonna give me first person perspective from this vantage point. But I'm gonna be looking at me as a chair. I wonder what I look like if I was a chair. So now I'm looking at a chair. I wonder what I look like if I was a post. So now I'm looking at a post. So now I'm looking at me express myself in inanimate objects and animate objects. Because what would I look like if I was a crow? What would I look like if I was an eagle? These totem animals, right? The totem energy allow you to tap stronger in to the frequency of that particular animal that it would translate into a frequency in the human arena, right? So once you understand that concept, that helps you understand your God self better.
Yeah, I am everything and everything is me. Yeah. And also, I'm kind of confused with our relationship with the Anunnaki as far as I hear that they're foe. I hear where they're the Atlanteans. Uh, it just kind of confuses me a little bit because I get conflicting information
Yeah.
that
So I'm gonna explain to you like this. What city you from?
I'm in Columbus, Ohio right now.
Did you go to high school there?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. How many high schools in Columbus?
At least 18 to 20
High schools or schools, period?
high schools.
God damn.
Yes, it's people sleep on it's the 14th largest city in America, Columbus.
Okay, now watch this. When you play basketball or when your school play basketball against another school,
Mm-hmm.
the basketball team was your basketball's opponent, right?
Right.
Right. Do you hate everybody at their school?
Nah, no. And we were huge rivals. I played football, so that resonates. We had beef with certain
No.
schools, but we was cool with them. Type.
The
Yeah.
situation with the Anunnaki is this. They the away team, we the home team.
Mm-hmm.
And we playing this game together whether we like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
So the home team, the only way the home team can lose is if they forget they're the home team. That's the only way they can lose. The away team got only one way that they can lose is if the home team don't remember who they is. So the away team is trying to confuse the home team and make the home team think they're the away team. That's all it is. It's a game of the gods. The away team came to play the home team. We never lose at home because we always return back to who we are because we always reflect back on our heart to make sure that our hearts remain pure. It's our nature. It's part of our genetic coding. So every time they try to take us away from who we are, and then we look in our heart and say that don't match. Now we looking out and say it don't match on that person, that person. Them all my people. They don't match on none of them. We die living like we supposed to. Gig is up. Frequency. That's
Frequency.
yeah.
Mm.
But
Okay.
they the away team, we the home team, and we got the home team advantage because we got
Okay.
the secret weapon.
Which is
The sick eight, platinum back gorilla,
all
aka
right.
Tahuti.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. One more question about I don't use drugs, don't drink, but I heard to just kind of enlighten myself. I took mushrooms and saw some just crazy stuff about myself and my brother being important to this war. And one thing you said that resonated with me is the spells that we're under. I saw before I was even into all of this, I saw we were under a sleep spell and a confusion spell. Like anytime we start to get closer to knowledge, we get tired and then forget, and then it's all like woven in this realm. And once we start pulling at it, everybody will wake up. And I didn't know how true that was, but some of the things you say kind of
If you get a chance, go on my Instagram page
uh-huh.
and read my seeing. I got 2 posts on seeing,
Uh-huh.
and one of them tell you all 3 of the spells that they was using against us,
Okay.
and tell you how they work.
Okay. Yeah, your Instagram page. I don't think I'll follow you on there.
You
Just
don't
on
have to follow me to find my page.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna get you then.
Yeah.
And
But
was there anything?
a lot of people forgot, for you to recognize that we was under a spell, you had to be familiar in past lives with conjure magic. You wouldn't just know that. If you
I
wasn't
didn't know nothing
familiar with
about it.
how conjure magic worked, you wouldn't recognize the symptom of it in the society.
I didn't
You
know
had to have
nothing
the
about
working
it.
knowledge of it.
I didn't know nothing about it until I took the shrooms, and then I started reflecting on things and seeing like, man, like this, like you get sleepy when you start to get real knowledge and get close to something, or you forget once you were close. Like I forget my dreams a lot, and I'm trying to connect with my higher self and really see what my purpose is. I'm learning this knowledge, and I want to properly apply it, and help my brothers and sisters the best way that I can.
Listen,
Um,
the spirit of the mushroom, he liked to be called psilocybin, according to what he told me. He said that's
okay,
his favorite names the humans gave him, but that's a
yeah,
whole nother thing.
yeah.
Um,
So
but one of the things that he do is like if you got a question like what's wrong with me, if that's your question, he had the ability to show you the answer inside yourself, if that makes sense.
yeah, I've seen
So
a lot of craziness.
yeah, so let's say that you got a constant stomach ache and the doctors can't find that, right? And you go on a mushroom trip and you want to know what's causing your stomach ache, and let's say it's a parasite. Psilocybin will show you the parasite in your mind's eye that's infecting your stomach. Because he will
Mm,
take your mind straight to the parasite and then he will blow it up in your brain so you can see it on a magnified scale. Psilocybin ain't no joke.
no joke. It had me outside naked because I don't. I like a clear mind, but
Yeah.
what I
But
saw,
look,
what it did to me.
that's why you always supposed to have a shaman. If like regular people not supposed to use peyote, mushrooms, evil game, and those types of substances without a guide. Because sometime in your mind you got what's called a trap door. And if you fall through there, it'll take you to what's called your waste product. All of the shit that you thought about that you didn't want to participate in, you didn't want to remember, you threw it away. Well,
Yeah,
when you go through that trap door, that's where all of the residual energies is stored away at for disposal upon your awakening. And if you fall in there on the psilocybin trip and you haven't dealt with those issues to make them dissipate, they become what they call a bad trip.
yeah. I went to one realm where it was just a lot of brilliant colors, and I
Mm-hmm.
saw an entity, and it moved with the colors, so it was like almost camouflaged.
Like
And
Predator.
yeah, it was almost camouflage. And then I looked at it and he was like, holy shit, he can see us. And
Mm-hmm.
then I jumped back out of it, like, oh, I don't know what that is. I'm not fooling with that.
That
But
happened when you learn remote viewing. That happened a lot when you remote view spaceships and distant planets. You get a lot of that. They'll turn around and look at you and be like, "Why are you looking at me?" But their
yeah,
mouth won't be moving. But you will hear them just like you hear me.
yeah,
They'll just turn around and look at you. Why are you looking at me?
yeah.
It normally
That
started you back into your body, like snap back. What the
yeah,
woo?
yeah, I got out of there. It was just, but I felt fear from them a little bit. Like when I thought of meditated on it, like there was like, oh shit, he wasn't supposed to see us. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, that's because we supposed to be in the light lock, but the light lock has been breaking down because we was nearing the close of the age, and it's
Okay.
allowing um, our psychic
messaging or connections are increasing beyond the light lock. So now
Okay.
we able to encounter people that think that we still under the light lock until they encounter us and you startle them. More than you scare them, you startle them. You
Okay.
catching them off guard, right? Because they know how powerful we are, but we ain't supposed to know how powerful we are.
That's what I felt when I took the mushrooms. I've taken them about 3 times, and they scare me so bad. But I'm trying to. I get information. I keep getting more information and spiritually enlightened a little more.
So
Which I'm a
if you
puppet.
plan on doing another trip, I'm gonna give you some advice that'll help you not have such a negative reaction. First, you got to make your mind up that you're not gonna have a negative um, encounter. That's the first thing because you're doing it to yourself.
Okay.
You just don't know you're doing it to yourself. Just the mushroom allow you to access to be you know how you play practical jokes on your homeboy?
Yeah,
Your higher self be playing practical jokes on you.
I feel that because I'm a
So,
jokester too, naturally.
so now, while he laughing at you for having a bad trip, if you make up your mind not to have a bad trip, now he got to listen to you. You don't have to listen to him.
He got my ass. I could see he was laughing at me when he was showing me stuff because what he showed me broke me down from past lives, things I had done that I wasn't proud of, things I would have
Mhm.
never dreamt of doing. And he
So
was like, "Yeah, man."
the other thing you got to remember to do beforehand is to set your questions and direct them to psilocybin, the spirit of the mushroom.
Okay.
He the one you gonna ask, so he gonna show you in yourself, because he ain't gonna
Okay.
take you outside of you for the answer,
Okay.
but he's gonna give you access to the whole psilocybin network of the earth.
Okay.
But he might give
Yeah.
you a crash course and tutorial on the psilocybins so you can understand how they work, so you can maximize your usage,
Okay.
right? But you gotta have your questions ready for him.
Okay.
And once you write them down, it don't matter what you do with them after that, because once you wrote them down, he can read them.
Okay. Make sure to write them down. I sure will.
Yeah.
Because I do get some information, but then it just goes wherever it goes. It starts
Okay,
off
it's like
good.
this. If you get in the car and you don't got nowhere to go and you start driving, where you gonna end up?
Exactly. Wherever I end up.
Yeah. So when you don't have an intention set before a mushroom ceremony or anything like that, toe stool, uh, toe licking, if you don't have an intention set, wherever you end up is where you was going.
Mm.
But if you set your intention, you can only benefit from it. You maximize the cause or reason for its usage by putting it in a certain um, mindset before you go into it. Now you can use it. It's not using you. You're using it. Vice Lord.
Okay. Yeah, man. And I feel like I'm gonna be coming into some money. I've been retired. So I was laid off from my job after 18 years and I got a little severance, but I feel like I made some good investments. I'm gonna be retired, be able to stay retired, and I want to contribute to what I can to the things that you talk about. So I'm gonna want to kind of somehow stay in touch with you. Um,
So
just like I said, to
right
do
now,
my part.
it's easier for you to watch what I'm doing than it is for me to keep contact with people
Yeah.
because of what I'm doing. But watch this. Once I get done doing this part, people will that want to come and see me will know where to come and see me at, and I won't be hard to find.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna take up too much of your time. This is my first time actually interacting with you. I've been following you. I binge watch all your videos and getting so much knowledge, and I'm just so thankful for you. and the knowledge you drop on us, man. I can't, words can't express the gratitude that I have for all you brothers.
I appreciate it, man. I know the rest of them do too.
Yeah, man. You know, I see sometimes you get frustrated, and I'm just like, man, the God, I don't
Yeah.
even know why you think
I be
about those
throwing a tantrum,
movies.
but I ain't really frustrated.
Okay, okay, yeah,
Sometimes
yeah,
I gotta come out and show people that I'm really with some bullshit. If you
right,
fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck with you. Just so that the rest of the clan know that he still can go back to who he was in the early days. So
yeah,
that's how they know how to identify us, because we not kissing no ass. That's
right,
not in nobody book of life. And I don't want nobody kissing my ass, because the ass kisser is a prelude to a traitor.
right.
So I don't trust no
Absolutely,
ass kissers.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's all about respect. That's what
Respect,
Larry
brother.
taught us. Larry taught us about respect. My parents taught
Absolutely.
me about respect. Me and my siblings about respect. So I know respect from my tribe, and then I know respect from my parents. And then I know respect from learning how to respect myself. So when people become disrespectful, I know how to become disrespectful just as well. Because the only reason why I got decorum is because my mama said you can't be out in public looking like a goddamn fool all the time. But she
You
didn't say
cannot.
every now and then I can't look like a goddamn fool. Because she said sometimes you have to pop out and show niggas in her
You
Kendrick
do
Lamar voice.
that. That you do. And I know that I did security as well for years. I'm a big brother, about 6'7", 400. So I know
No,
how
yeah.
it goes.
You
I
gotta
know
stay
how.
in shape. You too big to get out of shape.
Yeah, I'm working on that now. I'm trying to eat right, trying to stay on fruits.
Yeah.
I don't let myself
Look,
slide.
everything hurt when you that big and you out of shape.
Everything hurts. I used to buy. I'm trying to get back to it, brother. Oh my God.
Man,
But I'm
I can't wait to get back to it too. I gotta wait to everything I love. I had to sacrifice in order to get everything I love back. And boy, I can't wait to lift again.
yeah, man. Oh, I just lost a brother about 2 or 3 days ago, man. He had a heart attack. He was another big brother like myself, another
Mm.
6'6", 6'5" guy. So it's kind of shaking us up. So I'm definitely been trying to get back to it with the fruits and the vegetables and raw and meditation, sun, all of that. So yeah,
Set
I
you
need
out,
to be ready.
at least 3 days out the week. Set you an hour aside to work out. Whether it's
Okay.
lifting, whether it's aerobics, whether it's swimming, whether it's biking, you too big to be out of shape, because it's gonna start hurting so bad that it's gonna make you wish you yourself to death.
Yeah.
You can't be out of shape and big.
No.
You can be big, right?
Hmm.
Because some of us, especially the old Mississippians, we be big as hell all our life. But if you watch how they work, some of our uncles been hauling puffwood since they was 13, and they in their 70s and 80s, because they just do it because it's just something to do,
Yeah.
right? And they stay in shape like that. Once we moved to the city and we got fast food and ain't nobody cooking in the house, it was downhill from there for us to be in shape, because we in the city, we ripping and running. We got to
Yeah.
make this move over here. We got to go over there and holler at them. Then we got to leave there and go downtown, take care of these bills and whatever. Then we got to go over there. We got to go to the library. In the city, you ain't got time to stay in physical fit shape unless you take the time. You got to make yourself take the time. And that's part of your overall health program, that everybody should be having a health program for themselves, right? If you don't know how to eat healthy, all you got to do is eat like a bodybuilder, but you don't need that many calories.
Okay.
You eat like a bodybuilder with less calories, you eating clean, you staying in shape. So you can go get the Ronnie Coleman diet, the Flex Wheeler diet, and you're gonna see they was eating massive amounts of calories in order to sustain that body weight. If you cut those calories in half and you do a 3 day a week, an hour, 3 days out the week, a workout, you be in such good shape. Them young whippersnappers aren't going to run up on you.
Right.
Don't mess around and be sparring once a month to keep your hand game up. But yeah,
Yeah.
you be ready for whatever.
Yeah, I boxed for years in the martial arts for years as well because I did personal bodyguard work. So it's there. I just got to tune it back up. Just got to tune it back up.
That's where self-discipline come in. That's part of the self-care. It's part of shadow work.
Yeah.
Part of shadow work is forcing yourself to stick to what you said you was going to do for yourself
Okay.
until it's a habit of doing for yourself what you said you was going to do for yourself. And that's when you get the benefit out of what you did for yourself to be in the condition you is at this age. When you wake up one day and you got 3 friends left out of 3,000, and they all died early because they was out of shape and unhealthy. Then you be looking around, telling, I'm glad I took care of me.
Yeah.
I get to enjoy my wife longer. I get to enjoy my children longer. I feel for them motherfuckers. Shit, they ain't get to enjoy their family. Nigga died when he was 21. That nigga died when he was 30. That nigga died when he was 45. And list goes on. But if when we start living right again, because we're gonna start living right again, because it's our nature that when it's presented to us, that we will naturally gravitate to it until it becomes normal again. So if we just exploit our own nature of being who we are, everything will just naturally start to draw back together like, you know, magnetic pull of nature. Because we're going back to our natural self. So nature's going to put us back in our natural habitat and our natural mind state. And all we got to do is remember 3 key elements. Do the best you can to build your mind, the best you can to build your body, and the best you can to develop your spiritual senses. If you do them three things, whatever you put your talents on in life, you're gonna automatically be successful just from working on them 3 things.
Okay.
It's gonna help you to understand anything that you want to do in life. If you take the time to train yourself to do it, you can do it. And
Okay.
different stuff take different lengths of time to train yourself. But you're gonna train you. Even if you hire a trainer, he ain't doing nothing but the guidelines by which you train yourself. That's it. And like women, I would teach, if I was to give women 3 subjects, it would be feng shui, it would be the investigate the yoni priestesses, and by doing that, it'll help you to tap into your divine feminine. And then the feng shui, the yoni priestesses, and the other thing would be to understand that when you become a mother, it ain't about you no more. It's about them babies. And if you got a guy, he got to make it about you while you make it about the babies.
Do
And
you
you
have
gonna make
any?
it. Both of you, the baby's gonna make it about him. It's just a cycle.
Why have you 3 books you recommend, if any?
What am I recommending them for?
Just help on the spiritual journey, growth, shadow work, things like that. Because I'm still growing. I mean, I'm just trying to be the best self that I can be. So anything that
You
gives
know,
good.
it's a book I got for free when I was in quarantine. And the name of the book is We All Doing Time.
We all doing time. Okay.
We're all doing time. That's a good one.
Okay.
Um, Stoic philosophy is good for men getting out of their sissy energy, going into their grown man energy. So that would be the Ryan Holiday collection, Stoic philosophy.
Stoic
And
philosophy.
He got a series of books. And then um, you need to understand the power. I'll give you the Robert Greene collection.
Robert Greene. Yeah, yeah. I'm familiar with him.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely familiar with Robert Greene.
Okay. Then I got two Napoleon Hill books. The Law of Success in 16 Lessons. And help you understand how corporations develop from a thought into a functional organism, but it also gonna give you mad life game.
Okay.
Then the other one is called Outwitting the Devil.
I
That's gonna help
I
you.
just bought that book. You was talking to a brother on another live. I just bought it because you recommended it.
Man, that's a monster.
Okay, I'm about to start that now. I got it right
Yeah.
here next to me. Yeah, so I'll start with that right there. I got so much time. I'm gonna probably start with that one right here. I already got it. I read
Um,
Bedell's book on the Chosen as well. I finished that. That was a quick read.
yeah. You got Anthony Robbins, anything he write is A1.
Okay, okay, yeah,
Um,
that's okay. So
Wayne Dwyer.
it's cool to get knowledge from the white brothers.
Look, man, you can't put a color on good information. Good information is just good information,
Okay. And
right?
I'm just asking because I've people debate about that. I have no either way about it, but I just heard
Half these
even
niggas don't
me.
know how to read and write. What are you talking about?
Well, there you go.
I'm serious. Half these niggas don't know. Then they made it illegal for us in critical times to know how to read and write and enforce that shit. So we wasn't writing no books.
Mm,
So
yeah.
who was writing at that time that kept us aware of what they was doing to keep us from writing books? Crackers, Paleface. The Paleface was telling us um, everything that was going on with misdirection. They had to add misdirection in there in order to be able to tell us. As long as they incorporated some misdirection and a piece of false information, they could tell us what's going on. But you got to know how to read between the lines. They was all part of secret societies, so you got to know the codes of the secret societies, which means you got to study secret societies. And when you see the code enough, it'll translate itself because it'll become obvious to you that it's there. But if you only see it once in your lifetime, you're not gonna never know it was there. So you familiarizing yourself with it. So once you get to seeing their signs and symbols in public places because you studied it so much, it begin to tell their story to you or what they doing in your area at that moment.
Mm,
Because all them
okay.
billboard signs are up there in a Masonic print format, even if the people that had the sign designed it themselves, before they put it up there, they put it in a certain pitch of an angle that made everything that you designed fit into their script.
Okay.
So when you ride down the street and you seeing those signs, it's telling you, just like in that movie They Live with Roddy Piper, it's
Yeah.
like putting them goddamn glasses on. You see what's
Mm,
really behind the sign.
yeah. How, how do you feel about the codes they say like the 0010110? Is that real?
That's
Is
binary code.
yeah, binary codes.
Yeah. Alpha to the omega, beginning to the end. It's a perpetual loop. So
So
you always gonna end up with ones and zeros, and they gonna always be changing places from the beginning to the end to the end to the beginning and back again in
so
cycle.
does reciting those do anything? Like I've seen a couple that supposedly help with maybe certain issues you have, or is that just nonsense talk?
You can use numbers or binary code. You can use anything that you program yourself to use by learning everything you can about it. Now you know everything about it. It's useful to you, and it'll help you translate any, like for instance, a random blinking light is shooting off a flashing light is shooting
Hmm.
off a Morse code version of a binary code. If you study them, you don't just see a blinking light no more. You reading the message,
Okay.
right?
Hmm.
So once you learn how it works and what the numbers mean and what order and position, and you can code with binary code.
Uh-huh.
Anytime, if the lights is flashing binary code, you'll be able to read the message. If the TV flickering binary code, you'll be able to read the message. If it's you study Morse code, because sometimes the lights be blinking so erratic, they spit Morse code. But if you study some Morse code, you don't see a blinking light no more. You hear the Morse code and the lights blink,
Hmm.
right? So now you can translate the Morse code and you can read the message. And when
Okay.
you do all of that, you become a master code cracker. And you
Okay.
can see all of their shit. And then you will be surprised how much they been blatantly telling us. And we think that we doing one thing and we doing exactly the opposite.
Mm-mm-mm.
As long as they give you the means of discovery, they can tell you the lie.
And is there anything to these gamma rays we supposed to be getting? We gonna get our superpowers. They're gonna activate our DNA and melanin.
Okay, first, when you say superpowers, when you see them in the comics or the anime, that's called an extreme exaggeration of the superpower.
Okay.
Right now, once you understand what the exaggeration is, now in your mind you got to know how to turn that back till it's reasonably within the three-dimensional realm and ask yourself, what would it look like then?
Mm.
So this is how you get people right now that's airbending. I just shared a girl in my story that she called the storm in,
Okay.
right? Because they're tapping into that frequency. And the more you understand it, the more you have access to use it. And it's just like learning a new skill. Once the more you practice, the better you get.
Okay.
Uh, I think that covers it all. What you think?
Yeah. Brother, like I said, I appreciate you. I don't have nothing else for you. Appreciate the time and the knowledge. I'm gonna get on these books. Continue with this shadow work, man.
All right. I'll
All
let
right.
you let.
Yes, sir. All right.
Okay, my people. That's it for me. I think I had enough. I think I'd probably wear y'all ears off by now anyway. I don't even know how long I've been on here. Way longer than I thought. I think I've been here about 3 hours. All right, so that's it for this edition. Clap back again. I don't know what led me to do this one, but I do them when I'm led because I'm following something I can't see. With that, I appreciate y'all for showing up and showing out. So now I'm logging off. Thank you.
Living with diabetes and nerve pain in your feet can prevent you from doing your day-to-day activities. When oral medications are not enough, it's time for Qutenza. Qutenza is designed to be different. It's the only FDA-approved topical system targeting the source of diabetic nerve pain. Qutenza can provide up to 3 months of pain relief. That's just 4 treatments each year. A healthcare provider must apply Qutenza. Qutenza can cause severe irritation of eyes, mucous membranes, respiratory tract, and skin. Pain, severe burns, and reduced sensation may occur where applied during and after treatment. Most common side effects are redness, pain, and itching. Tell your doctor right away if any side effect becomes severe. Qutenza, when ordinary means everything. Less pain, more possibilities. Talk to your doctor or visit Qutenza.com to learn more.
Okay, work with me. All that meal prep for what? Reach your health goals through hers? Hair loss, mental health, weight loss. Let's do this. We are so back. Start today at forhers.com.
Welcome to the neighborhood!
Yeah, welcome. I figured you'd want to lay low a while. Trust me, they'll be coming for you. You see my wife. You did all this.
Thank you to the beta thalassemia and sickle cell communities
for inspiring us, partnering with us, and giving us the opportunity to stand with you, for you. Our Vertex teams around the globe are proud to be working
in hopes of advancing innovative ideas and to make a difference.
And our progress so far is just the beginning.
As we expand our work in this space, we remain committed to our goal
of having a transformative impact on people living with these serious blood disorders.
And we continue to stand by your side.
Across the country, the LGBTQ plus community is under attack. But they'll have to get through us first. Every day, Lambda Legal is in court fighting back.
But we don't do it alone. With every act of support, you stand with us.
Together, we'll hold the line.
This new year, cut out the noise. Hers is what real weight loss care looks like. Hers goes beyond medication alone by offering access to personalized weight loss treatment plans that understand where you've been and where you want to be. Through Hers, a care team is with you every step of the way with a plan that includes dosage adjustments, ongoing support from licensed medical providers, lifestyle tips, and progress tracking. Step into 2026 with confidence all year round. Start today at forhers.com.
Mom, I just want a $500 gift card, and all they need is your bank info.
You could say I'm the hero of the house when it comes to online threats, but my secret? That's Malwarebytes. Built by experts and designed to help me and my not-so-careful family. Is it really hero work? Sometimes it feels that way.
Whew, saved me again.
Anytime, honey. This is more than award-winning protection. It's total peace of mind.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
That's what I'm talking about.
It is alive in here.
Whoa! Stuffs a Christmas present down the chimney. Jokic, the heave. It's a Christmas miracle. Merry Christmas, brother.
Look at that smile.
Let the festivities begin. Welcome to NBA Christmas.
We want to give a gift for y'all.
Trio.